How's that?
Yay! Hi.
How you doing?
I'm doing very well. How are you guys?
Oh, busy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice to see you.
Great, Brian.
So what's up?
The last time that I saw you, you were still struggling with lymphoma. I believe it was lymphoma.
Yeah, I'm still fighting. I'm at about a stage 1 now.
Okay.
So still going. 8 years in now. 8 years in, and I got a couple more years of treatment that I know of right now.
Wow.
But yeah, I'm feeling good. I'm back to work. I'm healthy enough to work thanks to my beautiful healer right here.
That's
she
amazing.
does it all. She does it all.
That's amazing. Wow. Well, thank goodness. So,
How you doing?
you know what? I'm doing okay. I'm busy right now. My health is a lot better than it was the last time
good.
I saw you. Yeah, I have a lot of good energy coming at me from a lot of different directions, and I just don't have anything to complain about.
Oh, good. That's a good thing.
That's right. That's right. So hold on just a moment.
Hey, no problem.
That's wonderful.
Well, you look good and you look happy.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. How are you doing?
You look like you're being productive.
Well, I haven't worked. Sometimes I still have problems with walking, and I can end up in the wheelchair. I have chronic fatigue syndrome and some genetic actually mutations that are kind of interesting that affect me, unfortunately. And so it's okay because everything happens for a reason. And I truly believe that if I were a healthy, able-bodied person like I used to be, that I probably wouldn't have the time or focus to slow down and do what I'm doing now. That requires a lot less of my physical energy and more of my conscious energy, So in that way, it's a real blessing, that I get to have so much time on my hands to explore what I'm doing right now. So yeah.
Which is what you're doing now.
That's what we're about to talk about. Okay. So do you remember why you guys invited me over? Why you had me over to the house?
Was it because of the aliens on the mountain?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you remember?
I have to admit, just interject here. I was pretty
we're
drunk that day.
Yeah, we're all old.
So my memory is really fuzzy. And I know I fell asleep in the living room. So I'm
No, this all started when we were at the coffee shop, right?
Mm-hmm.
The conversation started at the coffee shop.
That's right.
And that's why she came over. It was for the energy. Okay, so tell me about it. Tell me about that.
So what happened is you and I mostly, you had a couple of, hold on. I want to get the order correct. You, Brian, were telling me why I was sick. And some of the things that you said resonated with me with an experience that I had had recently. And so it really caught my attention. And so we got involved in a pretty in-depth conversation about how our thoughts and our environment can essentially infect us and make us sick. And, we get that body burden of the things that we've energetically experienced in the world. And out of the blue in that conversation, you asked me, what do you think of aliens? And I said, what do I think of them? I love them. And you said, well, would you like to meet some? And I said, well, what are you talking about? And so you said, well, I told you I own this construction company. Well, you said that you excavated a tunnel after you had met some aliens, and that this tunnel was on your property, and that when you tunneled in, you at one point you made a turn in the tunnel and found the base of the aliens that you had met on top of the mountain.
I don't remember telling you any of that.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay, because you will remember.
Okay.
You will.
Okay.
So you asked me if I wanted to meet them. And I said, of course I want to meet them, So I sent a text out to my daughter. You guys gave me your contact information, and I asked for your names and your address and your phone number, because here I was about to go into supposedly go into a tunnel that people that I had just met were saying would lead to some aliens. And I thought, well, this is either going to be the best day of my life, or it could be the final day of my life. And a good way to know is to ask you for all of that information. And you guys just gave it all to me. And so I texted it to my daughter and to a couple of friends of mine, let them know where I was going and why. And so as we were about to leave the coffee shop, another couple came in that you knew, a younger couple, black hair, both of them. They're both very thin. She's very pretty.
Yeah. Jolene and Lorenzo.
I'm sorry?
Jolene and Lorenzo.
Okay. I've never remembered
Yeah.
what their names were. Okay. Yes. Okay. And you said, when they said, hey, where are you guys going? Brian, you said, she wants to meet the aliens. Do you guys want to come? And he said, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we'll come. Like it was the most normal thing that anybody has ever done. And so I'm like, this is really, getting really interesting. So we go to your home. Lorenzo and Jolene they came a little bit later. I don't know why, but I followed you guys up, and we were up there maybe 10, 15 minutes, not very long. Just the three of us waiting for them to come up. Hold on, I need to drink some more water.
No problem. I get it. We're having kombucha. Got
Yes.
some
We
kombucha.
don't drink anymore, by the
No,
way.
we don't do alcohol no more,
Neither do I.
because that shit sucks. Alcohol sucks. It just sucks.
It does. It's poison in your body. Ugh,
Absolutely.
so good. Okay.
Poison in
so-
everything.
Yes, absolutely. So, while we were waiting there, we were standing in that area between where your kitchen island was. I don't know what your kitchen's like anymore, but
So same.
where your kitchen island was, and then you have that arched way that leads to a second area of the house. Remember, or you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we were standing by the island, and you said to me, oh, and you go stand under the arch, and you're like, this is where they always put me back when we're done. And I said, what do you mean? And you said, well, every time we're done talking, no matter where I am, this is where they put me back. I'm just suddenly back right here. And it was like under this archway. And I was a little nervous, but again, I'm thinking this is either the greatest day of my life or something terrible. So your friends showed up and we all headed down the path up to an area where you had some kind of military camouflage netting and like a shed or some kind of structure right beside it. And you had explained to me about how you had been very careful so that nobody had seen what you were doing. Long story short, guys, you took me inside this tunnel. We were in there for a few minutes. Stacy, you and Joe Lynn were like having a conversation like this was nothing. I mean, literally just chatting with each other. And Brian, you were talking a little bit with Lorenzo, but Lorenzo and you were really more interested in getting me to, like, you were really focused on getting me to these, what you kept saying, aliens. All right. And we went around a small bend and we could see the light from coming up the tunnel. Okay. I mean, we could see it, that it was ahead, that there was a light ahead. And we went up there, and when we turned the corner, there were 4 beings of a different race. That's how they refer to it. They did not refer to it as species. They refer to it as race. And they were standing there, and they spoke directly to me. And I walked up to them, and I stepped up inside their base, and they asked the rest of you to go. And now, Brian, this is the neatest thing. You wouldn't leave. You said no, you weren't leaving, that you weren't going to leave me there and have me go somewhere, you know. And so they told you that you could stay there, but that everybody else had to go back to the house. So you stood there while everyone else left and went back to the house. And they took me deeper into the base. I spent quite a bit of time there with them, and we talked about things. And I came back out, and you were still standing in the exact same place. And you stepped forward to come to where I was standing with them. And as soon as you hit the inside of the base, it was like, bam, we were standing in your house again. And I threw my hands up to the side of my head and said, what the fuck is going on? And Lorenzo goes, oh, you're back. That's what's going on.
Wow.
That happened at your house.
When?
He just
That
told
day?
you when that day.
That day.
January 21st of 2018 at 3:00 in the afternoon, we walked into that tunnel. At 9:00 in the evening, you and I were standing under that archway all of a sudden. And what has happened since then is these beings have visited me. They came to my house. They came to my RV. They visited me in the desert. They have visited me now where I live in the Midwest, because I had left California. And they told me that you didn't remember, because that's the way that they needed it to be. Because your function was to get me inside of that tunnel to meet them. And what you need to do when we get off the phone is you guys need to take a walk on your property and find this tunnel and go see them, because they told me to contact you, because it's time for them to have contact with us. And that's what they want.
Okay. The tunnel's in my mountain.
Huh?
The tunnel's in my mountain.
Yes.
The tunnel's in the mountain.
Yes. Do you know that? Do you remember now?
Well, no, I don't really remember all that. I mean, we're digging in the mountain. You know that, right? You know, I haven't really been working on it much, but my plan is to dig in this mountain. It always has been.
You did, darling. You dug
I did.
a tunnel and you took me in there.
Hmm.
And you're about to go on the greatest, wildest ride of your life. Because those higher beings, that's what I refer to them as, because they are higher, much more highly evolved than we are, much more highly technologically advanced. They have higher wisdom, higher knowledge, higher love and compassion. So no, I didn't know you were still. When's the last time you started digging into that mountain?
Well, I haven't really done much. We're not even far. We're not even far into it.
When was the last time?
That I touched it? Probably a couple months. A couple months anyway, because I've been working so much. I don't have any energy when I get home. You know.
Why are you digging into the mountain?
Because I want to.
Yes. Do you know why you want to dig into the mountain?
Not necessarily.
Because there are higher beings inside of your mountain, my darling, and you need to go find that tunnel and stop digging because you already found them. That's why I'm calling you. You've already found them. They wanted you to forget, and now it is time to remember. Okay? It's time to remember. There is a tunnel that you have already dug, and when you walked into that tunnel, you found them. You just don't remember.
No, I don't remember.
It's
I guess
okay.
I gotta find the tunnel, huh?
Yeah.
You don't know where it is? Do you know where the tunnel is?
Oh,
Huh?
yes, you're damn right. I know where it is. When I left your home, I dropped a pen on it, on where it was. I didn't want to forget.
Okay, so when you come back here, you'll remember?
Oh, I know where it is. Yeah. Yeah.
So when they come and visit you now, where do they come and visit you? Just wherever you are?
Yes. They've
Visiting
taken me back to their base. I don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay.
You're frozen. What happened?
I don't know. Froze up.
You're frozen.
He's frozen.
Frozen.
Okay, just a moment. Can you hear me?
Breaking up and you're freezing.
Hold on just a minute. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. You're all right.
Hey.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to Truth Seekers. For so long now, people have asked me to do some kind of an update on this Anjali story. But I kept saying there's nothing really new to talk about. She claimed that she would bring an expedition to a mountain where there was a secret alien base and provide physical evidence of many of her claims of alien experiences. That fizzled out and never happened. And it's interesting that people like me and a few others like Charlie Weiser had people blamed us. The reason they can't go to the mountain is because you pissed off that Wayne guy. No, that's not the case. And tonight we are going to see an update of what has happened since the expedition failed, apparently. You know, I knew that it would be a good possibility that someday the people that Anjali talked about in her story, Wayne and Trisha, remember it was Wayne who owned a mountain where there was apparently a tunnel dug into it, into an alien base. And Trisha, his wife, I knew eventually somebody may get to them. And interestingly, Anjali had threatened to sue one Charlie Weiser, who you may recall from $3kit.weebly.com. And Charlie Weiser covers Betty and Barney Hill, Travis Walton, Anjali, and many other stories from a very skeptical viewpoint. But I have found her work to be very, very factually accurate. If you go and check her work, it's always really, really excellent research, well-sourced, and I trust that what she's reporting recently about the Anjali story to be very, very accurate. And essentially what she reports is that because Anjali threatened to sue Charlie Weiser, she did not reach out to Wayne and Trisha. Wayne and Trisha reached out to her based on Anjali threatening to sue Charlie Weiser. They didn't think that was right. So they apparently reached out to her, and we've got all the information about what they said. And what they said largely refutes everything that Anjali stated as facts in her alien experience story. Interesting that we get the other perspective, the other side of the story. After all, she heavily involved these people in her story. She met them in a coffee shop. They took her back to their house where she claims she was shown a tunnel into a secret alien base and had all these alien experiences. But tonight, we're going to find out, perhaps, that the reality of what truly happened is not quite that fantastic. Joining me, and this will be proof that we let anybody on this show, really, anybody. So joining me tonight to help break this down, and I wanted to have a discussion with someone else that has sort of been following the story, see what they thought about these new revelations from Charlie Weiser that refute all of Anjali's story. So you know him probably best from the Who's Lou documentary, who'sloumovie.com, a recent, very controversial documentary about Lou Elizondo. So we have Manny tonight from Area 503. Let's bring him in here. We've had him sobering up in the green room. Are you ready to go? You get some coffee in you? You sober enough? You okay?
Oh, perfect, man. And thanks
Good.
for putting a plug in for Who's Lou. That saves me the effort of having to do it.
Yeah, that's the least that I could do, you know. So it's who'sloumovie.com. I highly recommend it. Go see what all the controversy is about. Why are people... I don't want to harp on this, but listen, show hosts that even just talked about this movie with Manny here got doxxed, threatened, intimidated, copyright striked from a gang of cyber stalking assholes. It's amazing. So at the very least, you should go see a movie that people are so intent on you not watching. I mean, if somebody tells me not to watch a movie, I'm gonna watch it. And there's a group of people that don't want you to see this movie. They don't want you to ask questions of their UFO hero. But I think I still stand by that. I think Manny did a good job. And I believe in free speech, right? At least have a conversation, watch the movie, and Manny's very open. If you have questions, comments, as long as you're vaguely respectful, he'll get back to you. And you're allowed to disagree, but watch the movie first, right?
Absolutely. Give it a watch and then come and talk to me if anyone's got any questions. I'm totally open to discussing the work with people. And that's kind of what I wanted because it's such an involved situation that I really couldn't lay it all out in the work. I kind of had to just put the facts out there and let people figure out what they are and figure out what those questions mean. And then they've got to do some research on their own. And that's why I showed my work and put everything up on the webpage. So hopefully some people are doing
Oh, here we have somebody else that got messed with. Jesse Peak from MUFON Fi says, yep, got mad heat for having Manny on my show. Crazy. Yeah, these people are so afraid of a conversation. It just shows everything why you should support the movie, because people are literally trying to stamp it off the internet and censor it and get it taken down, and they screwed up. For people that don't know, if you get a big project taken off of YouTube in its first couple of weeks, you lose all momentum, all that promotion, all that work to promote it. You lose, right?
Yeah, I saw some people were saying my mic was low. I adjusted that. If it sounds too loud now, let me know. But yeah, to answer your question, Stephen, it does really steal your momentum with the algorithm and with YouTube, where it refers your video to people. And people they knew that when they did this, they knew that they were exploiting the system, that they were going to do this. So it's not like it's a oops, this just kind of happened type thing. This was intentional and malicious in nature. So but that's yesterday. Let's talk about today. People are still talking about the film, and that's good. It's starting to pick up more steam, and people are starting to ask some questions. And it's not just people from YouTube and Twitter and stuff. There's been a lot of people from outside of the, in mainstream media and stuff that have also done that. So,
I know at least one mainstream journalist who is using that movie sort of as a source for material and things to write about. In regard to, there's going to be media stories about this Lou Elizondo, and people are using your work as a source for why we should be asking questions, right?
Yeah, and that's such a good feeling, honestly, to know that other people understood what I was trying to do here and are grabbing the football and running with it. And beyond that, too, it's also the empowerment of the people who are on UFO Twitter and YouTube and other places that have been silenced. Facebook groups are real bad about this. Reddit's real bad about it. Everywhere you go, people have been bullied into silence in defense of Elizondo. And a lot of those people I'm finding are feeling more empowered to come out and speak their minds again. And that's what I want. I want people to be able to speak their mind. They shouldn't, if what we're saying, if what this side of the conversation is so crazy and baseless and has no reality in the facts, it shouldn't be hard to disprove and to attack the case, not the character. That's what they've done here. You attack the character, you squash the conversation. They don't want to talk about
listen, I've had some controversial guests, but I've never been doxxed over a guest, and especially not when some other idiot show host says we need to take these people down for what they did. What did I do? I had a conversation with a filmmaker about a film, and now you're doxing me and threatening me, and I'm getting nasty messages, and people are threatening to come to my house now that my aunt, it's amazing. But let's get to this Anjali story. So you've been following this probably as long as I have, because listen, it's an interesting story. A former DIA employee claims that she went out into the desert, and this guy had a mountain, and there was a tunnel into it, and she claims that she had all these alien experiences. I dismissed it all. And then people started sending me some information that would seem to indicate that her background was real. So I apologized, because I said she was totally fake. This woman is, making all this up. It turns out, and here's where I really want to correct the record here, because people said just because I interviewed her that I believed her. No, what I did say and do believe is that her background claims, all of her background claims of being in the military, of working for the DIA, both as a civilian contractor and as a direct employee, she worked for them twice, were correct. So that part I believe, because, I can go to the National Personnel Records Center and verify her military employment, and DIA verified her employment. They won't tell you much of what she did, but they'll verify, yes, she was employed from this to this as a contractor. She was employed directly with us from this date to this date. So I apologized for saying that her background was probably made up and fake. I interviewed her. It's a very controversial figure, this woman. And it's interesting that I was amazed that there was so much interest in a story, but then, nothing new happens in UFO land. So this was something new and a new story, and people, a lot of people, experiencers especially, just totally believe everything that she said. Other people were more skeptical of her, like Charlie Weiser and others, and myself, and maybe Rich from GoofOn and a few other people, because there's a lack of evidence there. And then apparently there was all this back and forth. We found the mountain. We found Wayne. No, we didn't. She lied. It wasn't the right Wayne. There's this other Wayne. Then this Ryan said that he interviewed Wayne, but then he wouldn't provide any proof that he interviewed the Wayne, and that this Wayne refuted. But was this the right Wayne? And I'm still confused, because there's two major Wayne and Trishas. I don't know which one we're saying now is the right one, but apparently the right ones have reached out to Charlie Weiser over being threatened with a lawsuit by Anjali, and they have an entirely different opinion, right? So what did you think of this story when it broke? And what about the canceled expedition? And people are blaming me and Charlie Weiser because the expedition got canceled because we outed Wayne. We didn't really out Wayne. Apparently we outed the wrong Wayne. I think. I don't know. I'm confused.
Yeah, I've been following Anjali's story from day one, just like you have been. And I've always been a little fascinated by her, because of her outgoing personality, how friendly she is and how open she is about her story, and about how, like you said, her credentials from the digging that I did actually checked out. Like you said, her credentials did check out.
And that makes the story compelling to me, because why is a former DIA employee and Air Force officer suddenly seeing aliens and talking about it and doing press conferences about her alien contact?
Right.
It's a compelling story.
It's a great story, and it does give some credibility to her character, that she has this background. But what I had to, when I asked her, I said, I just want to make clear that your intelligence and government work was all way before, and then you had this experience later. So these are two different events. It's not like this happened while you were working at the intelligence agency. It's not like this happened when you were part of the government. And she's never tried to cloud that fact. She's always been open about it and just said straight up, yes, this is how it is. And she's always stuck to her story and been kind of consistent like that. So I tend to believe, like, my gut instinct when I'm watching her talk is this someone who fully believes what she's saying is 100% truthful, And so
I believe she believes it.
Yeah, and I've given her a lot of patience with her story because of that. I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to look into this. I'm not going to be I'm going to be skeptical, and I'm going to trust but verify. And so when you start to verify, there's not really much to verify, like you pointed out. There was very little facts in her story, which she never tried to hide. She never tried to say, oh, I've got this huge ironclad thing. I think she's been very honest with us, considering how some of the other people talk to us, you know what I'm saying? But,
yeah, and you know what? I want to say this too. Like, the purpose of tonight's show is not to drag her name through the mud or call her a liar, or, I'm interested in the truth of what really happened with her story. And it's not my intention to belittle her or to, that's not our purpose here tonight. Our purpose here is to report on the story. People ask me all the time, give us an update. What's happening with Anjali? And I nothing, I think. I don't know, but this is a new development. Now we've got the original so-called witnesses to the event saying none of this happened. And we'll get into the details of that. We're going to read through the Twitter thread of Charlie Weiser. I want to mention also that we invited Anjali. I know it was last minute, but I invited her here, and she declined for tonight. And she did send me a message. She said, go ahead, Stephen, and pass all that info around. It actually may end up making it much easier for me to demonstrate how honest I have been each step of this process. I have kept every screenshot, message, and video of conversations with this couple and others related to this. I have read and reread them and put them up against what I have stated publicly, and I am confident that though I may have unintentionally revealed too many details about them, the only time I was not truthful about my experience was when I was protecting them. So she's going to refute, apparently, what this couple is saying. So,
Well, and I think
I don't
she
know what to say
mentions
about
too
that.
that, remember, she said she had lied about the identities to protect them, that the guy wasn't really named Wayne, and that she had made that name up to cover, his identity. And I understood that from day one. Nobody's going to fault her for changing her witness's name to protect their identity. That's pretty common. So I think that's what she was referencing there, maybe.
Yeah, and also, many people have, the other reason that I've kind of been as kind as I could be is because I was always concerned that she suffered from some sort of mental problems or illness that could cause or create hallucinations or delusions. And I don't want to beat somebody up that's suffering from some kind of mental problems, but Anjali claims that she is 100% okay. She's been examined by psychological, experts at the VA, and they declared that she's not suffering from delusions or whatever. So her claim is that she's fully mentally sound and okay. Take that, take that for what you will. So I guess we get into the actual Twitter thread. I'm going to share my screen. And we're using a thread reader to make this make a little more sense. So this is reported by Charlie Weiser yesterday, all in a Twitter thread, but we were using this thread reader to make it make a little bit more sense. So Trisha says, Anjali tried to make it seem like we were going to be part of the libel suit against you being Charlie Weiser. I was like, oh, hell no. Wayne says, that's what made me reach out to you. And Charlie Weiser calls this a thread about two people who want to remove themselves from the story. Recap, Anjali says she met Wayne and Trisha in January 2018, walked through a tunnel he dug in the mountain, and met aliens. Charlie Weiser goes on to say, I just spoke to Wayne and Trisha for over an hour. I asked for their version of what happened that day. And she advises to catch up reading this tweet storm about the other Wayne, because remember, we've got the two Waynes. But she apparently has Anjali's proper, right, correct Wayne and Trisha. And this was verified through public records because at the time, the day that Anjali claims that she met the aliens in the mountain, there was a wellness check performed by the sheriff and an EMT, an ambulance. And those are public records. So I believe that Charlie Weiser has the proper Wayne and Trisha as verified by the ambulance visiting that day. So she says, please respect Wayne and Trisha's privacy. They are fed up, anxious, and scared. While chatting as a group in the coffee shop, Wayne mentioned people seeing UFOs for years over his mountain. They invited Anjali home because, quote, she seemed like a nice person, unquote. Another couple, their friends, came home too. Back home, this is where it gets interesting because some people may recall that I said that Anjali's experience sounds exactly like a DMT trip. Wayne says, we did some cannabis oil. If you're not used to cannabis oil, it can hit you hard. What I'm getting at is this. We weren't sober. It does alter your mind. They walked around the land for a bit, although not the mountain itself, not sober, stoned. And I had asked Anjali in our interview if she was under the influence of any drugs, and she said, no, not knowingly. Now we know that they were using cannabis oil. Okay, so this goes stated an ambulance showed up before it was even dark. Wayne had no idea why until the sheriff said it was there for a welfare check for Anjali because her daughter had called 911. Then she and Wayne chatted until a friend picked her up around 11:30 p.m. Wayne goes on to state, whatever experience Anjali had here is really in her mind. There was no mention of tunnels or aliens that night. And this, of course, directly refutes Anjali's story. Goes on to say, and when she picked up her car the next day, not a word, aside from UFOs in the coffee shop. For the next couple of weeks, Anjali texted Trisha asking to meet up, still no mention of aliens and tunnels. Trisha says, I ignored her. Wayne says, because we were freaked out by her. Wayne and Trisha do not want to be part of this story. They never wanted to be. 3 years later, a week before the press conference, Wayne and Trisha gave in to Anjali's persistent attempts to reconnect. She said that she had had an alien experience in Wayne's tunnel, and they were baffled. Wayne had no tunnels. Angelia said, "Oh, yes, you do. You just don't remember them." Wayne goes on to say, "I've tried to explain there's no tunnel here. I can't convince her. Anjali has been pressuring them to allow an expedition. Under the stress, sometimes he's felt like buckling just to get it over with. But he doesn't want strangers on his land, especially not Max, and Max would be, I believe, the boyfriend of Anjali. Wayne says Anjali told him, 'You have no idea who I am. You have no idea what I'm capable of.' He says, 'When I realized she's a powerful person who can push a button and jack our life.' When Anjali was being real persistent last year, Wayne said that she could buy his land for $10 million. He said, 'We leave it and you can have this whole place and we don't have to deal with this.' She, Anjali, said Bigelow Aerospace would pay $20 million for a few acres of mountain with no aliens." So, the story is really falling apart once you talk to these two people. We have Trisha to Anjali. "I wish I would have never met you. I wish we never invited you to our home. You're not my friend. You never were my friend. Stop saying you're my friend." Anjali to Trisha, "I'm your friend whether you think so or not. Love, your friend." That's weird. And so this couple, what they say is, "What we want is for Anjali to just go away." Trisha says, "I'm so frustrated about what she's done to our lives. Woman to woman, I'm a very angry wife." Did I mention Wayne is not a fan of Max? And they go on to say, "I don't know who you think you are, Max, talking about my cancer as if you think you know me. You don't know shit. Stop talking about my cancer out there." This is what this person, Wayne, told Max, Anjali's boyfriend. So Charlie Weiser goes on to write, "Let's give Anjali the benefit of the doubt. She had an experience of some sort while high. But according to Wayne, there is no tunnel. So whatever happened, it was in her head. It was not in a tunnel with aliens inside. Therefore, Wayne and Trisha are not part of her story. Again, Wayne and Trisha tell me aliens and tunnels were never spoken about that day, the next day, or in messages for the next 2 weeks, after which they lost touch. 3 years later, Anjali returns with a tale of Lavi, the lavender alien, removing her consciousness in the mist of night. Trisha, she said that they were standing over her and they were all shiny. And I'm thinking, yeah, that was the ambulance you were in, lady." So Anjali's assessment of Wayne and Trisha matches mine. They are genuine and lovely people. We had a good laugh, but their anguish is palpable. They've tried everything they can think of to make her go away. We need to stop the cycle. How can Wayne and Trisha make Anjali accept that they were not part of her story? That whatever happened, it was in her head. That whatever she remembers now, it doesn't reflect reality. There are no tunnels or aliens in Wayne's mountain. And here's another detail that Anjali really harped over, which was there was some kind of archway in Wayne's house. And after the experience, the aliens teleported her back. And Wayne said, that's where the aliens return us to once we're in the alien base. P.S. There was no big wooden arch teleporter pad dividing Wayne's house in two. Wayne tells me there is a door separating the front and back of the house. This revelation crushed me. So that's pretty much it. How did I remove? Did I bounce you out? I didn't mean to. I apologize.
Oh, no, it wasn't your fault. I had internet problems and had to pop back in. But I was watching from backstage, yeah.
Okay, so what we have is that this couple entirely refutes Anjali's recollection of events. There's no tunnel. She claimed Wayne dug the tunnel into the alien mountain. Apparently, there is no tunnel. There's no archway in his house. She never discussed aliens with them the night that she claimed she had the experience or the 2 weeks after. It's like we have two totally different versions of the same event. Anjali's version claiming that this Trish and Wayne were in on it and know about the aliens in the mountain, that Wayne dug the tunnel into the mountain, into the alien base. And I guess the story falls apart here, right?
You know, I'm glad you brought it up, and I'm glad that you offered Anjali the chance to come here today to answer, to respond to this. And at some point, she's going to have to respond to this because this gives. I mean, if you think about the two stories and you think about these people together on that night, this really does have a more ring of truth to it that's supported by fact. This version of the story, it is still just Wayne and his wife. Trisha, is that her name, Trisha? So it's their version versus Aunt Jolly's, but it really does have the smack of truth. And when they said the one part that really stuck with me was that part about the ambulance and the aliens, I was like, wait a minute, because we knew that an ambulance was called that day from the 911.
Yeah, and if you're in an ambulance, they're going to lay you on a bed and they're going to do an examination, which sounds strangely similar to her laying on a table or something that she said, and they took her out of her consciousness. Now, the one thing that I'm a little confused about is cannabis oil, because maybe it's just the only cannabis oil I've ever tried is CBD oil, and that didn't really get you high. It just sort of relaxes you a little bit. It doesn't create hallucinations, but I don't know that THC infused cannabis oil, if it's really, really concentrated, couldn't produce some of these effects, right? I don't know.
I would know. Yeah, I mean, I assume it could. I mean, something. It sounds like something did. Maybe it was a combination of the cannabis oil, whatever that was.
Charlie Weiser is here. Welcome, Charlie Weiser. Nice. Yeah, nice. I'm going to check
awesome
her Twitter
reporting,
right
Charlie.
Now.
Great reporting, by the way.
Great job.
And I agree with what you said earlier. Like, I've fact checked a few of Charlie's pieces of information enough to know that when Charlie puts something out there, it's pretty dang thorough. Like, I haven't found any reason to discredit Charlie's research, and I find it interesting that other people think they do without any evidence that it's not good. So yeah. Was there a new tweet from Anjali that had come out, or?
Yeah, I think she's just talking about what she replied to the thread where you invited her to the show. Anjali says, "My experience has not come crashing down. Respectfully, no. I am not available in an hour. I am not available tonight. Go ahead and have your say tonight. Pass all that info around. It is a relief that Wayne and Trisha finally spoke up. I don't have to worry about them anymore."
Well, there you go. Yeah, and that's kind of what Wayne was saying too. Just like, hey, we got this. You don't need to speak on our behalf. That's kind of what I was picking up from his communication there. Like he doesn't need anybody else to tell his side of the story now, and I think he sees the benefit in coming out with it. The 10 and 20 million is kind of interesting. I mean, if I had a piece of land that was valued at, I don't know what their land is valued at. Let's just say it's $1 million, and somebody offers you 10 million. Take it. Say you want it can be your headache. Bigelow, if you want to pay me 20, great. Let's get a bidding war. I'll call Christie's and let's get a bidding war going on it, for 20%. But, like I don't understand why people will, I get they wouldn't want to leave their home and stuff for any amount of money. Some people don't need the money and so they don't have to, but I'm just, it sounds like Wayne wanted to get his side. They wanted their side out there, especially if it sounds like they're kind of concurring with what Charlie was already coming up with, and it sounds like Charlie was somebody was trying to bully Charlie into silence with a lawsuit or whatever, like that's not right, especially when somebody's just doing good investigative journalism and bringing the truth out, like we got to have this stuff and keep it up, Charlie. Don't let anybody silence you.
Yeah, I agree. And I will say, Charlie, listen, Anjali was very kind to me and to others, even though we were very skeptical of her. And what I should or would say to Anjali is that I agree with most or all probably of Charlie Weiser's reporting on the whole story. So why are you suing Charlie Weiser and you're not suing me? I'm just as critical of a lot of parts of the story. It just, and I don't understand that. It's right out of Corey Good's playbook. Like, if you can't argue with the facts that your critics dig up, sue them into silence, and I totally don't support that. I understand maybe she felt attacked or, but you can't just sue people because they disagree with you on the internet, right? I mean, you can sue somebody for anything, but I don't think that's a good idea. Especially if you're going to be a public figure. You made these incredible claims. What do you expect people are going to dig? Of course, people are going to dig into it. you
Well,
know?
that's what I don't understand, Stephen, is that, like our ufology is full of two things, like skeptic, there's believers, but there's also a bunch of skeptics and investigators. Like, why would you come into a field that's full of skeptic and investigators with a story that is easily picked apart? Like, I just don't get it unless they really do. I know that some of them, like, like Lou says, he just thinks we're all bottom dwellers that are sitting around in our underwears with our X
Yeah,
Files poster on the
in
wall,
our mom's basement, in our mom's basement. I
Right.
have
So
that I want to believe poster, and you know what? I decided I'm taking it down because it's too cliche. You
too
can't have a
cliche,
show like this
man.
and not have that poster in your room. I'm gonna give it to my kids or something. I'm gonna put a guitar there or something better
Right.
because I'm running out of
Everybody's
room in
got
here.
it. But like there's some real savvy investigators, and I don't just mean the late Stan Friedman. There's other people who are picking up the ball, like yourself, and like recently myself. Like who have really stepped up to fill a hole that's kind of been exploited. So I don't know. Maybe that's notice to some of these other grifters out there. If you're going to come into the scene with some kind of cockamamie story and think it's going to float, don't. Just be prepared to get called out on it because the people are watching. There are lots of cool
Yeah,
people out there. I saw Scott Brown. I haven't seen him in forever. What's up, Scott?
yeah. We're gonna have Scott come on the show sometime. He was very critical of her story as well, and was on some of those panels, that we had talking about it, where she was here. I'm a little disappointed because one thing I will say that I respect her for is that she's kind of like a firebrand, like people talk shit and she goes, I'm coming on your show. I'm going to tell my side of the So I was kind of hoping that she would,
totally
but I didn't
agree.
want to twist her arm or whatever. I thought it was important, though, that we give this update of like, here's what's been going on and here's what people, here's what Charlie Weiser has found. And, I'm very supportive of Charlie Weiser. Somebody just tried to dox her, and they identified the wrong person. That wasn't her. So, I
Wow.
don't know.
Double wow.
And
How do people do that or think that that's okay? Like, I don't even want to go down that path today. Let's keep it here. But and Jolly's really, I agree. She's a firebrand, and she's also very, like I said, she believes what she's saying. So I find it actually pleasant to engage and talk to her. I don't find it at all combative
well,
or
that's why I couldn't be
unproductive.
nasty. I couldn't be nasty or mean to her because first of all, I believe that she believes what she's saying is 100% the truth. So, I can't really attack her for having an experience and believing it. I just don't. I got stuck on the DMT trip. That was what I said this was most likely caused by because she talks about a purple being. She talks about getting pulled out of her body. And go look up a DMT experience and listen to people. It's very common for people to feel those two things. One, that they were taken out of their body, and two, that they communicated with a purple being. And that's what she described. So,
Wow.
for all I know, maybe there was DMT in the cannabis oil that she was taking with these people. I don't know. But it just sounds so incredibly similar to a DMT trip to me that I thought that was the likely explanation for what happened to her.
It all makes sense, especially when you add in, the ambulance and then that whole story that you read just sounds like base truth, like it sounds like people that, there's two people on one side who are telling one story and then one on the other, so this
Yeah.
has
And
a far more realistic feel.
William K is asking, can strong cannabis oil make you see aliens? I don't know, but I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of people in my audience trying real strong cannabis oil tomorrow. And really, if you look, report back the results because I'm not big on oil. I've had CBD oil. I've never had THC oil. So I don't know, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I assume it could. I mean, like any drug, if you take too much of it, who knows what it's going to do to you. So it wouldn't be too hard to, make that conclusion based upon everything else. But again, I really want to hear Anjali's response to this new information. I hope she's out there listening, Anjali. I'm not going to be combative about it. I'm not hostile. That's not what this is about. But I
Yeah,
wanna
she's
know
welcome. If she changes her mind, she's welcome to come on and we'll just have a talk with her and she can tell us, what she has to say about what these people are saying about her experience that, contradicts much of what she said.
Well, like I said earlier, too, a couple of times, it does have a much more reality-based perspective from Wayne's story with the archway to the ambulance to everything. It's just like, oh, well, there you go. That explains it, So Is this, ironclad? Yeah, I mean, I think it is. So I want to hear what Anjali has to say. And if she's willing to consider this evidence that maybe it might, despite her beliefs, because I said that earlier, we both agreed, like we both feel like Anjali really believes her experience was real. But what I'm curious is if
Well,
she's
not
willing
only
to
that, but
accept this
she,
new evidence.
yeah, not only that, but she claims that she has these ongoing communications with these aliens on a, I guess, like a daily basis. And so,
Yeah.
apparently, but other people have pointed out that maybe that's her way of like removing the physical side of her experience. She claimed that her experience was physical inside a mountain and this and that, and saying, "Oh no, I have this conscious contact anytime I reach out to them." You know, makes it more mental and not so physical. People were
Mhm.
people were speculating that that's how she's going to pull the story out to move on to the it's mental and it's telepathy and it's not physical.
Yeah.
So who knows,
Well,
right?
it's very possible, and we've seen people do that in our field here before. There is another famous Dr. Greer that we talk about who goes into certain areas like that. But the point being too, and that's that something that we kind of mentioned before is that sometimes people get surrounded with a group of others that are just afraid to tell them no for one reason or to pull them back to ground and say no, wait a minute, you're getting a little bit out there, you need to come back to reality. And we've seen it in the cases of celebrities, but also in the cases of real strong personalities too will tend to do that too in just our day-to-day lives. I've seen it where there's a strong matron figure in a family and everyone's just like, oh my God, we can't question anything, she's always right, or other things. But it is easy with celebrities because they have that money and power, and so people who surround themselves are,
They really live in a bubble. Like if you've
yeah.
ever like I've known a few famous people, and they live in a bubble. And then a lot of times they don't get the same, I guess, treatment that a normal person would. Like a normal person, their friends would go, "You're full of shit, man. This is too crazy. Calm down." But if you got all this money and fame, that people just let you go off and do your thing. But back to this cannabis oil thing, she was adamant that no, she didn't. She didn't partake in any drugs. They weren't drinking. But now we know that she was drinking. I suppose you drink it, right? The cannabis oil, and what do we think of the possibility that it wasn't just cannabis oil, that it was cannabis oil with a hallucinogenic drug added to it? Could be many different compounds that could cause these sort of hallucinations added to the cannabis oil. We don't know that she was on other medications that may have, I don't know. I'm trying to get to what could generate these experience in a woman that has a very serious, she's got a very serious background. She worked for the Defense Intelligence Agency, she worked for the Air Force. So I'm so curious as to what it was that she ingested. We know she ingested something now, cannabis oil, but we don't know if there was something else in it that caused these experiences. Maybe she got what people would call dosed. Because I don't know about you, but I grew up in rock bands, and some guys used to think it was funny to dose people. Like let me drop this in their beer, and then we'll watch and we'll all have a laugh at them tripping their balls off. It's not funny,
It's
but
not funny.
people do this and they think it's funny. So how does she know that what she drank was only cannabis oil? Could have been dosed with anything, right?
Well, did Anjali say it was cannabis oil? Because I thought she had said she didn't take anything,
She
or
did say
not
she
that
didn't take
night.
anything. This Wayne and
Right.
Trisha said that they were all
That they were all doing it
they
together,
were,
right?
yeah. Mhm.
So, let's run with that for a second. Let's assume that they were out there all just taking some cannabis oil for a bit, and having fun and taking a hike in the desert, going to go look at the stars. Sounds like a good time, right? Maybe there could have been something else in there that was slipped in there. Or here's another thing too, is every body's different, like not everyone's going to, if you take a sip of a cannabis oil, it's not going to affect you the same as it does me, as it does Anjali, as it does anybody else. Every body is different, so we don't know how it could affect her. We could assume that did happen. I don't think Wayne sounds like the type of person to dose someone on their own, just for giggles. It sounds like he was drinking whatever she was drinking too, but then it just didn't hit him as hard for whatever reason. Maybe he took a little sip and Anjali put a big old college chug on it. I don't know, but she said she didn't take anything. So somewhere between there's some kind of truth, like, because she says she didn't take anything. They had this whole experience, and stuff like that. What would she say if they were to show her the medical logs from the 911 call where they summoned an ambulance there? Would she believe it, or is she going to stick to this story that it was something
No,
else?
she said that they did. There was an ambulance there. She's the one that let that out, which, she's made, if she wanted to keep these people's information private, she's made a few mistakes dropping information like that, because then we go, I'm sure somebody like Charlie Weiser and James Conrad went, well, let's go look at the ambulance logs and the 911 calls, and we'll find exactly the house where this occurred at.
You can get a recording of the phone call if you wanted to. You could FOIA
Lord Ludicrous
Platt.
I did not know this. According to Lord Ludicrous Platt, I don't know if this is true, but schizophrenia can be triggered by cannabis. I would assume maybe, yeah. If somebody's already a little frayed on the edges of sanity, and then you give them a drug that increases mental activity and speeds your brain up or makes you a little paranoid, that could cause some kind of a rift. And of course, we're just speculating here. I'm not a psychiatrist or psychologist or expert on drugs, though I have a lot of experience with that stuff in my younger years, especially.
Yeah,
it used to be a thing in Philadelphia. You would go down the South Street and you would get LSD tabs, and put it under your tongue, and then you're going to have a fun night. But I did way too much of that stuff when I was young, and then I had a really bad one and said, I'm never doing that again.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, maybe
all it takes is one that's real bad, and you go, oh God. And this was the stuff with the strychnine in it, so you're going to be tripping balls for like 24 hours straight. You can't sleep. That's terrible.
No
it
fun.
Was terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, so one thing about that though, remember, so if a paramedic was summoned that night, it's safe to assume that they checked her vitals for, to make sure she's stable, that she doesn't have any sort of, visible signs of anything. But that's not a psychological assessment, and it's not an assessment of any sort of, what I mean? They're not looking her body over for wounds to see if she was abducted or has an implant. They're checking her heart rate and her blood pressure and her temperatures and, her eye dilation and responses and things. Yeah, it's vitals. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for, the vitals. So, they did get that. So we know that nothing was too bad. Even if she was dosed, it was enough that they said, yeah, you're safe to stay here and not get transported to the emergency room, which is their duty to do. But I'd be real curious to see if she comes up and, answers to this new information, says, well, no, this is all a lie, or these are the wrong people and they're, misinforming on me. But if these are the right people and she's calling them a liar, that's not going to look, it's going to look even worse for her. If these are the right people, Anjali, you should probably just admit it now and try to figure out what really happened.
1 second. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
Yep.
Books asked how thorough was the medical checkup. Well, it was a paramedics on the scene, so we don't, it wasn't a full ER checkup, but it was, probably like Steven said, just the vitals.
Somebody was calling from a private number. I don't know. Call back if you're who I think you might have been. I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and I think Charlie Weiser says we're on the wrong track. Well, tell us what the right track is. You think? I think that Charlie may think that she's just making all this up, and we're kind of going, maybe she got dosed and really believes this. But
honestly, I tend to agree with Charlie that she is making it up, but I want to know why she feels like she believes it. That's the part that kind of worries me, because she's not acting like someone who's telling a lie. She's acting like someone who has a perception, like a perception of a kind of an altered past, like is just sticking to their guns on something. So I don't know, but maybe that's what Charlie's talking about there.
Yeah, Charlie, you let us know what your take on it is. You've been digging into it for quite a while. Let us know what your take on it is. I'm sorry, it's difficult to multitask here. I'm paying attention to the live chat, so if I see you, post a comment or one.
Yeah, grab that. Put them on if it's who you think it is.
And private number again, and then the call drops. Yeah, but the call drops before I can get it.
You can't get a connection. It's probably a VoIP that's not got a good internet.
Maybe, yeah.
I agree with what
Let
V
me check
said,
in with
though.
my Twitter. Yeah, what do you think
V said
about what V
something
said?
here. She says, V says, I tend to believe what that Anjali believes she believes. It's a lot of belief, but yeah. And I think we're all on the same page when when you're looking at Anjali, you don't get to feel like she's someone who's trying to lie to you, your internal BS detector gives you that clarification. But, that's intelligence people for you. Aren't they paid to do that?
Yeah, that's another thing that worried me about her is her, government ties. How do we know that they didn't send her out to talk about this stuff or get people interested in aliens instead of what's really going on? I don't trust people that are former government employees to tell me the truth about anything, especially aliens, you
Well,
know?
and the timing, remember, I asked her that too. I said, it seems awful fortuitous that you come out when you do, when there's this resistance against Mr. Elizondo at the time. That was around the alien threat fiasco, and people really started questioning hard, besides the rest of us who had been run over for the years. But, I said, it's really fortuitous that you come out and there's this distraction that's not only a distraction, but is a almost perfect distraction with someone who you can't argue with because she is. Nobody wants to. How can you look at Anjali and get angry? You can't. Like, she's such a nice person. Like, even when she disagrees with people, she does it in a civil way. That's just it's cool. You might not get the answers you want out of her, but she's not like gonna attack you and call you a jerk and all that stuff. So, I really do admire her moxie. And like you said, her firebrand. I admire that when people. That when I reached out to her to be here tonight and tweeted to her, she responded within minutes and was like, "Thank you, but I can't be there." Like, I admire that instead of
I
just
get that.
ignoring
Yeah,
us.
she's a nice person, so I don't want to beat her up or some people, I think it's not black and white. There's gray areas. Like there's some people that are out there that you can research and that they're making things up. They're selling fake information to believers. They're very toxic people. Buy my course, buy my documentary. I'm going to tell you all the truth about aliens, but they never seem to do it. And they make, tons of money for decades. I didn't get that from her. I just
Because
didn't
she's
get
not
that
asking
from
for
her.
anything, right? She
Yeah.
didn't ask for money, and in fact, she did that whole remember witness citizen poll to get, and you were on it. Like, if she'd have made that expedition to the mountain, you were going to be there, right?
Hello, this is Steven. Dropped call again. And this time it's from unknown. I'm going to turn this off. If anybody needs to contact me, they know how to do it. DM me on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion, or PM me on Facebook. I'm going to monitor each. I was hoping that maybe that was her. So Charlie Weiser says, I do not think she made it all up or that she was dosed. So what do you think?
Yeah, where's the
Okay,
middle
we'll
ground,
see.
Charlie?
Remember, she did not say on that day she saw aliens tunnels. I think she may have incorporated that day into later experiences or meeting entities on other drugs or via meditation. Yeah, maybe she conflated two different events. That's a good possibility.
Well, that would make sense to, like you were saying too, like how she continues to have these contacts and experiences as well, right? Like she could be
This one I never got.
putting some of that
Rebecca
on.
Turner says, "Okay, let me ask you guys this: if Anjali was ugly and fat, would you still believe her? I bet most of you would not. I know a lot of you want to, because she's good looking. Yeah, people accused me of being in love with her and simping for her or something, and I don't get it.
Yeah,
I don't understand.
I
But
don't care
I
what
don't
she
base.
talks or what she looks like, but it's how
Yeah,
she communicates with people, right, Stephen? Like she's very, like we said, she's personable. So I wouldn't care if she was, as you put it, fat and ugly. As long as she still talked to me with the same way that she does, we'd have the same interaction.
yeah, and I'm a really really married guy. Like I don't even think I look at other women like that. I try not to. I don't want to get beat up. My wife's.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's kind of subjective, anyways. I mean, attraction like that is all in the eye of the beholder. So
Yeah, but it's interesting though that a lot of people have cited her appearance and said that one of the reasons she had a whole bunch of male followers that were interested in UFOs and aliens is because she's attractive. I don't see it, but I recognize that people think that maybe, right?
yeah, yeah. You know, like I said, I just think that she's pleasant to talk to because she's very open and frank and is like, this is what I know and this is what I don't know and this is what I'm trying to say and that's it. It's refreshing, you know, like it's not having to sift through and read between the lines. I mean, maybe in some cases, but with her direct experience, it's not. So that's what I was referring to. But yeah, I'm curious to, you know, yeah. Charlie, if that's the case, what do you believe? I'm real curious what you think her motivations were to come out when she did. You know, what was
Yeah,
the
a lot of people
catalyst?
think it was a setup for writing books. She wanted to sell some books in the future.
Well, I think if you follow Charlie's early research, that kind of syncs with the podcast and the other different attempts to liven up what would normally seem as like a normal life and try to make it into something more creative. You know, so maybe we're seeing that manifestation in a different form. You know, instead of on paper, it's in reality now, or in a public persona, or I don't know. I mean, like we'd have to really get into who is Anjali to answer that, and she should be here to answer that. Um,
Yeah, we don't want to speak for her. She's
no,
going to
and I'm
have
not
her
trying
own
to.
take on this. Yeah.
Yeah. I think it is
Well,
interesting though that Wayne has just straight up said, "Look, there's no tunnel. That's all garbage," you know. And I wonder if at this point, if anyone is still interested, you know, hey Wayne, if Bob Bigelow pops up and says, "Hey, I want to buy your mountain for 20 mil," take it. Just don't let him write a little asterisk in there that says, "Oh, if we don't find a tunnel, the deal's off." Say it's sight unseen and it's sold as is for 20 mil. You can have it, you know. But yeah, I mean, other than
there'd
that,
be
if he
some
wants, oh yeah.
disappointed dudes when there's no aliens after you spend 20 million, you know?
Wayne, take Bob's money. He's got plenty to share. Go ahead. But yeah, I mean, otherwise,
Yeah.
maybe he would let a civilian group come in there at some point if he really wants to clear the air and say, "B, I'm done." You know, like it sounds like before he didn't want that. Remember, Anjali was saying, "Oh, well, Wayne doesn't want all this attention. He doesn't want all this attention. He doesn't want people all over the place." But now it sounds like Wayne is coming out a little bit, so he might be a little bit more responsive. He might say, "Hey, yeah, if you guys want to do some kind of thing over there, we'll do it. You know, I'll let one of these people who offered to pay a little bit of money to come in and film something do it, you know, or just do it as a service to show you there's no dang tunnel. This is all, you know, a story." So I don't know, maybe as Charlie's communicating with Wayne, he'll come around. I mean, I know it's hard because Charlie's on one side of the world and Wayne lives down south of me a few hours, you know, but that's just
Hmm.
how it works,
Yeah.
you know. Good for you for doing that research, Charlie, and for digging in and not letting go. I appreciate it for one, and I hope a lot of other people do too.
Yeah. And, you know, it's interesting that there's still such intense interest in her story, given the fact that there is literally zero evidence other than her testimony of what she claims happened to her. I found the interest in her story was amazing to me, that so many people were interested when there's no, you know, normally when somebody comes out with one of these stories, they have some kind of proof, you know. It's usually pretty weak, or, you know, one of those this maybe proof, but they show something other than testimony. But, you know, I think people like Corey Good opened the door for people to just come and tell a good story, and people jump all over it because this hunger for this information to be true and real, and for people want new information about this. And this was a new story, which is rare in this thing, a brand new story.
Let me ask you this, okay? Like, and this is a complete hypothetical. I'm not saying that this is what Anjali has done, but let's just say that the intelligence community wanted to do a kind of test to see how much traction a completely unverified story could get with a minimal amount of credentials. Because let's face it, her intelligence credentials were in the 70s, and they weren't very. She wasn't there for a long time, if I remember correctly. It was a very
Yeah.
short period of time. So the point being, if you wanted to say, hey, let's take a very, 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 very junior person with minimal experience and see how far they can get on a completely unsubstantiated story, this would be a perfect experiment because it shows that she not only got her foot in the door, but actually probably gained a little bit of traction after the initial dive when things didn't go through for the expedition, you know. But pretty much since then, she's gained some traction and she's got some respect. But people have been like you and me, we're just like, what's there to talk about until there's something new, which finally there is with Charlie's new drop of this information, you know. So we just didn't have anything for so long because, and you know, Anjali was the first to say that, well, there's nothing real new. I can't, I can tell you about the same story over and over again, or tell you about my opinions or philosophies, but that's got nothing to do with the purple alien, Wayne, the mountain, and all of that. So I think she's been writing that a long time, and I wouldn't be surprised if, even if she wasn't an op, she was allowed to do that so that they could operate, so they could look at it and see how far it went and see how to critique it, so that they could use that tactic in the future. That might be why someone from the intelligence agency just didn't out her right away and say, she was only worked here a few years, or there's no reason for this to be legit. But, good for Wayne for coming out and speaking up. I'm really glad to hear that. It's kind of sad it took so long, but I can understand why Wayne wanted to remain out of it, because of all of the public scrutiny. Like you said at the beginning of the show, she had inadvertently let the cat out of the bag and given way too much information, because Anjali underestimated the internet. Like, if people want to find out where you're at, because they'll look at the moss on a tree to figure out where you're at, and they will find you if enough people are looking. It's happened. We've seen it many, many times. So, she underestimated the internet. I think she kind of underestimated Twitter too, with all the skepticism that she was going to get on there. But she handled it like a champ by doing that community witness citizen thing. Like, to me, I was just like, if this goes through, I'm 100% Anjali, man. Because I was pumping for you, Stephen, and there was a couple other people I knew that were on there, and I was telling everybody, go vote for Stephen, go vote for our people, get some person that we know personally on this committee, because I want to know someone who goes into that mountain and says, yes, there's an alien in there. I'll be like, I'll take your word for it, Stephen. Show me the video that you shot. And that
I
was
wanted
the point.
I would have went if there was something to it. If she's, I would have went. And V is saying, which one of us is mispronouncing her name? Is it Anjali or Anjali? I think she's okay with either pronunciation. I don't know. I say Anjali.
I've always said it Anjali too. I thought, was I saying it a different way?
Anjali. If people are upset, no offense, and listen, no offense, but if you're going to pick a made up name and it has some weird pronunciation, people might get it wrong, right? So, and no disrespect intended to her if I get it wrong.
Yeah, me either. Definitely. Like, I've always been respectful to Anjali, who, you know what I'm saying? Anjali, I've always been respectful to her, and I don't know why people want to think I'm trying to disrespect her. I'm not, but there are some questions with her story, So, yeah, I'll be curious what she says when she sees this. She told us to talk about it and to get it out there, so that's what we're doing. And I'll wait for her response. I follow her on Twitter, and, I'll wait to see what she has to say. I hope it's not too long, because I'm curious, but, what does the channel think about this? What do people in the chat think about this new information? I mean, do they feel like what do you guys think? Do you think there's something there, or do you think it's more of a mundane issue?
She said there's no Lee at the end. Ajal, then how am I supposed to say it?
Anjali?
See, this is what I'm saying. Some people are so particular about everything. Anjali? Anjali?
Anjali. I don't know. Record it and play a video for us so we know. I mean, I'm not sure. I'm not being disrespectful, but yeah. And I don't know. She didn't say anything about me butchering her name when I was on the live stream with her. So anyhow.
By the way, just a mention there, Manny. Somebody was in the live chat doxing me and now my wife. So they were removed.
Tonight, right now, in this during
the
stream?
Right in our live chat, somebody is talking about, doxing my legal name. They mentioned my wife's first name.
Yeah, we all know who that is. And
answer the question right.
Yeah,
I want to play a game. Answer the question right, and your wife lives. Answer it wrong, and you won't make the sequel. And they keep ringing my phone. 3 guesses who that asshole is.
Oh, I saw that. Was that the guy with the little scream mask in the chat?
Yeah,
that's Oh yeah, really? Oh, I see what they're doing there. That's just terrible, And enough of reports of that to YouTube will get an IP address. So I hope they're bouncing their signal through a few different VPNs, not just one.
Yeah, I apologize on the name thing. Like, I want to pronounce her name right. I think I even asked her when she was on my show. I'll have to review exactly how she says people should say her name, and we'll say it.
Yeah, I think people were just looking for a
Call
reason to
ended.
be upset there. That's fake rage. I'm sorry. Anjali knows that I've never butchered her name or been disrespectful to her. And if she feels that way, I'd like to hear from her because I feel like I've
Oh, maybe
always
it's
been
me then. It's
respectful.
Anjali, not Anjali. I'm sorry. No disrespect intended.
Nah.
But
So, yeah, like people do pick on names. They look at appearance. That's all that just little sarcastic, character assassination stuff. That's nothing like going into a chat with somebody's personal information. Like that's just beyond any sort of norm. Like that person needs some psychological help or incarceration, maybe.
yeah,
Notorious
yeah.
creep.
And then there's other
Yeah.
people you'll remember, like, yeah, and that ghost face person is the one that keeps ringing my phone. Like, great. Now I have to change my cell phone number because some assholes have it.
Yeah. Yeah. We all have to.
And
We
they're
have to do that at some point.
literally threatening my family in the live chat.
Well, we'll be
And
addressing that. We
we
talked
know this
about that
is
before
over.
the show, remember? Like there's other ways that we can address that are not don't require these passive systems to be in place that aren't working. So we'll handle that. Yeah. But Anjali, I hope you do hear this and I hope you feel comfortable coming on talking about this sometime because this is a respectful platform. Would be a comfortable conversation. No one's going to try to jump on your gotcha. All the information's right there. So, figure out how you want to address it and come on sometime so we can talk because people here want to know your side. But, as it stands, if she doesn't answer this, then there's pretty much no reason to ever talk about her again, really, as far as I'm concerned. Her story's pretty much debunked as a vision or a drug induced hallucination or something like that, unless she can refute the research that Charlie's done here. So, yeah, we'll see how she responds.
Yeah. This, I'm sorry, I'm a little distracted looking at these messages from this asshole.
Yeah, no, I get that, and that's exactly why they do that, Steve.
Oh, they
Let's not
said
get
I'm
ourselves
standing
again.
out. They said I'm standing outside the house now.
Yeah,
Things are going a little too far with the certain show host asshole who doxed me, and now apparently everybody's got some personal information of mine, and people are going to come at me and make threats. Good luck if you come to my house because I've got a lot of weapons.
wasn't there a YouTuber by the name of Boogie where someone showed up at his house and they got a pistol shoved in their face because of stuff like this? Like this is America. You probably don't want to go knocking on people's door and harassing them. That's a pretty bad idea.
Or threatening their wife on a public live stream in the live chat. That's pretty fucking stupid.
Yeah, it's immature and stupid, and people who threaten are just looking for attention. Otherwise, they just do it. So, whatever. Yeah, too bad. It's sad that you have to deal with that because of this, and that all that started. Didn't that all that start when you
Yeah,
hosted
it's
me
your
after Who's
fault.
Lou?
It's your fault. It's all your fault.
Yeah, we'll be talking more about that in the future too, in different platforms. But yeah. So I don't know, man. I think at this point, I think the book is pretty much closed down on Jolly if she doesn't respond to this. And again, this is pretty much day one, so she needs to be given some time to respond to that. It's not fair to call her up before
Yeah,
dinner and
and
be like,
she's
"Can you come on the show in 60 minutes?" you know.
yeah, I
But
agree. That was I didn't know I was going to do this until right before an hour before the show or whatever. I was kind of debating whether I wanted to cover it or not. But since everybody asked me for an update on this Anjali story, and there was really no update to give, and now I felt like, well, this is new information, and people should know that these so-called witnesses to her story refute most of what she said in her story. You know.
and again, it does refute it. It has more of a feel of reality to it than the counter story, which was quite fantastic to be amazing or to be blood. I mean, it was just extraordinary. But yeah, I guess we'll see. We'll see what happens when she responds, and go from there.
Yeah. And I want to mention that she's welcome to come here anytime, and there's an open door here. She can come and give her side of the story. We'll be respectful. We'll be kind to her, as kind as and respectful as we can be. That's all we can do here, and I'd be happy to give her an opportunity to talk about these recent revelations. And if she disputes what they've said, great. She can tell her side of it. Um,
Well, what's it going to
Yeah.
take to get, get all three of them on a live stream together and just say, let's hash this out in public? Like it seems like they represented their story and it synced with all the facts that we found, the ambulance and all that other stuff. Like you've got one story that fits the evidence and the other that has, I guess, fits the evidence because she admitted the ambulance showed up, but is a completely different take on it. So, yeah, it should be interesting to see how this unfolds, and I'm curious what other people's takes are on the new evidence. So we'll see how people are responding to it out there on Twitter, and if anyone makes videos about it.
Yeah, I don't know where the story goes from here. Where do you think it goes from here? So, I mean, she could just refute what they said and keep going with her contact stories, I guess.
Yeah,
I
but like
don't
I
know.
said, if she doesn't address it, I just don't see how anyone can take her seriously. She has to address this counter story because it's pretty, even without any evidence, it's just a straight counter story that counteracts hers, and she doesn't have any evidence either. So, like I said, one smells like reality, and the other sounds like a interpretation or a perspective. So,
Or a delusion.
or delusion, or yeah. So yeah, that's we'll just see what happens. Like I said, it's still just day one for me. I just found was made aware of this today, and I don't know. Like you said, Anjali's obviously been aware of it for a while, but if there was some sort of response to it, so that I'm kind of curious why she didn't just address it then. Why wait for someone on these platforms to bring it out? Why wait for someone on Twitter or YouTube? Why not contact Charlie directly and say, hey, like this is my side, like let's squash this, but maybe she can't. Maybe she can't. So,
You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to have Wayne and Trisha and Anjali on one show, right?
dude,
And let
book it.
them hash it out. Yeah, I would really like to do that because then we're going to get a better sense of which one of these people are, which side of the story is the true story and which side is an embellished or made up account or misinterpreted. Again, I want to be as fair to her as possible. Some people are saying she may have conflated, multiple events down to one, or,
Yeah. And, honestly, I think you have been way fair, and way delicate with the situation, which is good, because you sense that there might be more than, we've talked about there might be some potential psychological problems or physiological problems that might be involved here. And so you always want to be a little, if that's the case, you want to be a little bit more reserved and a little bit more patient. But, Anjali has said that's not the case. She was checked out by the VA. She's a sound, fit minded body. Where are we to go with that? It sounds more and more like a drug-induced hallucination and a very great experience that maybe could have been used to humble one's person and make themselves look at things a little differently, but is not necessarily, in my opinion, ongoing contact with any form of alien species. We just haven't seen any evidence of that. So, yeah.
yeah. It's unfortunate though that some people were nasty to her, and I decided I wasn't going to be one of them. And I took a lot of flack for actually being kinder to her than I've been to many other people, because you know how I am. I'm like, this person a fraud, rah, and then her I was a little more gentle with about the whole thing, right?
Yeah, well, and I'm taking a page out of that too. We can all be a little bit more gentler when we're dealing with people that we are disagreeing with or that we are confronting about things, and it's not just her. Maybe you're seeing a trend in people who are changing in this time frame, but it could just be her too. Like I said, she's real endearing, like when you talk to her, she's real personable and she makes you feel like she listens to you and is communicating with you and not just talking at you. Like she's a very personable person. So that might be part of it too, is that, like that's a kind of a tactic to make sure that people aren't going to call you out too much. There's other people who do that same thing too. They'll give you a compliment the second you're on the show, or like I pointed out Elizondo does when he got on the Black Vault with John Greenwald, and he's like, oh, we fear you at the Pentagon, you're a FOIA guy, you're this, that. And then I started noticing how on every show he goes to, he's got some little, hey buddy, for the host, it's like, hey, we're pals, don't rock me too hard, don't ask me any hard questions because I get you a
It's
fist
the
bump.
game. It's the
Yeah.
game. It's the game. A lot of these guys play. They go in the softball UFO circle jerk and keep selling whatever their wares are.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's just kind of people do that. You know, your car salesman does the same thing when you walk on the lot. If you're wearing a Portland Trail Blazers hat, he's going to be like, Blazers. If you got a Raiders hat on, he's going to be like, Raiders. You know, like he doesn't care. It's a sales technique, a manipulation technique. So, I don't, you know, I'm talking about Lou and Jolly there. So I don't want to be
Yeah, you're
confused. I'm
getting
not,
them conflated, right?
I
You're
know.
getting
No,
them
I'm conflating them all. It's Lou
Well,
Jolly.
you know what? You know what I will say is that I was getting very prejudiced against anybody coming out with a story about aliens or UFOs or, you know, because of the amount of people that are full of shit and fraudsters out there. You start thinking they must all be like this. And I don't believe that's the case any longer. I'm trying to be kinder to people and, you know, especially experiencers and other things, because I don't know what's going on in their heads or what is creating these incredible experiences that they claim that they have. You know, it's easy to start conflating these, you know, and going, well, if we've shown that 10 of these people out there in UFO land making money from this are fraudsters, then why not all of them, right? But I'm still hopeful that some people are not on the take.
Yeah, you know, and there are some that are not on the take. I think the vast majority of people are out in this field and doing this for their, you know, sincere best efforts, you know. Where it starts to get questioning is when big money comes into it always. You know, big money is where you start to worry about things and people losing their, you know, their base, you know, and tending to get out of reality and into their own little worlds, you know, like you said earlier, their bubble. So, but this field is full of people, and it's just, I think it's a trend that's mirroring the mainstream media and the rest of our lives. You know, like we're seeing this distrust in this news for profit, in this disclosure for profit, in this buy my this, buy my that. And so people are looking
Disclosure for
more
dollars, baby.
disclosure. Yeah, like people are looking more to independent people like yourself and myself. You know, we're out there doing this because we're trying to find the truth for ourselves, and at the same time share it with people as we learn it. So, you know, I think we might see a rise of that not only in ufology but also in other elements of our culture. People are going to start looking more and more for independent journalists, independent free thinkers, things like that, because it seems like every mainstream story nowadays is about clicks and views and money, and they don't really care about the news or the truth or the research hardly at all. So the pendulum
Yeah.
is swinging back.
Well, let's hope so. You know, I need a bigger bullhorn. It's interesting though that, you know, we've got handicaps though, because we're talking about a lot of facts and evidence and well-researched material, and other people are just telling stories, and that's what gets the clicks and the views and the attention. It's sad. It makes me sad because, you know, I can't just make shit up here. We got to give people facts and evidence. So it's like you and me are both trying to run a marathon with two broken legs, Manny.
Right, and a backpack full of weights. I feel you. You know, like yeah, it is
Yeah.
hard, and there's a lot of money out there. I was talking to a guy a few years back who still works for Yahoo, and I said, "Oh, really? Yahoo's still around? What the hell are you guys doing nowadays?" And it turns out that they're in like search engine optimization and analytics. And he started going off about this rant in the mainstream about how everything's rage culture now because they did a study once that shows that people click on rage-filled headlines and thumbnails 400% more than they do on the wholesome stuff like
Then
the
everything
community
became
based.
rage filled. Yeah. Then
Yeah,
everything becomes that. Yeah.
yeah.
I know somebody that I grew up with that, believe it or not, lives in New York. And you know what he does? He writes stories about uh, celebrities. And it's the stupidest. He writes the stupidest stuff. He hates his life because he didn't become a writer to do that. But that's what people click on. You know, look at this. There's a story today that Jason Momoa is getting back with Lisa Bonet. Millions of people clicked on that story. So you can
Right.
imagine that there's revenue when millions of people, you know, but it doesn't make the story have any real value, I guess, you know.
And we know
And
that you can promote things too. I mean, there's ways to make sure that people click on these things by shoving it down their throat, putting it at the top of search orders, placing ads on,
Mhm.
network television that are friendly or owned by the same people. There's all kinds of ways to get your story out there that's all profit driven. And, that's really kind of what we've come up with in ufology that I touched on in Who's Lou about how this UFO narrative just kept getting perpetuated because nobody wanted to stop it because it was making them all money. I mean, in the forms
Yeah.
of clicks and views. Not that there was not like it was a conspiracy, but they're just like, hey, this is the latest thing, and I'm not going to be the one guy to rock the boat. And that's all, you know.
Well, when
so-
it's suddenly it's on CNN a lot and Fox News, you know that they're making money from it because they don't do a story unless they're making money from it. And I want to thank Ash Dobbs for kind and generous $10 super chat. Says thanks Truth Seekers, thanks Manny, good night friends. Anybody else have any money to throw at me? There's a money button down there. Get them in now because we're going to be wrapping things up. Call this a short one. I still have to make the Patreon video for tonight. So if you're a Patreon supporter, make sure that you check out the Patreon links. It'll be up in a few hours from now.
Yeah, I see some friendly faces out there. I'm going to give them all shout outs now, if you don't mind, man. Like,
Yeah, be my guest.
For the Love of Kitties, that's Mr. Bubble's kitty adoption channel and cat videos. He does some really cool stuff. I know that I see Mr. Eon's out there, even though we got into a little argument the other day. Good to see you, buddy. B. Baker, V, Glitch Loop. There's all kinds of people. Ash Dobbs.
Yeah, not my rabbit hole. Terry Joyce is here. Cybermind Arcade, Zaxonite, shout out. And we said V. And of course, Ash Dobbs, our kind and generous $10 super chatter for tonight. We have Captain Corrosive, B. Baker, of course, holding down the live chat moderation. M.
Baker.
Kelly, 12 feet tall. Rugged Source. Yeah, we mentioned Mysterion is here. Armstrong is here. Davina is here. Michelle Morrison. Troubled Minds from the Troubled Minds podcast is here. Always good to see him in the chat. That means I'm doing something right because he's got a good show. So if he's listening, that means my show's not completely shitty, right? It's got to be at least decent if he's listening because he's got a great show. Yeah.
Yeah, so thanks for coming by, everybody. And
Sunrose Homesteader, Randall Hill, Glitch Loop, Liz G, Ash Dobbs. I think we got a bunch of you. William K, Mr. DB Cooper. Oh, the people are calling me from a private number again. Lord Ludicrous Plaid with a kind and generous $1.99 says, great show. Keep up the fight, Manny and Steve. Thanks for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. We're a viewer-supported show. I should have brought Manny. I should have got Manny to get a poll or something. We can make him dance for the super chats, right? No, that'd probably make people not pay money, right?
You could pay them for, yeah.
I always say I need extra money, so I'm gonna start an OnlyFans. But on my OnlyFans, you have to pay to see me put my clothes back on. That's how mine's gonna work.
If you don't pay, I'm gonna start ripping them off. So keep. If you want to keep it sane.
Yeah, I don't think there's much else to talk about. So I think we're going to jump off here because until there's new developments or she really responds, she kind of responded, but she didn't address each of these sort of plot points that they are disputing. Captain Corrosive, Wayne is a stud and we love him. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Big $5 super chat, very generous of you.
Go Wayne.
Wayne K says, thanks for the update, Stephen. Another great show. Yeah, I'm glad that I could give an update. Everybody keeps asking me, and I'm like, what do you want me to say? Nothing happened. The expedition got canceled, and the hype train went away, and now she's just talking about stuff on Twitter that the aliens tell her since then. There's not much of a story there, but this tonight is a story because now we've got two people she claimed were witnesses to her experience, refuting most of what she claimed happened in that experience.
So yeah, we'll just have to see what she says. Until then there won't be any new news on Anjali. There's no reason to really talk about her at that point. It's just kind of case closed, unfortunately. But hey, we can still, maybe she'll join ufology and do some investigating of her own and do some other things that are interesting. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I wish her the best. I think she believes that she's some kind of chosen person to do some great thing for humanity. And I guess I can, all I can do is wish her the best and hope that whatever's going on with her, that she is at peace and happy. And, it can't be good to have this much scrutiny on you for this long. It's got to be taxing. She's on Twitter. People are being nasty to her or attacking her or saying that she's full of shit or whatever for months on end. It takes a toll on you.
Yeah, and I hope nobody's out there just blasting her like that. She doesn't deserve that. Come on, she's not aggressive or hostile or combative or anything like that. She's quite the opposite. So if you want to disagree with her, disagree with her. If you want to ask her to answer to these new facts, that's one thing. But just keep it respectful. There's no reason to take it to the schoolyard level.
Yeah, yeah, I agree with you. Well, I want to thank you, Manny, and I want to remind everybody. We'll give them another plug. It's whosloomovie.com, or search on YouTube for Area 503 and look for his video with the most views. That would be the Who's Lou movie. It's free to watch on YouTube. It's also on Odyssey. You guys had to back it up there, which I was glad to see due to people trying to cancel Manny and his movie. And that's not right. So go over there, whosloomovie.com. All the research material, everything he talks about is all on the website. And you can watch the movie on whosloomovie.com for free as well. It costs nothing. And it's good to ask questions and support people who are asking the tough questions. Lou Elizondo won't come here or appear with Manny and answer these questions. So Manny asked the questions publicly. And so far, Lou Elizondo has not answered any of these questions, which leads me to believe that Manny may be right over the target with a lot of his interpretation of the evidence. Whosloomovie.com. Make sure you support him, guys.
Thanks, guys. And support other people like Stephen Cambion and Charlie Weiser who are out there doing good research in the name of truth and just getting it out there. Like none of us has a financial interest in this. This is about getting the truth out. So make sure that you guys are out there supporting people like that. Go give Charlie a subscribe and support their work in any way that you can.
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to throw you out of here. Thank you for your participation. Good night. All right, friends. What can I say? You wanted an update. We finally have one to bring to you. I'm sorry. It may not be what you guys wanted to hear. Some of you have been following the story and are big believers in Anjali. Others have been more skeptical, and maybe this outcome is exactly what you expected. Me, I still wish her the best, and I'm hopeful that maybe she'll come here and talk about these recent revelations. She's welcome to do that. We have an open door policy for her and many others here. Anybody that we talk about really is free to come here and have a conversation with us. So what else can I say? Thank you all for joining us tonight. Thanks to our kind and generous Patreon supporters, PayPal donators, Cash App, it's Truth Seeker Show, or Super Chatters. We appreciate that being a viewer-supported show. And I'm always happy when there's an audience. So glad you could come here tonight and be a part of mine, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you. Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. You'll have to forgive me for one moment. I have had some technical problems, and we are, for the first time ever, running this from not my preferred browser. So if there's any issues, someone in the live chat, please let me know. For some reason, audio completely dead on my preferred browser with 3 different microphones, 2 different inputs. Not quite sure what the issue is, but did not want to miss our start time. We try to stick to that. I respect your time, so we don't want to make you wait 20 minutes for me to be plugging and unplugging things. So today is April 11th. It is actually spring break, and I've had a long day with my 2 boys, but I'm still here, anxious to show up and get some work done. Now, you may recall that we have covered this Anjali story since the very beginning, since her press conference at the Lincoln Memorial, telling everyone that she met aliens in a secret tunnel, alien base. And it has progressed from there. Now, maybe I was naive in thinking that once we followed all the leads, investigated the story, and basically proved that she fabricated huge parts of her story, that would be the end of the story. But now we see that the story goes on. This is a continuation now. And there's several things that strike me, and you'll have to forgive me because I'll be doing tonight just off the top of my head. I have no notes here, but I am very well versed in what Anjali's latest move is, and that is something that I have affectionately called, this is my term, the Cosmic Con Shuffle. That's what's going on here, and I'd like to educate all of you, especially if you haven't been here in the world of aliens and UFOs for many years, as I have. Because if you have been here for, say, 10 or 20 years, watching all of these conspiracy land characters and the different characters who, come out and tell fantastical stories about aliens, you might not spot the pattern of the Cosmic Con Man Shuffle. So we're going to get into all this and more and talk about her latest news stories, because that's part of the Cosmic Con Man Shuffle. I'm going to share something from my Twitter here. We do have, I don't have any notes, but I do have sort of a breakdown that I have made about the Cosmic Con Man Shuffle. So let's get into it, friends. Let's get into it. All right. So first, thanks to a friend of the show who sent me this graphic when we completely and totally, I believe, proved without a shadow of a doubt to anybody that's actually interested in facts, evidence, and the truth, proved that this Anjali person completely and totally made up and fabricated large portions of her original story. We went on to speak to her so-called Wayne, and I did speak to Wayne, her so-called Wayne's Trish, which is actually, his name is Brian, and we heard that interview here where Brian and his wife, the original witnesses that she likes to cite as being in on this incredible alien experience inside a tunnel, they completely and totally dispute her version of events and largely tell a story about, doing some cannabis oil, drinking, hanging out, partying. And some 3 years later, this Anjali person would start calling them, Skyping them, trying to convince them to go along with these incredible stories about aliens that she had been telling on the internet for 6 months, I think, at that point. It's just, this whole story just gets nuttier and nuttier. But the major point here is that just 1 month ago, we did the work along with other researchers who certainly did an incredible amount of work tracking down these so-called witnesses to her story, thanks to Charlie Weiser and James A. Conrad and a few others. I got to speak with Brian and his wife. We got to interview them and hear that almost nothing that she said was actually true, according to them, and they were witnesses to the evening that she described these alien experiences. And remember, we got that revelation just 4 weeks ago. So I have noticed this incredible pattern that I call the cosmic con man shuffle, but she's deviating from it because maybe she's new at this. So we're going to get into the cosmic con man shuffle. And once you hear this, you'll be able to increase your level of discernment, because you will be able to spot this cosmic con man shuffle pattern, not just in Anjali, but in many, many, many of these people. And so let's get into it, friends. Here is the breakdown of how, just exactly how, the cosmic con man shuffle works. And before we do get into it, I want to say just off the top of my head, Stephen Greer does the cosmic con man shuffle. Richard Dolan does the cosmic con man shuffle. Linda Moulton Howe does the cosmic con man shuffle. I could think of many other people that have done the cosmic. Bob Lazar certainly does the cosmic con man shuffle. Jeremy Corbell for sure does the cosmic con man shuffle. He just gonna have to do it again because he just got caught like talking up this whole deal of these, you know, so-called secret government documents that were actually based on things like the National Enquirer. But he'll be doing the cosmic con man shuffle shortly. They all do it. All the top tier people, all the people, especially the people making the most money at this, do the cosmic con man shuffle. Okay? And here's how the cosmic con man shuffle works. I have been observing this in these characters for decades now. I spot it as a pattern time and time and time again. And besides Anjali tonight, one of the reasons we're covering her again is because she just handed me a gift. She went and did the cosmic con man shuffle just recently over the weekend. And this gives me an opportunity to teach people about the cosmic con man shuffle. This is so prevalent in the so-called alien or UFO community. All the top tier people do this cosmic con man shuffle. Like I said, I have seen Richard Dolan do the cosmic con man shuffle. We certainly see David Wilcock, Corey Good do the cosmic con man shuffle. Emery Smith does the cosmic con man shuffle. All of them, they all do it, especially the people that make money selling these fake stories. But Anjali, despite her lack of, I suppose, financial success at this, see, I always thought that Anjali may indeed be, she might be going for the long game. And what do I mean by that? Anjali may have been smarter than some of these cosmic con artists, because Anjali may have decided that the best thing to do would be to play the long game. What does that mean? That means you don't try to cash in right away. She did. She was going to. People were telling her, you need a book. She was working on a documentary. She had a production company to do a documentary about her alien and UFO stories. She was writing a book about her alien UFO stories. Then she started getting an incredible amount of criticism because she hadn't provided any proof yet, and she was already trying to cash in. Suddenly, she starts backpedaling, right? She was doing the backstroke. Oh, it was beautiful. And suddenly canceled all the financial projects. But I am aware that I believe, and I could be wrong, she can correct me if she would like to, that she was paid for some online conference appearances, right? But I believe that Miss Anjali was trying to go for the long game. That means that maybe she was just trying to build an audience for a while, maybe just try to gain more interest, get more followers, expand her cult of personality, so that when she did drop the Cash Money project, she would have a waiting fan base ready to purchase whatever shit she was going to try to sell. But it's interesting that the people that were so critical of her saying, hey, why don't you provide the proof that you promised everybody before you do the cash in with the book and the documentary? They may have saved her a great deal of embarrassment, because what if we got to her so-called Wayne, his real name is Brian, the witness that blew to shit. That guy blew her entire story completely to shit. What if she had made those books and those documentaries claiming all these things, and then we got to the Brian completely blowing her story to shit? That would have been embarrassing for her. So sometimes having critics is a good thing. But back to the Cosmic Con Man Shuffle. This is one of my favorite things. I love that I have an ability to see through deception and spot these patterns. And it's interesting how many of these conspiracy land characters do the Cosmic Con Man Shuffle. And let's get into it. Here's how the Cosmic Con Shuffle works. Okay, so the Cosmic Con Shuffle, how it works. Number one, you tell fake alien stories, and then you wait for someone to prove them fake. Now, ideally, nobody figures out that your alien stories are fake, and you can just keep on telling that alien story. We see this time and time again, where sometimes somebody will come out with a fantastical story, and they'll be telling that story for a decade before somebody starts picking their story apart. We can see in the case of Bob Lazar, it literally took 30 years for people to get to people that actually worked at Area 51, who checked the logbooks and said Bob Lazar would never step foot on Area 51. It took years before people got to people who were actually his supervisor at Los Alamos, who said he was never a scientist, right? Sometimes it takes a while for the story to fall apart. Now, in the case of Anjali, my analysis seems to indicate that she completely and totally overpromised and underdelivered. I believe that Anjali was trying to manipulate this so-called Wayne and Trisha, real name Brian and his wife, to go along with her story, even back it up, promising them that they were going to get millions of dollars and that Bob Bigelow was involved and Whitley Strieber was going to broker a deal. Oh, it is beautiful. The amount of manipulation that this woman was willing to go to try to get this story to fly. But she overpromised, she underdelivered, especially giving a hard date. I'll get the proof of this alien tunnel and these alien beings by this date. I knew as soon as she gave it that you never give a date. Never give it. You want your story to fall apart, give a date, right? We've seen David Wilcox screw up and give dates like 2012 or the year 2000. None of that shit happened. And then you look like an idiot. She comes forward and says, I'm going to go do an expedition, even though I don't own the property and I don't have permission. And I'm going to gather all these scientists. And then we're going to go and prove the alien stories I'm telling are real. I kind of knew this was going to fall apart. But I think she overpromised and underdelivered. So what did she do for step one? She did the exact thing that my Cosmic Con Shuffle says. She told fake alien stories, and then she waited, hoping that nobody would prove her wrong. But some people did prove her stories fake. Me, one of the principals among the people that proved her story was fake. Then you got to go to number two. You got to shuffle off and hope that everyone that was listening to your fake alien stories completely and totally forgets that you just got caught. Anjali, just 1 month ago, got completely and totally busted, telling completely what was essentially fairy tales, right? And I get it. Some of you people are experiencers. Some of you people send me, emails saying you can't discount her experiences just because she can't prove them and it was real to her. I get it. But there are specific details she included in her original story, all of which don't add up, all of which turned out to be fake. There's no mountain. Brian, never really dug into the mountain. She even sent this couple a Google map with a pin saying, this is exactly where the tunnel is on your property. Brian walked me around right to that spot on his property with GPS, and there's nothing there but dirt and rocks, right? So the tunnel's not real. The people she said would back up her story don't back up her story. Her story got completely and totally blown to shit 1 month ago. So number two, she's supposed to shuffle off and hope everyone forgets that she just got caught selling fairy tales, telling tall tales, bullshitting everyone with fake facts, a fake tunnel, all kinds of fake evidence, right? and witnesses that she claimed would back up her story, that when we actually talk to them, they say, none of this shit happened. She's supposed to shuffle off and hope everyone forgets that she just got caught with all that fakery, fraudery, and bullshittery trying to manipulate people. But there is a big problem. You know, she's new to this. Shuffle off. He leaves for 6 months at a time, right? In the year 2012, when he told us all we would get light bodies and rainbow superpower telekinetics and all this stuff, none of that happened when 2012 hit. When that deadline approached, again, you never give the date. David Wilcock gave the date, the Mayan calendar. We're all going to get superpowers. None of that shit happened. So what does David Wilcock do? He shuffles off for a full-on 6 months, maybe even more, and hope that everyone forgets that he just got caught selling a bunch of lies for literally 2 years. Anjali has no shame, right? She has no shame whatsoever, because just 1 month ago, the entire story that she first brought out got completely and totally blown to shit. And just 1 month later, she starts up again, and now she's telling new, completely and totally fake stories. I believe they're completely and totally fake. How many times are you going to let somebody lie to you or try to manipulate you with fake evidence, fake stories with no proof, before you just say, she's not worth listening to anymore? So you got to do the shuffle off and hope everyone forgets you got caught. Step number 3, and this is very important, and it will tell you everything you need to know about this so-called UFO community or alien community or conspiracy land, whatever. Step number 3 is, after you get caught selling completely and totally horseshit, fake, made-up bullshit stories, even if you get busted bad, and we've seen people busted bad. Stephen Greer got busted trying to sell a fake human dead baby as an alien, right? He made like $1 million. He did the shuffle off, and then he did step number 3 too. They all do this. After you do the shuffle off for a while, you come back, and then what do? You do softball interviews where no one, especially a show host that's interviewing you on those softball shows, will call you out on your recent fraud. What does Anjali do? Oh, perfectly. And by the way, I can show you the date of this actual graphic. It certainly predates this last week where Anjali started to do the Cosmic Con Shuffle. And I just thought it was funny because I happened to hear that she was doing a new interview. And of course, she's getting softballed on a show that did not call her out on any of her fraud. Didn't even mention it. She starts talking about the tunnel and the mountain and her original experiences. Those show hosts didn't even say, well, can you explain the fact that Steve Campion from Truth Seekers proved there's no tunnel, there's no aliens? That does not exist? Of course not, because she's doing the Cosmic Con Shuffle, and you need co-conspirators. In order for the Cosmic Con Shuffle to work, you need co-conspirators. You've got to do it, friends. You've got to have somebody to help you do the Cosmic Con Shuffle. You can't do it alone. You're going to need co-conspirators, and you're going to need help. You're going to need friendly people who are going to help you get over the fact that you just got caught selling completely and totally horseshit fake alien stories. And Anjali found somebody to do it. I thought it was funny that she was going to go to Ryan, but maybe I haven't given Ryan much credit, especially since he was supposed to be doing an interview with this Anjali with Scott Brown, who really, that guy doesn't suffer any fools. So I think that perhaps Anjali was going to go to them to try to do the Cosmic Con Shuffle, but then she figured out they weren't going to help her with the Cosmic Con Shuffle. They were going to ask her hard questions, Scott Brown and this Ryan Gordon. So she said they were assholes and backed out of that interview and found somebody else with, less. I think they have 600 subscribers, right? And I don't think that this was very well, her latest interview was very well listened to or attended. I could be wrong. So she goes and does a softball interview at a place where no one will call her out for her recent fraud. Step number 4, never ever acknowledge that you got caught telling 100% fake story. Don't admit it. Make excuses. Come up with shit, right? well, maybe the experience was a lot more consciousness based and less physical than I had originally thought. My memories are murky. You got to make bullshit excuses for why you just got caught telling or selling 100% fake story. That's how the Cosmic Con Shuffle works, friends. Number 5, you have to start new fake stories and then return to step 1 and then rinse and repeat. So step number 5 is you start with new fake stories. Just hope everybody forgets those other fake stories you were telling. Just start telling new fake stories. It's the Cosmic Con Shuffle, friends. I love it. That's how this shit works. That's what Anjali is doing right now. And she's going to continue this. But when she does, I hope there will be people that will not do the softball interview. I hope there will be people who have the courage to stand up to her and say, excuse me, you stood at the Lincoln Memorial and told people a whole bunch of lies at a press conference. You told everybody there was a tunnel and there was these Manus aliens. You lied and said you weren't on drugs. Turns out you were on like 4 or 5 different drugs. I granted 4 of them were prescriptions, but then she was taking this super strong cannabis oil, suddenly seeing aliens. I asked her, other people asked her. She claimed she wasn't on any drugs. Then we find out she was on 4 or 5. Great. So step number 5, you got to start the new fake stories. I predicted. You can hear me in previous shows here saying she's going to try to roll on out and pretend that those fake stories she just got caught selling never happened or telling. I'm not sure what money she's making. And I predicted that she was just going to start telling new fake stories and keep rolling on with this. I've observed her enough to know that she's a narcissist enough to, number one, have no shame. Because, I mean, imagine, just take a moment and humor me. I know that my audience isn't full of liars, but let's have a thought experiment here. Let's pretend that you told some tall tales, like completely and totally made up tall tales. What if you just started telling your coworkers or your family members or your neighbors that you were abducted by aliens and you were on a spaceship and all this stuff, right? And then 1 month later, you got caught. Like, let's say your neighbor or whoever you were telling these fake alien stories to found out that you were someplace else when you claimed that you were on a spaceship. Whatever, however the reason you got caught, but you got caught bad. You got caught dead to rights, lying to people's faces, telling them fake alien stories 4 weeks ago. I have to ask all my friends here in the live chat, everyone within the sound of my voice, if you had gotten caught telling whoever completely and totally made up fake stories and you got caught badly, you got caught dead to rights where that person you were telling the stories to could 100% prove that you made most of it up, would you return to that person just 4 weeks later with new, completely and totally made up fake stories with no evidence? I mean, there is no shame in this woman's game. She's just like, yeah, my whole story just got busted to shit. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take 4 weeks off, and then I'm going to go right back and tell new fake alien stories. She has no shame whatsoever. This is why I know that she's got to have some kind of psychological issues. But again, I'm not a psychiatrist or a psychologist, so I don't know. But there has to be something going on with this woman, because a normal person with a conscience, a normal person that has things, built into them, a normal human has this thing called shame. And if a normal person gets caught completely and totally lying through their teeth and making up a bunch of shit, they don't just wait 4 weeks and start doing it again. A normal person would be ashamed of themselves. A normal person would feel the need to explain themselves. She came here and couldn't. This girl is running around telling everybody that she's the bee's knees, man. She, out of everybody on earth, these higher beings are coming here to talk to her, right? Like she's, again, like a Corey Good. She's Earth Galactic Ambassador to the higher beings. And she's going to teach everybody on Earth what these higher beings, these space brothers, have to teach us. She's so important. She's so special. I don't get it. So 4 weeks after her whole complete and total original story completely and totally is shattered, falls apart, is goddamn destroyed, she's back with new shit. Maybe she didn't pay attention to Cosmic Con Man School. She needs to study Dr. Stephen Greer. She needs to study Richard Dolan. She needs to study David Wilcock and a few others. Because if she did study them, she's copying what they do. They all do this Cosmic Con Man shuffle. All of them have been caught selling completely and totally fake stories. And they all do this. But Anjali is unique in that she thinks that everyone is so goddamn stupid that they will forget that her entire story was just blown to shit 4 weeks ago. She thinks that everybody in this community is a goddamn idiot and will just forgive her for that or forget it. And I have seen people, making excuse. Maybe she lied about that story, but it doesn't mean all her stories are fake. Really? And honestly, I feel bad for people because some people so desperately want to believe that this woman is telling the truth about these aliens that they're willing to just let her completely lie through her teeth and get caught lying through her teeth and give her a pass and let her get platformed again. Oh, let's go on another show and tell made up alien stories. And hey, I get it's my opinion. I can't prove she wasn't abducted as a 4-year-old child. By the way, that's her new story. Her new stories are about her getting abducted as a child, a 4-year-old child. And again, I would ask my audience, how reliable are your memories when you were 4 years old? That's a valid question. Now she's going to tell us all about how she was abducted as a baby. A 4-year-old, I mean, I don't know how old she is now. What is she, 50? Maybe a little older than 50? I don't know. So we're supposed to, first of all, we're supposed to give her a pass on her original story that she first came out with, completely and totally getting shattered, falling apart, to being proven to be mostly bullshit and made up and fabricated, and her trying to manipulate people to say things or, back up her bullshit. Her original story completely and totally falls apart. So first of all, we're supposed to give her a pass on that. Now, the second part of this is that we're supposed to believe that her 46-year-old memories of her as a 4-year-old are accurate enough that we can believe that she's telling us the truth. Friends, do you remember what happened when you were 4 years old? I mean, maybe if you had some traumatic event, I don't know. But this whole thing is ridiculous to me. Why is she getting a pass? Why is people platforming her? And by the way, good job on that UFO circle jerk. The people who just platformed her. Oh, God, you did a great job jerking that circle. Oh, the UFO circle jerk. I love it. Don't bother to ask her, excuse me, didn't all of your witnesses say you're full of shit? Excuse me, you're talking about that alien tunnel again. Didn't Steve Campion prove there's no tunnel with the aliens in that mountain? No, they didn't ask her any of that. They just let her tell her bullshit stories. They let her do the Cosmic Con shuffle. You just shuffle off, right? Go away for a little while. I'm just going to shuffle off with my, oh shit, it all came crashing down. It's time to start the Cosmic Con shuffle here, right? And people are going to let her do this. And as much as it makes me sad that somebody's willing to do the UFO circle jerk, somebody's willing to be, let's get it right. Anybody that helps her do the Cosmic Con shuffle is a co-conspirator in her fraud. You're helping her defraud the public with fake stories she claims are real, right? I don't get it. I want to thank Lord Ludicrous for a kind and generous $1.99 super chat. Oh, yes. And don't forget that CGI UFO she shared. Yeah, and talk about being manipulative. Lord Ludicrous Plaid, tried to manipulate me into helping her, cover up the fact that she got busted sharing a completely and totally fake CGI picture of a UFO, claiming it was 100% real, and maybe the beings told her it was real. God, and if she's really in contact with these higher beings, wouldn't they say, "Don't share that. That's fake as shit. You're going to look stupid and foolish all over Twitter"? No, the aliens didn't tell her that was fake, and she shares a completely and totally fake CGI video, UFO actually, that came from a CGI artist video, a still frame, and shares "Aren't my beings beautiful" or something like that. So we're supposed to give her a pass for her original story completely and totally being blown to shit. We're supposed to give her a pass for being too stupid or dumb, I guess, to know that something is CGI and not a real UFO photo. I don't want to say dumb. I apologize. Naive, too believing, having too much confirmation bias, wanting to believe it so desperately that she did no fact checking on that image. She just shared it as real. We got to give her a pass on that. And now we're supposed to believe her stories of her, I don't know if she's 50 or so, her 46-year-old memories of her as a 4-year-old having alien experiences. That is a lot to forgive. But thank you, Lord Ludicrous, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Always happy to have a few people supporting. A good way to support us. There's a few ways to support us. We are a viewer-supported show. There's a money button down there, and there's also a join button now. Now you can become a member of our channel for $4.99 a month, and the membership also includes all the Patreon benefits and a bunch of other. You get a bunch of perks for becoming a member here, or you can send us a PayPal donation, and later in the show, we will read the PayPal donations, the Cash Apps, and welcome new Patreon folks. We appreciate every one of our kind and generous benefactors that help us do the show. It's a viewer-supported show. Doesn't work without you. Thanks so much. And just to let you know, we read every single super chat that we get here. And we thank each and every person for doing that. We're going to take a few comments from the live chat before we get into parts of the interview. I'm only going to share a little bit of this interview because, I don't want to listen to bullshit any more than I have to. Robert Redmond says, "Thank you for keeping up with her and sharing with us. It's hard to keep up with all the nut jobs. Oh my FG, people have been going wackadoodle lately. Anjali is one of the many." Yeah, she's going wackadoodle. Oh, here we have kind and generous. Boy, I got to try to say this right. Vytautas Ramanaskas. Must be Russian. Kind and generous. 99 pounds, I think that is. Super sticker. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. And I want to welcome everybody to the circus. It is kind of a circus. We thank everybody for the cash. Sometimes I feel like a stripper on a pole here, right? Or a dancing monkey or something. But hey, I love to praise the cash. Thank you, Vytautas Ramanaskas, for a kind and generous donation and for helping us. And thank you, Lord Ludicrous, for helping us to praise the cash. Thank you, Trixie. For those unaware, we're now hiring unemployed strippers. The pandemic was rough on strippers, and I think they should be allowed to work in UFOs. Randall Hill says she is beautiful. And Vimo says it's entertaining. Well, we try to be both educational and informative and entertaining, for sure. Yeah. Charlie Weiser is here. Shout out to Charlie Weiser, who did much of the work to find this Wayne and Trisha. Real name Brian. It says B. Baker would be great if hypnotic regression was not allowed in ufology either. Yeah. Robert Robert Redman with a kind and generous $3 super chat says, thank you. Just a small token for you. No, thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. It really does help the show. We got just a few more days, 5 more. This is the last week until YouTube finally pays us. You know, that once a month thing. So throw some money in the hat now. We really do appreciate it. Bobby Dogstone says, Stephen is an equal opportunity employer. Absolutely. Yeah, I feel bad for out of work strippers. The pandemic has been tough on everybody, including strippers, exotic dancers. So if we can, you know, employ some, I'd be happy to do that. Okay, so I have this stream, which is by Calling All Beings. This was a recorded interview and podcast. Now, I've never tried to share both from this browser or from I think this is SoundCloud, right? Please let me know if you cannot hear this, but I believe that you should be able to. But first, let me remind myself. All right, we're going to do the fair use banner and the fair use dance, because we're going to be playing small portions of her recent interview doing the Cosmic Con Shuffle with Calling All Beings, and remind everybody that this is fair use because we are educating the public. We're going to be critiquing the audio podcast that we're sharing. This is covered under fair use and certainly allowable by law. We have lawyer letters standing by. We have never lost a single claim against us when we cite fair use. That's important to me. I truly believe in a few things. I believe in free software. I believe in fair use and Creative Commons as well. Big supporters of those 3 things. So this is fair use. We're going to be playing small bits of this. But we're going to be critiquing it, talking about it with the live chat. This is a transformative work. We're also educating the public about the Cosmic Con Shuffle that Anjali apparently is trying to undertake right now.
The experience begins, but I can tell you my first memory of the higher beings that I've had contact with, and that started. That was in 1976. And I often remind people of that when they say, oh, you know, it was probably just all in your mind when you thought you were in a tunnel in 2018. And I say, well, while that sounds lovely, this started as a physical experience with
So it's just to interject here, and I have to do that also for fair use purposes. We mentioned that now she's going to start telling stories from when she was a 4-year-old. And that would have been some, let me see, 1976, we're in 2022, 46 years ago, she had these experiences. So we're supposed to just trust that she's telling us the truth after she lied to us in her original story, after she lied to us and said, this is a real UFO photo, and it wasn't. After she tried to manipulate this couple into going along with her story, telling them that they were going to get millions of dollars if they went along with her story. You know, now we're supposed to believe her memories from 46 years ago. I have a real problem with that. Even if she didn't get caught lying through her teeth or, you know, making up stuff, fabricating fake evidence like a tunnel that doesn't exist. I would have a problem with anybody, even if they hadn't already been caught several times lying or fabricating things. I would have a problem with anybody coming forward with a 46-year-old story. Can you remember what you were doing 46 years ago, especially if you were a 4-year-old at the time? I don't think so. But here we are. The Cosmic Con Shuffle, that's how this works, okay? And here, she's not acknowledging. Remember, what's a big part of the Cosmic Con Shuffle? Step number 4, never ever acknowledge you got caught telling a 100% fake story. She's making excuses here for getting caught telling a fake story, right? Coming up with an alternate explanation for why there was no tunnel.
In 1976. And essentially I know 2 living witnesses. One is my mother and one is someone who was living in the house with us, who was 13 years my senior. I was 4, and it was in the evening to, oh, it's hard to know. I was 4. I can just tell you that when I first I realized where I had just been and I was back, it was dark out, but it wasn't like pitch black in the middle of the night dark. Okay. But what I had remembered for most of my life was running down the hall in the house.
Boy, that's like walking down the tunnel, right? Boy, some of these things seem vaguely similar. Getting transported to some kind of alien location. Gee, this sounds vaguely familiar. Oh no. Oh wait, this is a whole new story. I'm sorry.
Jumping on the back of the couch, looking out the window over and through the carport, and seeing my mother and Diana and the other people who were living in the home, and our neighbors. They were all standing in our driveway and in the street and in the yards, looking up at a craft that was rotating above our house.
Oh no. She just mentioned that her neighbors were there. Great. So there's witnesses to this event, just like there were witnesses to the original event she described. Hey, Anjali, can I have their names and addresses so that I can interview them and ask them if they corroborate your new fake story? Do you want to do this again? Is it time for a second dance, Anjali? Do I really got to go talk to your neighbors who most likely won't remember any of this shit that you're talking about? What's their names? What's their addresses? Do you have their telephone numbers? Let me contact them. Let's corroborate your new fake story. Or is this another fantasy? I know what I believe.
Essentially, it was a disc-shaped craft. There were lights along the bottom edge of it that you couldn't really tell if it was on the bottom, rotating along the sides, or if they were actually mounted beneath the craft. But they were multicolored and they changed as they rotated around the craft.
Wow, very original. A saucer-shaped craft with lights on it that rotated. I've never heard that before. This story is so original, Anjali.
And I have no idea how long it was there. And my mother has remembered this for years, and her friend who is also living in the home has remembered this for all of our lives. This has been a conversation that we've
and I don't want to bring her family into this, but she's bringing her family into this. So if Anjali is like 50 something right now, how old is her mother? In her 70s or 80s? And again, these are memories. There's no physical evidence. There's no physical proof of any of this. There's no pictures. There's no videos. There's no physical evidence. Trust me, dude. Anjali, I think that we trusted you the first time, a lot of us, right? Fool me once, shame on me. Or fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you, or whatever, however that goes. She's already burnt out any trust that she should have been given. Haven't been caught already. But we're just, again, another story with no evidence, and we're supposed to trust her. And I'm sure a book or DVD is coming soon. She's got to try to do a cash out soon, or anybody left still listening to this woman or giving her any trust or belief will be gone. So she's going to have to hurry up and try to cash in on this real soon.
had. And I didn't put it together with my experience in the desert, because I was so focused on that experience in the desert. And I really had to work my way back to it. It was actually my mother who reminded me. It wasn't that I had forgotten. It's just I hadn't connected the two. And she said, well, Angie, you remember in 1976 when we had that craft above our house? I thought, oh my gosh, yes. How could I have forgotten that? And so I was doing a meditation recently. It was last year.
Yeah. So these are like recovered memories. And I guess there's going to be a hypnotic regression from Barbara Lamb or somebody else that's less than credible that does hypnotic regressions, and every single person that these people hypnotically regress suddenly remember alien experiences. Isn't that a little? I always found that a little funny. Like these people that do these hypnotic regressions on experiencers, they never do a hypnotic regression and the person says, "Oh yeah, it's just lights in the sky. Oh wait, I could hear a helicopter. Oh, it was just a helicopter. I remembered it wrong." They never do a hypnotic regression and not find alien stuff. They always find the alien stuff. And by the way, just to correct me, because I'm sorry, I just feel terrible. I had a George Bush moment. He really screwed that quote up. It's fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And some people also add, fool me thrice, go ahead, I'm an idiot. We're already up to 3 times with her. So I don't know how many more times we're supposed to trust her, right?
2021. And
also interesting, her mother had to remind her that they saw a craft outside their house in 1976. So does that mean apparently she didn't remember it on her own?
I have a particular meditative process that I do that involves putting anything that's distracting me into a box and turning my back on it so that I can put it someplace else and try to focus my mind back on what I'm doing. So if I'm
And by the way, that's an established meditative technique that I've heard elsewhere. That's not original to her. She's great at culling things from various sources and weaving it into her narrative.
That would be me. She would put me in a box and be like, DJ, leave me alone. I'm trying to meditate. Got it.
Yes, DJ is the first thing I have to put in the box.
Okay.
All the time, just so that everybody's clear. Okay. And then so this particular day, I thought I would do something different. It was just
Great.
I just wanted to try something new.
Well, if it was a mass sighting, there should be a multitude of witnesses. All the neighbors where she lived saw this thing. We should be able to find 10 or 20 witnesses to this event, right? I can interview all of them, Anjali. Let's keep going. Let's do this, right? We're gonna have we'll turn into the all Anjali coverage all the time channel, right? And by the way, I did think that we were done with this story, but first of all, this is such a teachable moment. It affords me an opportunity to teach everybody about the Cosmic Con Shuffle, especially those new to this thing that haven't been here as long as I have, watching these patterns continually emerge and these conspiracy land characters do this Cosmic Con Shuffle. So I thought we could use this as an opportunity to teach everybody about the Cosmic Con Shuffle and I guess to update everyone. And the other thing is, many of you reached out to me, and one person in particular said this to me, Steve, sometimes it's not about what you want to talk about, it's what your audience wants to hear about. And I thought, you're right. We should do what the audience wants. If the audience wants me to cover her, I'll cover her. Hopefully as little as possible, because there's no there. There's no meat on these bones. There's nothing to learn here except a study into a narcissistic, manipulative spotlight hound. That's all we're getting here. And by the way, that's my opinion, but I'm entitled to it.
Well, I'm going to put myself in the box and see what happens. And so I put myself in the box and I waited until all I could see was bright, bright, bright white light. And when I got to that point where I felt I was centered and everything had been alleviated from my mind, I opened the box and stepped out of it. And when I opened the box and turned back to look into it, there was Earth. And I was seeing it from a perspective of somewhere in space. I could see the curvature, the geology. There was no mistaking what I was seeing. I knew it immediately.
Well, now's where I got to stop her again. Remember when she had her original experience and she described the purple beings, and I said, that's a DMT trip. This right here is a mushroom trip. At least I had a mushroom trip where I felt like I floated all the way above Earth and was watching Earth or something like that. So again, I have questions. The last time that she had these alien experiences and ran to the Lincoln Memorial to hold a press conference to tell everybody about those aliens, I said she was probably on drugs. She said I wasn't on any drugs. Then we find out she was on 4 or 5 drugs, including incredibly powerful cannabis oil. Maybe this right here that she's talking about is another drug-related experience. For all we know, all of her experiences are drug-induced. After all, it seems highly likely that when she was on 4 or 5 drugs before, and by the way, we looked at the side effects of some of those prescription drugs she had on, and auditory and visual hallucinations were side effects for one of the medications that she was on. How do we know that this isn't all drug-induced nonsense? And the fact that she's going to run on the internet and tell everybody about her trips. Friends, if you could get rich and famous telling everybody about your drug experience and trips, I'd be a billionaire. I really would. It's kind of sad, but it's true.
So I closed it and it became dark and I turned around. And as soon as I turned around, there they were. They were standing
Good point,
there,
Margaret.
waiting for me. And with that came the entire flood of being on the craft in 1976. And so what that was
Good point,
what I remember the most about the craft now is that there were a lot of children that were on the craft, and they didn't look human, but they were humanoid, and none of them had hair. Their eyes were a little larger. And
again, I hate to beat her up for this, because true believers will say, well, of course she's describing things that other people have described. That's because it's true. But how many alien experiencers have we heard described hybrid alien children? Children that looked human, but they looked a little off. They were hairless. They had big eyes because they were hybrids. We've heard all this before. And this, my friends, is also part of this
very
thing.
Thin.
You got to take accepted UFO mythology, and that's what she's doing here. Everything she's saying here has already been said by multiple other people and is generally accepted by some believers. And then she's going to add to it.
And hairless, and their fingers were a little longer, and they were picking and like pinching at my clothes and pulling at it and tickling me, and I was just I was a 4-year-old, and I was like, wow, I had all these little playmates, and even though I had.
Now we get into the tickle me alien part of the story. Tickle me aliens? I was getting tickled by aliens. This is ridiculous nonsense. Why am I listening to this? Because you guys want me to, apparently. I'm stuck in this shit show.
The memory of them being different, I didn't really feel like they were different. I just felt like they were different, like they looked differently, but they weren't any different than me. And they told me that there were 4 adult beings in the room, and 3 or 4. And I honestly, I can't remember right now. And I don't think it really matters, but the size of the children were from
Thank you,
a little,
Moody
about my size,
much appreciated,
to a little smaller and a little taller. And so I'd say they were all probably, I was tall for my age, so they were probably all about my age, and a little, older, maybe up to 6 or 7 years old. If I had to take a stab at it. And so the beings communicated to me that these were my brothers and sisters, and that they had been basically taking my mother's eggs for quite some time and trying to genetically modify and be able to hold a consciousness. So
great. So now we get the startling revelation that Anjali has alien brothers and sisters. Well, that's a new twist to her story, isn't it? But it's not a new story to ufology or to the world of alien experiencers. We've all heard this before. But interesting that she's, when I say this woman makes fantastical claims, first of all, she claimed that she met 3 or 4 species of aliens inside a secret mountain alien base inside a tunnel. Now she's going to tell us that she has hybrid alien brothers and sisters that are half alien and half her mother. Great.
They would reimplant the egg in whatever they did, and if it seemed like it was viable at whatever stage it was, then they would have reimplanted into my mother, and that was me. I was the only one, because somehow.
Oh, wait a minute. Is she saying that she's an alien now? She's an alien hybrid now. So this is a new part of the story. Great. And also some mention of the container theory about aliens, like they were trying to create a vessel or a container for consciousness.
And this is science beyond what we can do right now. Somehow they knew that those eggs weren't reimplantable, that it wasn't going to be viable, that they wouldn't pass for human. And so what we weren't looking at a situation where they're taking babies out of humans, not in this situation. What we were seeing was taking eggs, and if they can pass for human, and
if you say
they've been
so,
modified to hold our consciousness, then because it requires a different kind of energy. And this is just a biotechnology. And they were, I talk about that a lot. I like to talk about biotechnology because it's science, and it reminds us that we're really
Me too.
no different than another type of life form that also has to have particular structure and technology within it to be able to function, to be able to do certain things, to be able to react and have processes that happen internally. And anyway, I'm sorry, I digress. But
yeah, I will say, yes, I understand. The brain is like our computer. We have electrical systems. I understood it very well. But I had a question I wanted to ask about those children. Did you feel like they were emotional? Like, that's a concern people have about the emotionality for these kids. And I have a lot of concern about the idea of children that have human traits that may not.
Yeah, and a long accepted thing that the aliens are so fascinated by us because we have emotions and they have bred themselves out of emotions. That may be why they're taking genetic material and so on and so forth. We've heard it all before.
I get to express those. So I was just wondering.
They were experimenting with the way that my clothes felt, the way that my skin felt, my hair. They were curious and playful, and yes, they definitely expressed emotion. It was one of the greatest revelations that I've ever experienced in a meditation. I've had a few like really revelatory moments, and that was one of them. And since then, I've had more time with the beings, as well as being regressed with Barbara Lamb.
Drop that name. Barbara Lamb also is so naive and willing to believe anyone. That Barbara Lamb, I covered her. She wrote an entire book called Meet the Hybrids, but not one of those hybrids was willing to undergo any genetic testing to prove or disprove that they were hybrid aliens. And none of them, I went back and forth with Miss Barbara Lamb for quite some time, offering to test all of them because all of them claimed to have super secret psychic powers. And I was going to test their psychic powers. Not a one of them. But go on and get that money and run, Barbara Lamb. You sold a lot of copies of that book, Meet the Hybrids, right? Zero evidence, zero proof, just stories. But here we have Miss Anjali is going to use Barbara Lamb in an attempt to legitimize herself. Like that's a name out there in the UFO community that some people respect and think has good work. I don't, but let's drop her name because I got a hypnotic regression from her and she said I talk to aliens, so it must be true.
People misunderstood, and that's my fault because I didn't communicate it very well. Is that there was a lot of backstory that I had shared with Barbara, and my goal was not to articulate out loud to everyone what I was experiencing. the goal of this very long session that we had was for me to be able to go back to specific moments and interact with the beings.
Yeah, and that was a cringe-worthy experiment where Barbara Lamb would ask her a question, and there would be this long, minutes-long pause, I suppose, while she thought of bullshit, and then she would answer the question. That was so cringe-worthy that I couldn't sit through the whole thing, and it was hours and hours long, as I recall. I could be mistaken. Maybe it just felt like it was hours and hours long because it was so cringe-worthy.
To remember what had happened and to have interaction with them in that time and space. And so there were a lot of quiet moments, and you hear in the
And here comes her excuse for all the criticism, because it wasn't just me who said that she took way too long to answer the questions, like as if she was sitting there trying to think of some bullshit to spew.
recording, just a lot of oh, you know, it's a little embarrassing, you know, because nobody knows what's going on, and I'm just reliving. I'm reliving a lot, and so I got to go back and relive those moments in the craft when I was a child, and then there were other moments when I was a child that I have linked to it now. Missing time when I was 11, and seeing very early in the morning, seeing what I thought at first was an owl sitting on a limb outside of our tree.
Well, you got to, if you're an alien experiencer, you got to bring some vision of an owl in, because that's also a very, very common reported experience, that there's some vision of an owl that you see at your window or something like that.
Or outside the window where I was eating breakfast, there's a tree, and there was an owl sitting there that transmorphed, I guess is the only way I know how to say it. And in doing that, I saw the face of a being, a typical, what I've come to know as a droid. Okay.
Wow, this story's got robots now.
A consciousness. We need to be
We've
careful
got robots
about thinking that because it's a droid, then there isn't a consciousness in there. But the truth is, they can move consciousnesses into various vessels as long as it can energetically support the consciousness.
Again, the whole the container theory that we've heard time and time again, she's repeating here. And great, this story's got robots. Yeah, great.
What's needed for the support of that body, that biotechnology or other kind of technology that we're put in, that's a separate issue. So we have two issues. The first is you have to create a vessel for a particular consciousness to be.
Oh, thank you very much. John Lies with a kind and generous $10 Canadian super chat saying she's using the Uri Geller Guru training manual. I wonder if she can bend spoons. Well, if she can, it's a trick. It's a sleight of hand trick. It's not real. Not at all, right? Oh, no.
To be compatible with the energy of that vessel. So essentially, so it doesn't short circuit. Okay, I'm not a scientist, and I'm going to remind people of that all the time with the ridiculous things that I say.
I'll say for right here, by the way, Anjali is not a scientist.
That's
nor
right.
Any of the other three of us, but
that's right.
Please.
And
I'm not a scientist either.
I'm
throwing it out there.
I actually do have something though, beyond asking you if you noticed the roses on my shirt and who that might be for. That's on this broadcast.
Oh, thanks, man.
Oh, the show host wore roses on his shirt just for Anjali. Great. And I don't know that I thought I might have missed it. And if I did, I sincerely apologize. I try to scroll back. I scrolled back as far as I can, but thank you, Jean-Paul Fardier, for a kind and generous US $20 super chat. It says, thanks for the deep dive into Anjali on Gaia. My pleasure. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your continued support of the show. Longtime show supporter. Great to see you here. Thank you for your continued support of the show.
No, Flair, it's for Anjali, not
bro.
you. These next time I will wear a flowered shirt for you. This one is for Anjali.
I brought you a stuffed animal, bro.
Thank you very much. I thought maybe you were a Whovian, a Dr. Whovian, and that you were trying to make a callback to Rose. So
no, these are for you. But Beyond that, I want to talk about. I love Flair. I love this guy. Okay, so Anjali, regarding the topic that you're on right now, I have felt that there isn't a technology that can create a consciousness. That for that is why they require us, essentially, or what they got from your mother or from another person like Mr. What's that gentleman's name that Strieber? Like,
Whitley.
So yes. So do you believe that technologically you can create a consciousness? I don't think you can, but I'm curious. That's just my speculation. What's your opinion?
I don't really have an opinion on that because I don't know. I don't understand the mechanisms by which any of this is taking place.
Why wouldn't the higher beings explain all this to her? She doesn't understand any of it, but she's in daily communication with these higher beings.
I have, from my understanding of my communications with them, they, like this particular
Good point,
vessel
Mark.
that you're seeing,
Good point, Justin.
was the result of my mother and someone else's genetics. Okay. But they take that egg,
Gross
they take
slogan.
it out, and they, like, make changes to it. Okay. And that's, they actually are putting some of their DNA into that, that egg. Okay.
Great. So if she's now claiming that she's an alien hybrid, then we should be able to do genetic testing on her and find alien DNA within her DNA. Or if she submitted to a DNA, if she submitted a DNA sample, I know a geneticist that could, run that. Would we find that she was just completely and totally normal human like everyone else? I know what I believe. Let us know in the comments. What do you think of these new claims of Anjali, who seems to be claiming that they took her mother's egg, messed with it, and then implanted it back in her mother to create her, and that she's also got half human, half alien hybrid brothers and sisters that she met on a spaceship. Kind of like she met that purple being and the mantis aliens and the Nordic aliens and the gray robot aliens in that mountain that doesn't, the tunnel, the alien tunnel that we now know doesn't exist. Great. New stories.
That's my understanding, that they're actually changing that so that they can, there's something about their level, their genetics that there's something about their genetics that makes their energy different than ours, like the expression of that energy. Okay, it's not the source of that energy is different. It's the age of it, how powerful is it, what is it capable of.
Oh, this is very scientific. Next, she's going to start talking about chakras and shit.
What kind of vessel is capable of holding it? It's like the difference between making something that can hold the flame of a candle and making something.
Do it, Mayor Pete.
Sun.
But I'm saying that in your opinion, without that egg, could they? In your opinion, do you think they could create it without the egg that they then took and manipulated?
Good point, Walt.
I don't think so, but I don't know.
Well, none of us know. We're just guessing. Right.
What they have said. Oh, I'm so sorry, Deb. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that this kind of lines up with something that I've been playing with lately, and I don't know if playing with it as much as
Scott Brown is
I
here.
have been shown it, so to speak.
Yeah, Scott, could you tell us in the live chat what exactly happened? What exactly happened with your with you guys were going to do an interview? I know that you and Ryan Gordon were going to do an interview here. I'm going to share. Scott Brown and Ryan Gordon were going to do an interview with her. And they had really good promo for it too. We need to talk, an in-depth look at the Anjali story. And they were even going to have her daughter, her mother, and a witness to the childhood abduction. But she backed out, claiming that Ryan is somebody that can't be trusted and blaming him for the whole thing falling apart. let us know, Scott, what exactly happened. If you would like to come on, I'll send you a link. You know what? I'm gonna send you an invitation. There's not much more of this garbage to get through. So 1 second. Here, Scott, I'm sending you an invitation, but I gotta, no rush. If you would like to come and join, we'd be happy to hear your story of what happened with that whole thing, right? We would like to hear what happened. Why did that interview where you were going to get to talk to her mother and her daughter? Her mother was supposed to be corroborating her new alien stories. What happened with that interview? We would like to hear it. Now, let's once again cite fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public about Anjali telling fake alien stories. Well, allegedly fake. Yeah. We'd like to hear from you, Scott. Or if you're busy at the moment, just put in the live chat and I'll share it to the screen and we'll talk about it.
This is something that kind of keeps clicking into place for me. So my idea is that there is some form of energy, okay? And we can call that God, the source, whatever we want. It's somehow shedding consciousness through the universe. And from my understanding from a lot of different conversations I've had, it seems to be with orbs, somehow, energy, right? That energy is almost like software that gets put into the computer that is our body. There's different names for it. The soul, chi, consciousness. I think they're pretty much all the same.
Yes.
And
The spirit.
yes, I believe that is what is going on.
I do too,
And I will
Rich.
show you a painting later that I did of that.
Can you say that again, but truncate it to what you're?
Okay, so the term God in my mind is applicable to a larger ball of energy, essentially. That is where consciousness comes from. And that creates it and spreads it throughout the universe.
But I think what I'm trying to get at is, can that be created in a computerized? Can a computer create that, or a machine, if you like?
I think no. I think the body, yes.
Yeah, and I just want to mention, Rich from Goofon is here saying that he said he likes that the robots are in her story. This portion of her story, the fact that some so-called aliens, these gray aliens, are actually some form of synthetic life form or robot. This is a story that was popularized by the 1947 Roswell alien interview. There was a book by Matilda O'Donnell McElroy, and it was by Lawrence R. Spencer, who is not really an alien or UFO guy, but there's still this book out there. And in the book, this person, Matilda O'Donnell McElroy, claimed to have been some kind of nurse at, I believe it was Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, where they claimed that the Roswell aliens were taken. Long story short, the alien was actually some sort of energy form that was inhabiting a container in the form of a gray alien that was actually an artificial life form. Matilda O'Donnell McElroy described it as something like a doll that the consciousness of this light body alien would inhabit in order to interact with the physical world. So even this part of her story is completely and totally unoriginal, and I can show you the sources for that. Interesting that she is pulling from a book that most people, including me, say is a work of fiction. Because first of all, this person in that book claimed that they changed her name, moved her into something like witness protection, because they couldn't have her running around telling her story of telepathically interviewing this Roswell alien. But somehow 40 years later, she still had a complete and total word for word transcript of the entire interview 40 years later. So they put her in some form of witness protection, changed her name, moved her all the way across the country, but they let her keep a transcript of the alien interview. They were so concerned that she would share It's a garbage story with no evidence and no proof. And here we have Anjali pulling almost the exact way that her aliens work. They're light beings that inhabit these robots or artificial beings.
Even so, how do I put this? So if we were to make a biological creature, then consciousness would maybe
Yeah,
choose
we would,
to
Mike.
join that creature. It's almost parasitic. I hate to say it, but it is parasitic.
So like consciousness itself is parasitic and it's branching off into all these different possibilities.
Yes, Kepsa, he
Yes.
was.
We're just one
Exactly.
possibility,
Right.
one big source. Yes, absolutely.
And I think part of that is why
Yeah, she's
people
watching
think
right
there's
now.
a simulation, because technically our bodies are like avatars. And as someone who plays video
All
games,
right, I've kind of had enough of this show host. I'm trying to get to the
Jeans and boots. Then.
okay. Here, I'm fast forwarding to about 40 minutes into this interview because I just want to display the Cosmic Con Shuffle. Okay. Now, remember, part of the Cosmic Con Shuffle is that you need Confederates. You're going to need some people to softball interview you and not ask you any questions. Remember, number 3 of the Cosmic Con Shuffle, how it works rules is number 3, do softball interviews where no one will call you out on your fraud. And I just want to display that these show hosts did exactly that, because about 40 minutes into the interview, she starts talking about her original story, which has now already been blown to shit. And they don't even bring up the fact that her original story is total horse shit. There's no tunnel with aliens in it. There's no secret alien base inside the mountain. None of that happened. But she's going to talk about it like it's still a true story. And these show hosts, I'm sorry, they did a piss poor job not calling her on her bullshit. Why? Because they are Confederates helping her do the Cosmic Con Shuffle. She needs show hosts that aren't going to say, stop, you're talking about this tunnel again that Steve Campion and others have proven does not exist.
I will say though that I have extremely vivid meditation sessions. Some people have told me it could be actually trances. So I think maybe we can get relaxed to a point where we get to that other place. And I will say that Grant Cameron implied that other place may be more real than this one. So when I say that other place, I mean the place where all of these things can be. But I understand that you had, from your memory, a physical experience. So I want to jump ahead a little bit, if that's okay, because DJ has questions
Mike,
about
he's
the
not.
physical
He's a
experience.
UFO
But I will
researcher.
set it up with a question I have. It's a little small question about the physical aspect. Was it cold in the cave? Because I've heard a lot about these beings being cold.
This show host is asking her if it was cold in the tunnel. There's no tunnel. The tunnel does not exist. You did a terrible job researching this guest of yours and helping her do the Cosmic Con Shuffle. Her original story is blown to shit. Was it cold in the tunnel that doesn't exist? Let's hear her answer.
It was cool. It was also in January, but it was the desert. I remember that I was wearing jeans and boots that day.
Oh,
I don't remember what top I had on, but I was comfortable. I could tell it was cooler. It
was cool in that imaginary tunnel that I imagined and lied and told everybody was a real physical tunnel. And we now know does not exist. Why are show hosts asking her about the temperature inside a tunnel that we all now know does not exist?
In the tunnel. So cold, I wouldn't say that. We had also been walking, and which wasn't something I did a lot of. Okay. I was feeling better at this point of time. And I have these periods where I will feel better for a few days, sometimes for a couple 2 or even 3 weeks.
Yes, she
And
is,
then
Lord,
it,
ludicrous.
it all goes tumbling down. But luckily, I was in one of those periods, or else I wouldn't have met them. I would have never been sitting in that coffee shop that morning. I wouldn't have had these 2 people sit down beside me and have, take me to their home and transform my entire life. I'm forever grateful for the
I
experience.
will say I was curious about the cold because I have a theory that these beings, this is just going to throw it out there, these beings may have had to leave their planet. They are using lenses to protect their eyes because they're from a darker, colder place. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Not something we need to comment on further because DJ has another question related to the physical thing. I want to make sure he gets to ask that.
Yes, ma'am. So I've been fascinated from the beginning, hearing your story that I've listened to over and over, especially like the Roderick Martin interview. I love that. When you were in there and you eventually encountered the lavender being, the 8 foot tall mantis type being that was very kind with you, do you remember feeling touch? Do you remember touching any of them with your hand or any of them touching you with their appendage to feel? And I'm looking for a feel here, what they feel like. Or
I do not remember me touching them. I remember a feeling of touch. And I also.
Sorry, I was muted, friends. She doesn't remember if the imaginary friends that she has that she thinks are aliens in her imagination touched her or not. Well, that's interesting.
So I have.
Maybe she doesn't remember because imaginary friends can't really touch you. Just a, observation.
When I was asking them, when we were talking about the expedition and what the end goal was, and I said, I asked them, are you going to be, what are we doing here? Are we talking about you walking out of this tunnel with me? Is that what we're talking about here? Or something else? And what they gave me was standing next to each other, and I'm holding their hand, and we're standing at the edge of the tunnel, right out of the sun, and I can feel their hand in my hand, and it's cool. It's not dry, but it's not moist. It's soft, gentle, wafy.
Well, it's nice. It's nice to know that her imaginary friends are gentle.
Mm-hmm.
Very gentle. The touch is there, and the sensation is there, but it's just, it's there. There's some, I guess it's their spirit that's coming through this touch and through palms touching. And, if we talk about chakras, which I'm not an expert on it, in any measure of the word, but I know enough to understand, that these are major chakra points or minor chakra points, and that we can transfer and accept energy. So it would kind of make sense that I would have such an emotional, and because I started crying, when I had the experience, I cried because it was so beautiful. And
or maybe she cried because she was so high. Anybody else ever getting so high that you have, like, I don't know. I once tripped balls and I had something that I can only describe as emotional shock waves, right? And I'm sure that I have been so high that I cried. I've certainly gotten the crying drunks a few times too.
I just didn't want to ever forget how it felt.
Yeah, I'm just because I thought if I had gotten to make, and by the way, we got to pass this to Kevin because he hasn't gotten to ask you one question yet. But I had thought that if I ever got to travel to the cave with you, that I was going to do the bro handshake or ask them to do that, and I was That's what I would have done, but I guess
Poor guy. He wanted to travel with her to a tunnel or a cave that we now know doesn't exist. Of course, before I knew that it didn't exist, I wanted to travel to it. But he's still talking about traveling to a tunnel that does not exist. The tunnel doesn't exist. It's not real. It's imaginary. It's made up horse shit.
guess you didn't think to reach out and touch their hand when you were there. So
No, in fact, when I was with the first gray that spoke to me immediately, and the tall whites that were, escorting me, I had.
And by the way, the tall whites were an invention of Charles Hall, who lied about his military service and is a complete and total fraud. And by the way, I have it on good authority that his wife writes the books and he's just the mouthpiece for the fake stories of the tall white aliens. So, citing fake sources like, the book about the Matilda woman that supposedly telepathically interviewed a Roswell alien that nobody can talk to, an anonymous fake source, or citing somebody else from the world of alien and UFOs that has largely been proven to be a complete and total fraud, does not help your case when you're trying to be, credible.
The sense that I wasn't to touch anyone.
Ooh.
Like I felt the tall whites. They just, there was a sense of just a detachment, maybe aloof would be a better way of putting it.
Yeah, maybe you were detached from reality because you were on 4 or 5 drugs. Just saying. And again, these show hosts are not, we're going to check out here. I just wanted to display that these show hosts are helping her do the Cosmic Con Man shuffle. That's what's happening here. These show hosts are playing along, giving her the softballs, not calling her on her bullshit, and helping her to keep going with new fake stories. So that's where we're at with this. We're going to stop it right here. I have had enough. Yeah. So just to review, we are educating the public about the Cosmic Con Shuffle. And again, after hearing some of this interview, maybe you will agree with me that Anjali and these show hosts are helping her do step 3 in the Cosmic Con Shuffle. Do softball interviews where no one will call you out on your fraud. It has been factually established and proven that no tunnel exists. No alien base inside a mountain physically exists. That was a figment of her imagination or a drug-induced delusion, hallucination, whatever you want to call it. It's not real. It doesn't exist in the physical world, which means it's all in her imagination. And these show hosts did the UFO circle jerk and just helped her do the Cosmic Con Shuffle. And unfortunately, these show hosts are not the last ones that are going to help her continue with her alien fakery, fraudery, and bullshittery. It's going to keep going on and on and on. So the purpose of tonight's broadcast is certainly not to damage her reputation or any of that, or disparage her. My purpose here is to educate people, especially people new to the world of UFOs or aliens, about this thing that I have discovered. I'm sure I'm not the first person to discover it, but I call it the Cosmic Con Shuffle. And we've seen how it works. Step 1, tell fake alien stories and wait for someone to prove them fake. Step 2, shuffle off and hope everybody forgets you just got caught telling a completely and totally fake story. Step 3, we've just seen it displayed perfectly here. Do those softball interviews where no one will call you out on your recent fakery, fraudery, and bullshittery. Step 4, never acknowledge that you just got caught telling 100% fake story. Step 5, start new fake stories. Return to step 1, rinse and repeat. If you get caught selling the new fake stories, then you got to go back to step number 2, shuffle off and hope everyone forgets that you just got caught. Now, I believe that it can be proven. She's making a lot of ridiculous claims with these news stories. Oh, it was a mass sighting event. All my neighbors saw it. My mother saw it. And let me tell you, what kind of a person is willing to involve their own could be 70, 75, 80-year-old mother to back up her fake alien stories on the internet, right? Like, hey, mom, I just got caught selling maybe selling completely and totally fake, made up stories about aliens and an alien tunnel and a mountain and an alien base. I just got caught and I need to keep this Cosmic Con going. So can you, mom, please, if I say that there was a spaceship at our house, just say yes, there was. And apparently she had her mother all lined up to do an interview with her. And her mother, I'm assuming, was going to back up her new fake alien stories. And what is her only evidence that there was a spaceship outside of her house? Well, apparently there were some UFO reports around that time in 1976, vaguely near her home. I got to tell you, friends, I live in Warminster, Pennsylvania. Look up UFO flap, Warminster, Pennsylvania. Because if all it takes to prove that you were abducted by aliens and have alien hybrid brothers and sisters, and maybe you're an alien hybrid and they took your mom's egg and manipulated it and put it back in your mom. So now Anjali is essentially, if I understand her correctly, saying that she's an alien hybrid. And her only proof is, well, around that time when I say this happened, somebody saw a UFO near my house. This is absolutely ridiculous, nonsense, garbage, right? And this wackadoo is going to continue. That's right, I said it. She's a wackadoo. She has no shame, just got caught, dead to rights, completely and totally busted, telling fake stories about aliens, an alien tunnel, an alien base. There's witnesses to this physical event where I met the aliens. All the witnesses said none of this shit ever happened. She just got busted. And her entire original story came crashing down like a house of cards. Right here, live on Truth Seekers. And just 4 weeks later, she shuffles off. In my opinion, she should have waited at least 6 months before starting a new fake stories. Because, look, I'm not saying that I'm going to start looking into this, but I bet you that some people are already trying to find her address in 1976, contact the neighbors, and see if they saw a spaceship, right? And there's all kinds of other problems with this new narrative that she's going to try to weave in, right? Forget about remember the shit I first said? Forget all that stuff I said first, okay? Just forget all that. Steve Cambion and Charlie Weiser and James A. Conrad and a bunch of other people, they proved that whole story was bullshit. Forget all about that first story, because I got a new story for you. When I was 4 years old, I was abducted by aliens. They messed with my mom's genetics and put me back in my mom's womb. And by the way, where's her father in all this? Because if she's an alien hybrid, is she saying that they just took her mother's egg and not her father's sperm? Why didn't they harvest her father's sperm, right? Maybe they're heterosexual aliens and they only like to mess with women. I don't know. How does any of this shit make any sense? And why are we still supposed to listen to this garbage? It's garbage. Her only evidence of any of this news story is, well, right around that time, somebody saw a UFO and it's in a book somewhere. Great. And she's making more fantastical claims that I believe that we can nail her down on this news story. And I encourage you, all of our fellow truth seekers here, it's not just me. If you want to help prove her news story completely and totally fake, made up horseshit, go at it. Go ahead. And I'm pretty sure that some other researchers may already be going to prove that there are no neighbors that will back up her story. And if that happens, what we'll be left with is her telling more fake alien stories. And the only backup she's going to have is her probably very elderly mother talking about an event that happened 46 years ago. And again, she mentioned that her mother had to remind her of this event. So this is the Cosmic Con Man Shuffle, friends. And we have seen time and time again David Wilcock do this. We've seen Dr. Stephen Greer do this. We've seen Richard Dolan do this. Jeremy Corbell does this, right? Oh, shit, that whole Bob Lazar story is falling apart. I got to shuffle off with and Hope everyone forgets that we've been caught selling a completely and totally fake story with a fake scientist that never worked where he said he did, who was actually a convicted pimp, right? Jeremy Corbell shuffles off and hopes everybody forgets that fake story, and he comes up with new fake stories. Look at my pyramid UFO. Oh, that's Boca. Oh, look at this UFO swarm video. Oh, that was drones, right? Ron from Cosmic Neighbors got the goods on that fake story of Jeremy Corbell's, and he shuffles off, hopes everybody forgets, does softball interviews. He doesn't acknowledge that Bob Lazar's story is completely, totally fake, right? And then he starts new fake stories. And he returns to step one. This is exactly what they all do. They all do this. The Cosmic Con Shuffle, friends. So the next time you see it, call it like it is. Call these liars out for doing the Cosmic Con Shuffle. This should not be allowed to continue here any further. Now, granted, I get it. People are going to make mistakes, get facts wrong, whatever. If they have good intentions, they acknowledge their mistakes. Because remember, step 4 of the Cosmic Con Shuffle is that you never acknowledge that you just got caught selling a 100% fake story. So the way to tell a good person is that they will acknowledge it. You know, we've had these Roswell slide hoax. You know, Don Schmidt and Tom Carey and a few others that were involved in that acknowledged they made a mistake. They were fooled by a UFO hoaxer in the form of Jaime Maussan. And they acknowledge their mistake, apologize for it, and they move on. The Cosmic Cons don't do that. They laugh at people after they've already gotten the money. Like Richard Dolan laughed about the Roswell slides. Remember that? Richard Dolan does this too. Shuffles off, hopes everybody forgets, comes back with new fake stories. This, my friends, is the Cosmic Con Shuffle. And this is how it works. And now, the next time that you see somebody doing this Cosmic Con Shuffle, you'll be able to recognize it much more quickly. You'll be able to spot the same pattern, and they all do this. All the top tier of these people, all the people getting all the clicks, the views, the documentary deals, the book deals, they all do this Cosmic Con Shuffle. And that, my friends, is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to take a short musical break. We're running out of time here. Want to get out of here. I have additional editing to do, and I'm happy to say that the new big story that I'm working on is this really the face of Bigfoot, the Todd Standing story. I've got hours now of recorded interviews and little bits and pieces, and I am working really hard on editing that together. Hopefully, we're going to do that sometime in the next few weeks and do a big premiere party for it, and you're invited. Is Todd Standing really showing us the filmed faces of Bigfoot creatures, or is that an incredible hoax? We're going to find out. So here's what we're going to do, friends. We're going to take a short musical break. Pardon me. And when we return, I'm going to read any remaining super chats. We've read them all so far as we were going through the show. But if you're feeling generous, there's a money button down there. Throw a couple of bucks in our hat. Keep us investigating these people making these fantastical claims. We've got Anjali claiming that she was in an alien tunnel, right? We've got Todd Standing claiming that he's filming Bigfoot creatures. And, well, boy, where do you see that project? I'm very proud of that. Yeah, somebody needs to look into these things with a skeptical view and get to the bottom of it. And I'm glad that we get to do an awful lot of that now. So we are going to take a short musical break. And when we return, we'll read the PayPal donations. I noticed a few came in. Thank you for that. If you don't want to do the super chat, instructions for how to send a one-time PayPal donation are in the live chat. I also want to remind everybody that if you become a member of our channel, there's a join button now. If you become a member of our channel, we thank you and shout you out live on air. We've gotten a few members already. Thank you all for the few members that we've gotten so far. Really appreciate that. It helps us continue to move the ball forward. So we're going to take a musical break. Let me get this banner off of here. And again, we shared portions of that interview in the spirit of fair use. Lawyer letters are standing by to defend our right to do so. We have never lost a single one yet. But hey, things happen. So we're going to take a short musical break. When we return, I will read all the PayPal donations. I'll read any remaining super chats, and we'll have some time to just have a short discussion with our live chat. We will be right back, friends. All right, welcome back, friends. So I'm going to check in with the super chats and also with the PayPal donations. Then we'll have a little bit of time left for some discussion with our our live chat. I want to thank each and every one of you for being here today. We have a kind and generous $15.50 PayPal donation from Moody Mongol, longtime show supporter. And he says, Stephen, go buy yourself some of Brian's triple strength hash oil. Then you could do a research show on this magic elixir. Peace. Thank you, Moody Mongol, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Much, much appreciated. I really do appreciate it. And we also want to thank Initials AM with a donation that we missed reading out. So my apologies. And that's a friend from London, Ontario, Canada. Initials AM. They know who they are, with a kind and generous $5 PayPal donation. And also, let's not forget that we had Beyond Bright Visions with a kind and generous $4.37 PayPal donation. Very, very kind of you. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Every little bit helps the show going. I look at this. These headphones that I get, they have a built-in microphone, which I disable, but the little plastic piece, there goes another pair of headphones. Maybe I should stop buying the $5 cheap ones at Five Below and buy some good ones. So the PayPal donations, all that stuff really does help us. It's always good to have a couple of bucks in the till if I need new headphones, and right now I do, or whatever that we need here. Your kind and generous support really does help. All right, 5x5 News is here. Shout out. I got to try to call you again. I did try to call you, 5x5 News. I meant to mention that to you when we were on the Josh and Artemis show, but that was a pretty crazy stream. So, yeah. Canadian Awareness is here, and I'm aware of their feelings on Anjali. Says, great show, Stephen. Anjali is not a channeler. She makes up her channeled messages like many of the Galactic Federation of Light or Anshar cult members. 100% fake channeler. Well, I agree with you, Canadian Awareness, and thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. The Sixth Sense also chiming in, thanking Canadian Awareness for his kindness, his generosity, and support of the show. Thank you very much. And to anybody else that wants to help us, one of the best ways you can do it is that money button, the super chat button down there in the live chat. And that really does help us to praise the. All right, let's get to some live chat comments and questions. Any questions or comments for me, please put them in all caps. Otherwise, I just cherry pick through them. Amy Collins says, fun and informative as always. Thank you, Stephen. Well, thank you for being here, Amy Collins. Good to see you. Long time audience member and show supporter and participant in the live chat, which reminds me, if you happen to be listening in audio podcast land, you're missing half the fun. Go on over to YouTube. Put Truth Seekers, one word, in the search bar. Look for me, the freak with the weird glasses. That would be me, your host, Stephen Cambion. And you will find the Truth Seekers YouTube channel. We record the podcast completely and totally live here on Facebook Live, YouTube, and Twitter. So if you're listening in audio podcast land, we love and appreciate you. Please leave a review. But make sure you go on over to YouTube, put Truth Seekers in the search bar, or look in the podcast description. There will be a link to our YouTube channel. Come on over here, smash the subscribe button, hit that notification bell, and you too will know when we're doing a live taping. Don't just listen to the show. Don't just watch it. Come here and be a part of it. You are most welcome here. Lee Guy is asking if I've become Thanos yet. Because apparently somebody was saying that masturbation gives you superpowers. And I said, if that were true, I would be as powerful as Thanos. Not yet, Lee Guy, but I'm continually working on it. The flawed human that I am, right? Yes, and Wild Ascension says, I think all the men in the chat are thanking you for your generosity, Stephen. Well, thanks to Trixie for helping us to encourage the male members of our audience to praise the cash. And by the way, Wild Ascension, my wife has now told me, has given me homework and said it's not fair for me to just have some girl doing that. I got to find a big buff guy to encourage you ladies. So I'm if anybody knows a big buff bodybuilder kind of guy that I can get on a webcam to help us to praise the cash. Email me at truthseekershow@gmail.com. I'm interested in doing that. We want to be equal opportunity here, and my wife is right. It's not fair for there to be just a girl helping us praise the cash. To encourage the men, we want to encourage everybody, so we'll try to find a buff guy to do it. I would do it, but that would just be terrible. Right? The only six-pack I have is in my refrigerator, Wild Ascension, right? But I am working on losing that. I'm working on losing that 10 pounds that I'm blaming on the pandemic, right? I ate way too much comfort food and drank way too much beer through the last couple of years. And maybe it's just marriage or your metabolism slowing down. I used to be able to eat anything, Wild Ascension. I was like, or maybe it's being a starving artist and getting a little better off in life and being a little more comfortable. Or I blame my wife's cooking too. My wife cooks wonderful meals and a lot of comfort food, macaroni and cheese and these delicious meals. And sometimes I overindulge. So I'm 10 pounds heavier than I should be. And it's all gone right to my gut. And I don't feel right with that spare tire walking around. So I'm trying to get out and exercise more. We're working on that. 5x5 News is here. By the way, let me know in the live chat, 5x5 News. If I can call you later, I will. Or you have my cell phone. As soon as the stream ends, feel free to call me on my cell phone. I left you my cell phone number on your voicemail. Sorry that we keep having trouble hooking up. I want you to come here and be a guest. I think we could have an excellent conversation that would help encourage people or would help educate people, because you're covering some of the same topics and with the same sort of, mindset that I am. You're a little bit more skeptical, and I like that. I think we need more of that. We'd love to have you on the show. Call me as soon as the stream ends, if you would like. I will be up for a while editing, so I'd be happy to talk to you tonight. Let's see. Sixth Sense reminding people to try to keep their comments on the clean side. Yes, YouTube does not like, please no profanity in the live chat or say it sideways so that the algo doesn't get pissed off or YouTube doesn't get pissed at us. We're trying to be good citizens here. Remember, it is a privilege, not a right, to have a YouTube channel. We're certainly thankful for our partners at YouTube for helping us to distribute the show. It's by far our largest distribution point. The Josh and Artemis show is here and says, awesome show today, Steve. Yes, and I want to encourage everybody. I will put it in, or Josh and Artemis, if Sixth Sense, can you find the Josh and Artemis show that I just did and put it in the live chat? We just did a discussion about cults. Got pretty wild. And I will talk to you guys, Josh and Artemis, off air, because I do have a little bit of advice about those big panel shows. I don't know about you guys. How many have you done with that many people? Because I think 3 or 4 panel members is great. But once you get to like 5 or 6, it gets difficult and everybody's talking over each other or having a hard time chiming in. But it was an excellent and informative stream. We just did it over the weekend, this past Saturday night, there from the cabin. Stephen A is here and says, great show today, Stephen. Yeah, and we've got a full week planned for you here. I go back and forth with this, and that is, part of me thinks you're not working hard enough. You should be doing 5 or 6 shows a week. I mean, I see other people do it, but my worry is always, is there enough demand, first of all? And number 2, because sometimes I have in the past gotten into a situation where if I worked on a show and have really good ideas for a show and did 3, I would get a certain number of views. And then there was weeks where I went, no, I'm going to work a lot harder this week. I've got 5 or 6 good ideas for shows, and I would do 5 or 6. And somehow I would get the same number of views for doing the 3 shows that I did doing the 5 or 6. But I think that our channel is growing here. By the way, here's a good announcement. Let me see if I can find it. We just hit another major milestone, and we're about to hit another one, which I want to thank you all for. If somebody would have told me when I started this channel, the first show was a little less than 2 years ago now. And that would be in June, we did our first show. 2 years ago. So coming up in June, we're going to have a 2-year Truth Seekers anniversary special where everyone is welcome. But one major milestone that we just hit, we now have gotten 401,566 views, which is unbelievable to me. Coming from an audio podcast where barely anybody was listening, it's amazing to me that just a short time later, doing this new format with the video show and shooting it over. And remember, that's just YouTube views. If we aggregate everything else, we're well over 750,000 views or listens. Like if I add in the audio podcast downloads, the Twitch views, the Twitter views, the Rumble views, the BitChute, everywhere that we have sort of spread Truth Seekers, we're well at over 750,000 views in this time frame. I could be a dickhead, and I will be. There's some asshole that I grew up with who's got a podcast nobody listens to, and he's telling people that his audio podcast gets 10,000 downloads a week. And no, he doesn't, because I happen to know somebody at his podcast distributor, and his views are a joke. Or excuse me, his actual downloads are like less than 100 or 200 a week. But he's telling people, oh, we get 10,000 downloads, because audio podcast downloads are only viewable by the person that owns the podcast usually, but I've got an inside track. So some people will lie to you about their views. Some people will lie to you about their reach. Some people will lie to you. Mine are all public. And by the way, we are completely and totally 100% all organic views here. We never would buy subs. We never would buy views. We never would use any of these marketing services that are essentially give me money and I'll get you fake views. We have never done that, and we never will. All of my views are posted publicly, except for the audio podcast ones, which I'd be happy to give you a spreadsheet of the weekly downloads. And everybody can see our Odyssey views. Everybody can see our Rumble views, our BitChute views, our daily. Everywhere we're at, YouTube, Facebook Live, everywhere we're at, people could see the number of actual, real, organic views that I get. And we're, like I said, at 750,000 or so if we add them all up between YouTube's 400,000 and there's another 350 between all the other distribution points. Our views are real. I will never, ever use non-organic means, and I will never, ever lie to you. In fact, I'm blown away. When I look at that and I go, really? That's where we're at. I'm looking forward to a few more months down the line, maybe by the end of summer, early fall. Who knows? We'll be at 1 million listens or views for this show, which honestly, I gotta check when. I had another YouTube channel for years, like literally years and years, a decade, I think. Let me check my other channel, because that one topped out at a little over 1 million views, but it took me, 10 years to do it, right? You can find that channel at Stephen Cambion. Just search Stephen Cambion in YouTube. Let's check that one. Oh, that one topped out at 1.284 million views. 1,284,499 views. But that one I started in July of 2009. So, wow. To get to 1.2 million views on my previous channel took us more than 10 years, right? 12 years, 13 years. And we are rapidly approaching that right now with this new channel. I can't thank all of you enough. I'm blown away, but it just goes to show you, I'm gonna share this with you. And actually, I completely and totally stole this whole concept from Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan was talking about people being unhappy. Maybe you're sitting in a cubicle or you're working some construction job and you hate it, and you'd like to do a podcast or a show, but you're not sure you could do it, or you're worried that it won't work. And what Joe Rogan said was such excellent advice. And I heard it right before I started this new channel and this new show. And that is, leave it up to the universe, but treat it like a garden. Go there every day and water that garden. Go there every day and pull the weeds of that garden. Work on it. Just put a little bit of time in every day. If you have a dream, go do it. You'll be so happy that you did. Go there every day and water that garden. For surely, if you just go there and water that garden every day consistently, surely that garden will grow. And this is where we find ourselves. I have tried to be as consistent as I could be. Some days I don't feel like showing up here, but I kind of always get into the spin of things as the show progresses. I've tried to be consistent. I've tried to come here and water this garden every day. And some of you know, if I'm not live on air, I'm probably working on graphics or editing the next production video. Like tonight, my day started way earlier with some graphics work and some video editing and work on some new music for the show. I will be up until probably 2 a.m. tonight editing. The work doesn't stop when the show ends here. I'm trying to be a one-man army the best that I can here. We sure miss Spooky. But my point is that I really did try. If you got a dream and you want to do, and I hate to encourage competition because honestly, in the past 2 or 3 years, there has been an explosion of shows about these topics. But really, it doesn't have to be about this kind of subject matter. If you have a dream, go do it today. Take some steps towards making that dream a reality. Start that garden. Start planting some seeds. Because if you just spend the time, and also for me, it was, I was feeling very unfulfilled doing other things, but this has given me more of a purpose. I get to use all my creative, talented abilities, video editing, graphics, music. I really have research, investigative skills. It is so incredibly challenging that I always feel challenged. Sometimes I feel a little too challenged, but it's a good thing. It's a good thing to feel challenged in life, especially when you start overcoming these hurdles and these obstacles. So if you have a dream, I'm telling you, start planting some seeds to make that dream a reality. Start watering that garden, because surely if you plant those seeds and you water that garden, that garden will grow. And I have seen this philosophy in action. So I want to thank Joe Rogan for kind of teaching me that. And it was strange that wisdom came to me literally at the exact time I needed to hear it. And every time that I felt like this isn't going to work, I'm not going to be able to do this, I'm not good enough for this, I don't know how to do this, or I can't do that, or we have this problem or that problem, I just remembered what Joe Rogan said. Look, I can't control things. You can't control everything, but you can control your ability to show up. Every chance I get, friends, I'm going to come here and I'm going to show up and I'm going to water this garden. And thank you for being here. We appreciate each and every one of you. Always happy when there's an audience. What else can I say? And again, I'm going to repeat that if people really want me to continue following this shit show called Anjali, we'll do it, because we aim to please here. It's not, it's selfish of me to just say, I want to check out of this story. If my audience wants to hear it, I got to cover it. That's what we do here. We're here to please the audience as much as possible, while keeping me, I got to be interested in the topic. And as long as it involves aliens or cryptids or paranormal events, I'm interested in all of it. Spirituality, ancient history, ancient mysteries. I'm here for it all. But I just mean to say that I can't so quickly check out, because some of you emailed me and sort of checked me like a friend would and say, it's not about you. Somebody literally said to me, like, it's not about you, Steve. Remember, you got an audience to please. So here we are, continuing the coverage that people apparently want to hear about. Now, I get some of the rest. There was some, I'm sure I'm going to get some emails and people that say, get off this crazy train. There's nothing to this story. We hear you too. We got to look for and find some type of balance. So what else can I say, friends? Like I said, always happy when there's an audience. Glad that you guys have all been able to help me reach these incredible milestones. We're also really about to hit, we are about to hit 5,000 subscribers, which is another long-term goal of mine. So I would appreciate it if you would, if you want to help us. There's a few ways to do it. The first, of course, is financial. All the ways to do that are in the description of the video. But there's another way to help us, and that would be, of course, to like, comment, subscribe, and share. Smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, come here and be a part of the live experience. We're going to be doing 3 to 5 videos a week going forward, maybe more, depending on what I have in the pipeline. You are most welcome. Please do hit that subscribe button. Also, be sure to comment on these videos. Let us know if you liked a certain story, if you want to hear more about a certain story. Let us know in the comment. Or just leave a comment for the algorithm, because it really does help us in the search engines. It helps them to recommend us more. The more interaction that we get with the live audience and with viewers like you, the more that YouTube algorithm loves us. I am a slave to the YouTube algorithm gods. Every day I gotta say a prayer. AI algorithm gods, please find favor in our show. Please let the audience comment a lot, or like this video a lot, or even dislike it. It all counts as engagement. Please help us get more engagement, and please find favor in us. Recommend us to more people so that we find more people that will enjoy the content that we are already producing here. So with all that said, I'm going to bounce on out of here. I've got a lot of editing to do. I'm going to go get caffeined up and go for, the second part of my day here. I want to thank each and every one of you for being a part of us. I especially want to thank you, kind and generous benefactors. Remind you that there's a join button now. You too can become a member of our YouTube channel. So that's it for me. That's all I got for you. Tomorrow night, we will be back at 7 p.m. with an analysis of Stephen Greer, Dr. Stephen Greer, also known as Dr. Stephen Greed's latest cash grab. And if at all possible, many of you have asked me to review this Third Phase of Moon documentary that largely features Dr. Stephen Greed. I'm going to try to find it, buy it, and watch it before tomorrow night so we can also discuss that. But tomorrow night, 7 p.m. is going to be all about Dr. Stephen Greer, and his latest conference, his latest cash grab, online conference. Yes. If you enjoy this kind of content, please do be here. 7 p.m. tomorrow night. That would be April 12th. I'll be here, and I hope you will too. That's all I got for you. Until next time, friends, good night, and God bless all of you, even you, Anjali. Greetings and salutations, friends. Welcome back, old friends and new. We want to take a moment to recognize and thank all of you new subscribers. This month, I think we're up somewhere between 250 and 300 subscribers. There has been a new influx of new friends, and we love new friends here. Thank you for lending us your eyes and ears. We're happy to have you here. And to you old friends, the veterans who I heard somebody mention, they have been here at Truth Seekers since the Anjali original story, which was quite some time ago. We really covered that story. And despite what hoaxer, liar, scammers tell you, I don't host hoaxers. We are the reason why people largely know that this Anjali person, former DIA employee and contractor specializing in information warfare, Truth Seekers, as well as a few researchers who certainly helped a great deal with this whole Anjali story, including Charlie Weiser and James A. Conrad. We really dug into her story, and we busted her entire original story as completely and totally fake. So imagine my surprise when we get to play UFO whack-a-mole again. You know, you whack them down, they just pop back up. Usually, though, they pop back up with brand new fake stories. Since her entire original story got busted as fake. But imagine my surprise when I went to visit a friend who has a subscription of all things Gaia TV. And I got to sit there and listen to Anjali tell her entire Tunnel of Aliens love story. Well, it wasn't really a love story, but Anjali's original story, for those that don't know, is that she met this couple in a coffee house. They invited her back to their home. And there, while at the home, there was a tunnel behind the guy's house. And she went in there and met all these different alien species and had this tremendous alien contact experience. And there were these witnesses to the event because the couple was there. After a great deal of effort, and by the way, that whole story, it reminded me of Don't F with Cats. If you've ever seen that on Netflix, it was just like me, Charlie Weiser, James A. Conrad, and a bunch of people on the internet decided we were going to find her original, this Wayne. She called him Wayne. That wasn't his name. We were going to find him, and then we were going to ask him if all this stuff that she said really happened, or if the story was fake. And I started poring over satellite maps, looking for any mountains in that area and people who owned we had a few data points to work with, like the guy owned a construction company. He had a mountain on his property. So we went looking. I struck out. I did start calling everybody that had a construction company and also owned property. We checked public records and satellite maps, and it was a tremendous effort to find this person. And of course, I want to thank Charlie Weiser and James A. Conrad, who are more responsible for finding him than me. But they sort of forwarded this information along to me, and I called the guy right up. I'm like, I'm getting to the bottom of this story. Is she telling the truth, this Anjali person, or is this all a garbage peddled story? Now, imagine my surprise then after we interview the principal witness to her alien encounter event, and we find out some key points of data. I think the most important data point that we found when interviewing this so-called Wayne of hers is that there was no tunnel. He had not dug a tunnel into the mountain. She claimed there was a tunnel into the mountain. They went in there, met the aliens. He talked about building a tunnel, but like he's got a mountain on the back end of his property, like in his backyard. There was a mountain facing his backyard. So he thought he would build like a man cave in there, like literally. And the guy's in construction, so he could do these things. But he mentioned it to her while she visited. There was no tunnel when she visited. He hadn't even begun any excavation or digging. So her entire original story completely and totally blown apart as fake. There was no tunnel. How are you having an alien experience inside a tunnel or going through a tunnel into an alien base inside a mountain if there's no tunnel? I originally hypothesized that this was a drug-induced event in one form or another. She talked about being called Lavi, a purple being, and ask anybody that's done DMT. Almost everybody that does DMT, ask them. They see a purple being. So my original hypothesis was she was under the influence of some kind of drug. She swore up and down she wasn't on any drugs. She didn't take any drugs. No drugs were involved in this experience. Turns out later she admitted that she was on some, to the best of my knowledge or recollection, 4 different prescription medications. And this Wayne person, the person she met at the coffee shop, in his words, dosed her with some very high potency cannabis oil, Rick Simpson oil, it's called. I don't know how potent it is, but one can imagine that the combination of some 4 different prescription medications that she was on at the time, and add to that she was dosed with some very high potency cannabis oil. And I think we can all guess where her so-called alien tunnel experience came from. A lot of people on drugs report seeing or experiencing tunnels or they hallucinate. They have admittedly profound experiences. I know I have, especially on hallucinogens, but that's a story for another time. But it doesn't mean that she saw aliens, and it doesn't mean that her story was true. Now, it's important to point out that Anjali, when she first came on the scene, claimed to be a former Defense Intelligence Agency employee. I thought that was fake. I said that. I said, she's probably complete total fake. She probably never worked for them. In her defense, I did a full background investigation, and we did find out that her original story was fake. All the alien stuff was fake, but her background, claimed work credentials, and her claimed education, incredibly educated woman actually, was all true and correct. She did have the degree she claimed. She did work for the Defense Intelligence Agency twice, both as a direct employee and then later as a subcontractor or contractor, which is very common. And what did Anjali specialize in? She specialized in information warfare. So one might ask themselves, and I keep saying this, but since 2016, there has been a right out in the open government infiltration into the world of UFOs. And it's incredible the amount of government people that are now directly involved in UFOs, that are experiencers themselves. And now we've got this John Ramirez. Oh boy, that guy is telling all kinds of tall tales with no evidence or no proof. And interestingly, John Ramirez, former CIA, comes out to bolster Anjali's stories after they've already been completely blown apart as fake, fictional, not real, not true, never happened. Nothing that she said originally ever happened. There was no tunnel. Kind of hard to have an alien experience where you go through a tunnel into an alien base when there's no tunnel on the guy's property. Now, of course, originally, she claimed that this couple would back up everything she said as 100% accurate. But we saw what happened when we got to him. He disputed almost the entirety of her story. So imagine my surprise when she does what I call the Cosmic Con Shuffle. You've heard me say that before. That's when a hoaxer, scammer gets caught really bad. You got to get caught really bad. Then they shuffle off, right? Do the Cosmic Con Shuffle. Pretend that never happened. And usually they shuffle back in with some new fake stories about aliens or UFOs or spaceships or secret space this or reptilians. Or she didn't do that. She shuffled away and then she shuffled back in still telling the same story as if it didn't get completely and totally destroyed and busted as a 100% provably fake story already. But not only that, I got to give it to her because I've never seen this before. We're going to have to come up with a new term. I think we're just going to call it the CIA circus maneuver. Since her entire story got completely and totally busted, she gets a big money deal on Gaia TV where she could go tell her completely provably fake alien stories on Gaia TV. Great. And then all of a sudden, here comes a former high-ranking CIA officer who ingratiates himself and infiltrates the UFO community some time ago. And he's backing up her story and claiming that she's being interviewed by the top brass at the government's UFO office. And that would be Arrow. And it turns out somebody got an on-the-record statement. No, she didn't. She was never interviewed by Arrow. Full stop. She was never interviewed by Arrow. It never happened. So, to be very honest with you, I am just perplexed at this entire sequence of events. Remember, we have former Defense Intelligence Agency information warfare specialist suddenly comes out a few years ago and claims that she's having all these alien experiences and she's going to mount an expedition back into the alien mountain and she's going to get all the evidence and proof of the aliens. And then we find the guy who owns the mountain and he says there's no tunnel and none of that ever happened. And she was on all these drugs when she was at my house. And we go, oh, okay, well, that kind of explains it. And we think we're done, right? In a normal situation, that would be the end of the Anjali story, but not in the circus land of UFOs, because Anjali comes shuffling back and she brings with her a high-ranking CIA officer who's telling everybody all kinds of stuff about aliens. Reptilian aliens are in the government, I think he said. And he's here as, I believe, in my opinion, sort of like a handler. I guess he's her CIA handler, and he's telling everybody that I don't care what anybody says about Anjali. She's the real deal, and the government is super interested in her, and they've interviewed her. The UFO program for the United States, they interviewed her. Turns out none of that was true. Nobody interviewed her from Arrow. Period. Full stop. Never happened. So why would a former high-ranking CIA officer be backing up the completely and totally 100% provably fake stories of an alien hoaxer who used to be an information warfare specialist for the Defense Intelligence Agency? Now, I have to make a documentary. We're going to make something like one of my favorite documentaries is Mirage Men. We're going to make a documentary about the government and the CIA, especially's infiltration into the UFO community, because I, for one, cannot believe what's going on. And you know what else I can't believe? I can't believe that a bunch of dummies are lining up to interview these people as if we can trust anything that they have to say. Let's start with Anjali. Told an incredible story of an alien tunnel and an alien mountain, and she went in this alien tunnel and she met the aliens, and okay, turns out there's no tunnel. Turns out that the principal witness to the event said none of this ever happened. And just to remind you of some of the things that original witness to her original story said, we're going to play a little bit of it, because recently Anjali is making the rounds again. And now she's sitting on podcasts and shows talking about the alien tunnel that does not exist. And I just can't believe it that we had, let's see, I think there was 5 people on this show that we're going to play some of it, Calling All Beings. And they're hosting a former DIA information warfare specialist whose alien story got completely busted as fake, and a former high-ranking CIA guy to tell us, no, Anjali's the real deal. And nobody out of the 5 people interviewing those people on that show bothered to mention that there was no tunnel. It did not exist. None of this is real. One may wonder, why is our government infiltrating the UFO community? I've said this time and time again, and I mean it. This is very important. Imagine if a bunch of CIA guys and information warfare specialists from the Defense Intelligence Agency and FBI people and other intelligence people, Pentagon intelligence officials or former Pentagon intelligence officials, all started infiltrating a tiny subculture like cosplay. Wouldn't that be on all the news? What are all these CIA people doing here at a cosplay convention? But post 2016, this is just normal now. And you can go to a UFO convention and there's all kinds of CIA people, including Gary Nolan, Travis Taylor, Lou Elizondo. I'm not sure if he's appeared at them, but we've got Jim Semivan. We've got former CIA Director James Woolsey integrating himself into the UFO community. We've got Anjali, former Defense Intelligence Agency information warfare specialist. Now we've got John Ramirez, former high-ranking CIA guy. He was in charge of like the science and technology division for the whole CIA, I think. He was the directorate. He worked in the Directorate for Science and Technology for the CIA. He also worked in the Directorate of Intelligence for the CIA. And as best I recall, he was a GS-15, which I'm not sure if I'm correct in this, but I'm pretty sure that's pretty high up there. Pretty high CIA guy. And I don't understand why all these CIA people and alphabet soup agencies, that's what I call it. It's the alphabet soup agencies. We've got people from the FBI infiltrated into the UFO community, including Ben Hansen and John D'Souza. We've got former Pentagon intelligence official Lou Elizondo. We've got Gary Nolan, CIA contractor, science guy. We've got Travis Taylor, who also worked for the government, infiltrated deeply into the UFO community. And we've got Jim Semivan. We've got all of those people that were involved in TTSA. And by the way, one of the founders and directors of TTSA was so deep in the CIA, nobody even knew he existed until 2015, I think, or 2013, maybe 2014, 2015. Until then, he was so secretive, nobody even knew he existed. And I'm sorry, but if this had happened to any other subculture, like let's say comic books, doesn't have to be cosplay, or Star Trek community, what if a whole bunch of government agents just started infiltrating and embedding themselves in the Star Trek community? Wouldn't that be newsworthy? And yet here we are, and no one seems to care, and no one seems to mind, and we've got an entire lineup of stupid people who can't wait to cozy up to the CIA, DIA, FBI, alphabet soup, UFO community infiltrators and interview them, get them to do their live events, be on my podcast, be on my show. It's mind-boggling to me. And the fact that no one seems to notice this, with few exceptions, there are a few researchers that are very, very astute. Besides me, there are at least a few people involved with the UFO community that have noticed this as well. So we want to thank Richard Crawley for a kind and generous $6.99 Canadian. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We appreciate that very, very much. Oh yeah, is Daryl Sims former government as well? Daryl Sims is the sheep dip wonder. That guy is bad news. I don't know that we're trying to keep tonight's discussion to government or former government employees that have infiltrated themselves into the UFO community. And of course, we've got a lot of former military now, because a lot of them figured out, hey, this UFO thing is very profitable. So we've got all these UFO profiteering whores jumping in from the military. We got Robert Salas, right? And we've got all of these people, Ryan Graves, all former government employees. I'm not that concerned with former military, unless they're former military intelligence. Oh, but let's also remember we have Richard Doty, former Air Force Office of Special Investigations officer. He's been heavily embedded into the UFO community since the 80s. And he has provably manipulated people in the UFO community with disinformation and fake information. In the case of Paul Benowitz, even driving that guy crazy. He literally drove a guy crazy with fake alien stories. And now Anjali is sitting on a panel on Gaia TV with Richard Doty, interviewing her. And she's talking about the alien tunnel. You know, that tunnel that we proved the guy didn't even begin to dig yet when she started telling her alien stories. If all this seems crazy to you, you're in the right place, because I think this is crazy. And the continued alphabet soup agency involvement in the UFO community should concern all of us. Why are there so many government employees here? Why are there so many former government employees here? Why are there so many intelligence people currently or previously conducting what can only be called UFO schemes for profit? It's a lot. It's a lot of them. And but we're going to begin tonight's presentation with Wayne. Well, that's not his name. Anjali's original witness to the event, the man who owned the property she claimed that she had her alien experiences at, was a man named Brian Paul Blackwell. And he owned this big property with a mountain on the back of it. He met Anjali at a coffee shop, brings her back to his house, and, well, we'll see what he has to say. I don't think we have to cite fair use if I'm playing my own show. And by the way, I apologize for even doing this. I had planned to pull some clips and just did not have time over my weekend. I'm happy to say, though, that my cabin bathroom project is going amazing, and it's almost done. One more weekend and we'll be done that cabin bathroom. Thank God. So this is Brian Paul Blackwell, and he owns a big property and a big construction company where Anjali claims that she went through a tunnel into an alien base, met multiple races of alien beings, and more. And this is what bothers me sometimes, this UFO whack-a-mole. Like, we busted this story quite some time ago. I mean, this original interview was 1 year ago. So she goes away for a year, and then she comes back telling the same stories about her alien tunnel, and nobody that's interviewing her is saying, excuse me, wait a minute, your alien tunnel didn't exist, and truth seekers proved that a year ago. How can she sit there on a show being interviewed by 5 people? And by the way, I'm pretty sure they're aware of these facts. Are they just playing along, right? Or is that the access issue? For those unaware, if you interview alien scammers and you push them, with things like facts and evidence, you lose access. So this Calling All Beings show, I don't know what their numbers are normally like, but they got big numbers hosting Anjali, and all they had to do is have 5 people sit there and act stupid, act like they're so dumb they don't know that her entire original story is fake, and just let her talk. We're going to get into that, but before we do, I thought we could go over a little bit of remember, this is the principal witness of her alien encounter, and he's the guy that she said dug a tunnel into the mountain. None of that is true.
Water in the mountain, that's all. It wasn't, I never claimed there was aliens in my mountain, ever.
She said he did.
Anyway.
So that contradicts a lot of her story. And you did tell me, off air, though, that you were explaining to her that you were basically going to dig some tunnels and you were going to build like a wine cellar and like a man cave in there, right? It wasn't about aliens. It was just about building something into the mountain.
Yeah, exactly. Like, like
But you hadn't begun. You had not, and to this day, you have not begun tunneling or digging
I have not
anything, right?
even, nope, haven't even.
So there's
started.
no tunnels on the mountain that you're
Not a
aware
tunnel.
of?
There's not a tunnel on this
Is there
mountain.
any caves or anything that you're aware of?
Mm-mm.
No.
Mm-mm.
Yeah. So that kind of contradicts a
Where
large part of
she's
the
claiming,
story.
where she's claiming these are, it's absolutely not. So,
So no tunnels, no caves that you're aware of, or
No.
entrances.
mm-mm.
And someone also suggested that there could be some kind of a shed hiding an entrance into the tunnel or something. Are you aware of anything like that?
There's a shed in front of where I'm going to be digging, so that's what she's talking about, and that's where. And that was just a conversation anyway. So
Yeah, but she
How-
took
how
she took it. She took it and said that you had already dug the tunnel into the mountain. That you met the aliens. That they take people, and then they teleport them back into your house.
No, I
You
never told her
any of
anything
that.
like that. No. The conversation of me digging a hole. I mean, I didn't really even talk about that too much with people, because I didn't really want people to know what I was doing. But I mean, of course, if you're in a helicopter, you're going to see what I'm doing or whatever, the squirrels got great houses in the mountain. So I was kind of following the squirrels, it wasn't the aliens.
No
aliens.
So you yourself
squirrels.
have not had an alien experience at the mountain or inside the mountain, and you have never been teleported by the aliens or none of that.
No, it'd be cool though. It would be pretty cool if I.
Yeah,
and just to be clear, this contradicts all of Anjali's original story. In her original story, she claimed that this Wayne, whose real name is Brian, Mr. Blackwell, told her that he had met aliens inside his mountain and that there were aliens inside the mountain and the aliens come and take people in there. None of that is true. He completely and totally just destroys her entire original story. So why are people interviewing this woman and not bringing this information to their audience? Is it laziness? Is it ignorance? They just don't know. Everybody knows that this happened. I remember this was one of our biggest stories that year. In fact, it was our biggest story that year. That her whole entire story came completely and totally crashing down. Then people are going to interview her and sit there and let her LARP, pretend that her experiences are real. And I, for one, strongly stand against anybody interviewing her and not pressing her on these important facts. Just to be clear, though, you have a bit of an interest in UFOs and aliens, right? That's why you were talking. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, for sure, aliens, they exist for sure. I mean, I believe they live here now. You know what I mean? There's no doubt in my mind that they live underground.
Yeah, but you haven't seen them in your mountain.
No.
Or dug a tunnel to them or communicated with any of the aliens. So explain for me when she was at your home, because she tends to say basically that, she kind of took a hike to the tunnel with you and another couple, and then you all went in the tunnel, and then this is where she meets the aliens, and none of that happened.
Well, not in physical appearance here. I mean, if it happened in her experience, I mean that's her experience. I mean, I don't want to really take that away from her. If that's what she thinks happened, then that's cool. What a great story.
She did. She described it as a physical experience. She, you, and your wife and another couple went into the tunnel.
We don't remember any tunnel. We don't remember any part of that.
So what did happen? She just walked around the grounds around the mountain, took a hike, and then that was it?
We all went. Okay, as far as the hike goes, it wasn't like a hike. It was just up my driveway to the upper level of what is cut. You follow me? Like what pads are cut, where you can walk without hiking the mountain. We didn't hike. We never hiked any mountain. We walked up the driveway about another, I don't know, it's another 200 or 150 feet up. and we just went up and I just showed them that area. That's all. I mean, and if it was, to my knowledge, she wanted to see like more of the land or something, maybe. I can't even remember why we walked up there, because it was unusual that I walked up there.
Yeah, and by the way, Mr. Blackwell provided us with maps of his property showing that it would have been only a few minute walk from his back door to the mountain. It would have been a few hundred feet. You know, like he opens his back door and there's a mountain that slowly descends up right in his backyard. So even her claims, they just completely and totally fall apart
On that day. So with,
so basically you guys were just hanging out and you were kind of showing her your
yeah, that's all.
Your land, right? You had a big chunk of land there, a nice chunk of land with the nice scenery and a mountain on it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just showing her the mountain and the land and things like that.
Yeah, we all remember.
Yeah, that's all. Just casual.
Could you estimate for me, like, how long was she at your home in total, and how long was she walking around the grounds?
Well, let's see. We got back from the coffee shop probably about 2 o'clock, maybe 3 or so. We weren't outside too long. We probably maybe in a couple hours, maybe before it started getting dark. Maybe I don't even remember. It was January, so yeah, it probably got dark around 4, and it was cold. So from that point, I can see us coming inside by the fire.
Thanks, guys, but
it was
tomorrow.
About that time though that I think that call. It was still light when the ambulance showed up and the sheriff showed up. It was
I was going to say, just to be clear, because we're trying to get to confirm or deny some bits of her story. We'll get to the ambulance. I have that on my list, but she claimed that you guys were all in the mountain, and then either her or you, I'm a little foggy on the story. It's been a little bit since I've reviewed it all. Either her or all of you were inside the mountain in this tunnel, and you were instantly teleported back to your home.
Well, I didn't have.
You don't recall that?
I didn't
have that experience.
We walked down. We walked right back down the same way.
The whole story is fake. Why is she being interviewed still?
And, that she was on her phone. She was on her phone, and I didn't think much of it. I mean, a person has a phone call. You know what I mean? So next thing you know, there's a sheriff in my front yard, and there's an ambulance right with them. And
yes, apparently Anjali's daughter was concerned for her and called the sheriff and the ambulance to go do a wellness check on her at this man's house. So take from that what you will. I would think that a stable person doesn't have their children calling in police and ambulance to go check on them. But I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not a psychologist. It's just worthy of mention that during her original experience, an ambulance shows up to do a wellness check on her, which is incredibly interesting. And we also have to keep in mind that during this night, she was under the influence of several different prescription medications and some very powerful cannabis oil, Rick Simpson oil, which Mr. Blackwell gave to her. And he joked earlier in this interview about really dosing her, like a big dose of it. Take from that what you will.
Can you explain to us why would an ambulance show up for her at your home? But they did a wellness check of her, right?
It was a welfare check. So yeah, when I walked outside, I told the sheriff, I said, man, you got the wrong house again, because they've mixed up my address before.
Yeah, it happens, especially in rural areas. Yeah.
So I said, you got the wrong place, and he said, no, is Angelia here? And I was like, well, what the fuck is that? Well, yeah, I mean, what, who is this person? You know what I mean? Like, I just brought this person to my house, and now there's a sheriff here, and now there's an ambulance here, Anyway, he didn't give me any information until he saw her, and then after he saw her, and then the ambulance was checking her out. Then once she was in the ambulance. Then the sheriff and I had we had talks and some laughs, actually. I straight up told him, I says, hey, so what's the deal here? I mean, what's up? And he said, well, somebody called in for a welfare check for her. I go, oh, okay. So, I mean, what's the problem? Are they thinking she's inebriated or something or what? And he goes, well, I really don't know. And I go, well, whatever. He couldn't really, he didn't want to share the information with me, because I guess you can't, because it's investigation stuff or whatever. And so,
could be medical information, or could be information about her mental state, which is also covered under HIPAA laws. And interestingly, this wellness check and an ambulance being showing up there suddenly would have happened by her own timeline, right after she went down the alien tunnel and met all those aliens in a tunnel that did not exist, right? The entire story is completely and totally fake. And I am going to, right now, before I forget, I will put this video, for anybody who's interested, I will put the interview of this person, Mr. Blackwell. I'm just going to put it under sources here, right in the description of tonight's video, because talk about, occasionally people tell me like, oh, you're doing all this good, Stephen. You're showing us who's, a lying, profiteer and who's on the level, and, you're busting all these frauds. But it's pretty discouraging to see that they just come back in a year and they keep telling the same story that we've already busted here more than a year ago. More than a year ago, this entire story was over, in my opinion. Because if your entire original story you come out with, and by the way, with great fanfare, she went and had a fake press conference. By the way, there was no members of the press there. And I know that. There was no members of the press there. She stood there in front of a couple of alien UFO fans and gave her little spiel in front of the Lincoln Memorial. She was not interviewed by any members of press. There was no, she wasn't on CNN or Fox or even the local Washington, D.C. news network, period. None. There was no newspaper articles, nothing. So when she says she held a press conference in front of the Lincoln Memorial, well, so could you. Take a one-page prepared sheet of something you want to read, stand there in front of the Lincoln Memorial and have somebody film you reading it. It's not a press conference if no press shows up. Sorry. Wrong term. Announcement? That would have been a fine term to use. I went to the Lincoln Memorial and I made an announcement about my alien experiences, which would, in a few short months after her Lincoln Memorial announcement, wasn't a press conference if no press showed up, the whole story came crashing down as completely and totally a 100% provably fake story. And, so let's review. She claims she meets this guy. He tells her there's aliens in the mountain. Come back to my house. I'll show you the aliens. And she claims she goes through a tunnel. There's no tunnel. The tunnel did not exist. There's no aliens. There's no alien base. And then, curiously, her daughter becomes concerned, and suddenly an ambulance is showing up to check on her. In my opinion, a psychologically stable person doesn't have their children calling in ambulances to check on them. We can also review the fact that she lied in her original interview with me, because I asked her if her experience may have been drug-induced or influenced. No, I wasn't on any drugs. Later, she has to admit that she's on multiple, I believe she was one of the medications she was on is a psychiatric medication, a sleep medication, some other kind of anti-anxiety medication. And the combination of the super strong Rick Simpson cannabis oil that Mr. Blackwell, he kind of joked that he does that to people. Everybody's got that one friend, right? At a party, they'll give you that drink that's like grain alcohol and a little bit of Kool-Aid, just enough to give it color. it seemed to me to be something like that. He like joked that he gave people huge doses of the Rick Simpson oil. And she involves this family who want nothing to do with all this publicity and all this story and all this stuff. And this man was battling cancer at the time that she does this. She's making major announcements at the Lincoln Memorial that she's going on an expedition to this guy's house. She doesn't even tell the guy that she's going to the Lincoln Memorial to talk about the aliens she met in his mountain. Then she does this whole Twitter promotion thing where she's putting polls up. I was one of the people. Who gets to go on the expedition with me? And people are voting, and it became this entire circus around this lady whose entire original story is fake. And this guy gets drug into it. I felt sorry for him. I still do. He wants nothing to do with the story. He won't do future interviews to the best of my knowledge or recollection. He told her, like, I'm battling cancer. Leave my family out of your fantasies, essentially. I'm paraphrasing, but that's what he said. I'm battling cancer. Leave me out of your alien fantasies and leave my family out of it. Now, of course, in this interview, he did joke somebody can buy his property for $1 million, right? And she also lied to him and told him that Whitley Strieber was going to be involved in an offer of money to buy his property. The famous alien abduction person, Whitley Strieber. He's been a guest here. You may know him from his famous book, Communion. Everybody knows Whitley Strieber. And why is she lying? Then we interviewed Whitley Strieber, who said that never happened. I talked to her because Whitley Strieber believes he was abducted by aliens. So if there's another person that has an alien experience, he'll talk to them. Imagine that. But he was supposed to be brokering some deal between this guy and maybe Bob Bigelow or somebody else that's got a lot of money that wanted to buy this guy's house with the mountain on it so that they can have access to the aliens and the alien tunnel. Sounds scammy because it is. All of this is ridiculous. Absolutely, positively ridiculous. So imagine my surprise when this woman... Oh, by the way, everybody's wishing me a happy birthday, and thank you all very much, but you're a little early. My birthday is May 31st, which is tomorrow. But I can't remember. I think it was Mark on Facebook said happy birthday to me. And so everybody, but thank you all. I appreciate it very, very much. I made it through one more year without eating dirt on this planet. And I can't tell you what a happy life I have, and I'm happy for the next year to come. And thank you all for your kindness, generosity, and birthday wishes. So imagine my surprise, right? We did an incredible amount of work to cover this story correctly. And by the way, there are some scammers that we also busted for hoaxing and faking stuff that lie to people and say, he hosted Anjali, he hosts hoaxers. We completely and totally full court press investigated her. We did background checks. We checked her education. We checked her work history. I stand by all the work that we did. And then some other researchers and me said, let's find this guy and his wife and let's interview them. By the way, I did speak to Mr. Blackwell's wife off air, and she confirmed everything that Mr. Blackwell said. There's no tunnel. There's no aliens. Nobody told her there was aliens in the mountain, right? They didn't get teleported back into their house from the alien base. Nobody saw Lavi or the tall white aliens. Of course, tall white aliens come from Charles Hall, who is another complete and total fraud. So, okay, there was fake tall white aliens in your alien story. And the person who brought us everything about tall white aliens is a complete total fraud that was never in the Air Force. But okay, so the wife, I think he called her Tricia, maybe. It was Wayne and Tricia, to the best of my knowledge and recollection. Both these principal witnesses to her entire original story completely and totally dispute her entire account of what happened that night. There was no aliens. The tunnel didn't exist.
and no teleportation happened, right? And then we've got additional lying that she has done. And I mean, you can follow Charlie Weiser if you really want to get into the minutia of just how many times this woman has lied to everyone and contradicted herself with completely and totally false statements. She says things happen, you know, it's a whole thing. But imagine my surprise when just after, you know, a year of that whole story is fake. And I get it. People want to believe her. I get it. You know, alien base sounds cool to me. And by the way, just to be clear, if that tunnel did exist and I got invited to that expedition, you're goddamn right. I would have been there with cameras ready to bring it to you. I was packing my bag just in case. She wasn't crazy. And by the way, I'm not saying she's crazy. I think she has a severe problem with, you know, like a lot of people, I think Anjali's problem is that she's led a fairly unremarkable life. And like a lot of people I have seen who make up fake alien stories, doing so gives her some sort of ego boost, right? Some sort of narcissistic pleasure. Like, look, people are finally listening to me because I'm talking to aliens, except you're not, and you didn't, and the tunnel doesn't exist. And it's sad to me, you know? I mean, I found her to be a nice woman until things didn't go very well with me. I famously, people said I yelled at her. I lost my temper on another interview with her after this guy. And she started talking about the tunnel. And I'm like, the tunnel doesn't exist. I lost my temper. But I learned a lesson from it. And I have not done that since to any guest. I haven't lost my temper or yelled at anybody that was a guest. Everybody goes through a learning process. And for this show, that was a big learning experience for me, because then all of the believer crowd attacked me like, you were so rude to her. Her whole story was fake. I have none. I have no patience, none, for somebody that lies about their whole story. So yeah, I lost my patience. I'm human. So imagine my surprise when this woman pops up on Gaia TV. She gets a big money Gaia deal, I heard. I don't know exactly the details of the deal that she got with Gaia TV, but we have heard from people like Corey Good and others that being on Gaia TV is very profitable. And isn't it interesting that Gaia TV, the person that hosted Corey Good telling his fake alien stories, would hire Anjali, whose stories were completely and totally busted as fake. Now, let's get into this Ramirez thing, because this is where it gets crazy. So we're up to the point where her entire original story gets completely busted as fake. Then she gets a job telling the same alien stories that were already busted as completely and totally fake on Gaia TV, also known as fake alien TV, you know? Like, if you want to hear about fake alien stories, Gaia TV is the place to be. I was horrified. I wasn't so horrified about her being on Gaia TV until I sat there with a friend who don't ask me why, but they got Gaia TV. They pay for it. And you can't get those episodes of so-called Cosmic Disclosure with Anjali unless you pay. I'm not paying Gaia TV. But I was able to confirm, just for my own sanity, that, yeah, Anjali just went on Gaia TV, started talking about the alien tunnel and the alien base and all this stuff that was already completely and totally busted as a completely and totally fake story. And she, you know, it's the lie by omission now. Now she just completely and totally leaves out the fact that we busted her whole story as fake. But it is what it is. But then I was further horrified after confirming that she's telling the same story, essentially, that we busted as completely and totally fake a year ago on Gaia TV recently. I'm even more horrified because now I see that she has a CIA, I call him her CIA handler. Suddenly, this John Ramirez comes out of nowhere, and John Ramirez started infiltrating the UFO community a few years ago. And I think it's really incredible that Ramirez is all over things like TikTok. And for his age and everything to be all over TikTok, it smacks of a psyop to me. And that's my opinion. I'm entitled to an opinion. If you don't like it, form your own opinion. But why is CIA once high-ranking CIA official suddenly on TikTok, on YouTube, all over the place talking about aliens and UFOs? Is John Ramirez Richard Doty 2.0? I wondered this myself. I'm going to just show you this. This is incredible to me. And he's all over. He's all over TikTok, YouTube, podcasts. And what is concerning is that people are just literally lining up to interview this guy. And no one seems to think that it's problematic that a former CIA guy is saying all this stuff about, oh, I was abducted by aliens. And it gets worse. This guy is just getting deeper and deeper on the woo train. He in the woo hole. This dude, he starts off with some stuff that is pretty grounded, right? When he first enters the UFO community, he's saying things like, I saw some documents that confirm that Roswell was really happened and it was an alien spacecraft that crash landed. And a normal rational person, I guess you would think to yourself, well, he was former high-ranking CIA. Maybe he did see a document that confirms that Roswell was an alien crash landing of an alien spacecraft, right? But the longer he's been here, the deeper and crazier his stories have gotten. And I can confirm this. I have a interesting tweet to share before we get. Okay, so let's do a couple of these TikTok videos first, just so we could sample some of the things that this John Ramirez. Remember, this is the new person that is now helping to, he's like helping to pump up Anjali's already deflated fake story, right? Yeah, and here he is talking about secret government projects to produce alien hybrids. And it gets worse or better, depending on how much you like the woo. He goes further than this video in a recent video, but we'll get to that in a moment.
Without getting CIA's permission. Since World War II, we learned that there has been an alien hybridization of humans.
Exclusively since World War II?
World War II. That's when the CIA learned about it. World War II. That's what prompted me to look back at World War II and say, okay, where did this information come from?
But still, it should be a DNA record of that. We should be able to tell them.
Absolutely. And that's what's not released. That's still...
Well, but I mean, this is being done by academics. The government doesn't do the DNA research.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do.
Well, sure, but I would... it's not.
And by the way, that's Rather B. Squidding, the voice of reason, trying to, clarify his statements. And good job, Rather.
Private, right? There's no classification of our DNA. You can't classify looking into our DNA. You can classify our DNA? You think that they're holding secrets of our DNA from us?
Certainly.
How could they do that?
Because the law allows CIA and the intelligence community to do operations like that because no one bothers to read the law.
So you think that they're going into like the university biology programs and saying don't study this, you can't publish these documents?
No, that's not the way it's done.
Wouldn't that mean they're also redacting information from organizations like 23andMe and Ancestry and those others?
Once you give your blood, once you give your saliva to 23andMe and these others, if you read the fine print, you gave away your DNA for the purposes of creating
scientific research. Yeah,
big pharma.
Is the CIA and other intelligence organizations working directly with these companies to limit what information they put back out to the populace?
I don't know. I don't know that. That's why I mentioned Cosmos ID, because there's a company involved in the human genome, involved in bioinformatics, involved in DNA, and then you look at the company, and then you look at who are the consultants to that company.
You know, we got to connect a lot of dots that don't exist, right? That's how good conspiracy theory works. But this is former high-ranking CIA official claiming that the United States government was made aware of a alien human hybridization program back in World War II.
It's a who's who of IC officers. And the company was started by somebody from the National Science Foundation. And so if you go back to FOIA and you go back to National Science Foundation and you research who these people are, all of a sudden you go, oh my gosh, these guys are really well connected. In fact, one of the officers was CEO of EG&G. EG&G was the parking lot where Eric W. Davis allegedly had his conversation with Admiral Wilson. He went to the
connect some more dots.
EG&G facility in North Las Vegas. And the guy who was the CEO of that company, who is the operations maintenance contractor, Area 51, is part of the scientific consultation team for Cosmos ID.
Interesting that this man has made these huge claims, and yet, did we get any evidence of this fantastical claim? Of course not. And one of the things that you will notice about Mr. Ramirez that I certainly have noticed, you may as well, is that he's got a lot of stories, but he's very light on proof and evidence. And of course, he's been pushing this big disclosure event is coming. And well, two things he said. He said that awakening of human consciousness is coming in 2026, 2027, right? Found through Project Looking Glass, which is something Bob Lazar mentioned, and Dan Burrish, 2 UFO frauds, pushed the Project Looking Glass story. And so is he. Now we've got him also saying that there's a big disclosure event coming in a number of months from now.
Well, first of all, I would say that Dr. Kirkpatrick did a wonderful job compared to his 2 other predecessors on the witness stand, if you will. And that would be Mr. Moultrie, who is his boss, the Undersecretary of Defense for Intelligence and Security.
You're right, Red.
And with Mr. Bray, who was in charge of the UAP task force, and then is now the Deputy Director of the Office of Naval Intelligence. I believe that is his position. So I think they did a wonderful job. But again, I would like to emphasize that disclosure will not come at a congressional hearing or in front of a podium with an official standing behind it. That's not what disclosure is going to be. It's going to be a bigger event, and it will happen.
I agree,
my
Steve.
friend Steve Bassett, I'm sure a lot of folks know Steve, a wonderful guy. He has, oh yes, wonderful. Now, he's now saying something very accurate. He's saying disclosure will happen in months, not years. Months, not years. And I fully endorse that statement that it will happen in that way, and it will happen in a dramatic way, and not just a hearing. So I'll just leave it at that.
And by the way, just for anybody who's keeping track or keeping score of these people, Stephen Bassett said that disclosure would be coming in months, not years, months ago. Did we miss it? Did I miss disclosure? You know, people have been giving these deadlines for quite some time now, and it never pans out. It never, ever pans out, right? And I'm trying to see. I'm sorry, I'm really not familiar. I hate TikTok. I do not use TikTok. The date of this video is several months ago, though.
Because it's premature to talk about. And I'll just say, stay tuned.
Okay. Wow. What a comment.
Yeah. Stay tuned. Right. Keep buying those UFO books and buying our documentaries, and disclosure's coming any day now. Months, not years. Months go by. No disclosure. What are we going to get? We're going to get excuses from these people. Oh, the plan changed at the last minute. That's the big one, right?
Don, you know, now you really got me going here.
Well, first of all, I would say that Dr. Kirkpatrick did a wonderful job.
Oh, I don't know if this is just
compared
repeats.
to.
Yeah, it just repeats. All right. So we've sampled, these are some big claims, right? Awakening of human consciousness is coming in 2017. Extraterrestrials share human DNA. Oh, we got one from Jimmy Church, right? Of course, Jimmy Church is platforming this CIA guy. Of course he is, right? Of course, Jimmy Church is all over this guy. And here's why some of these UFO clown shows are all interviewing him. Number one, you get views. And number two, he says all the things that all the believers want to hear, right? The government really does. Roswell really happened. It really was aliens. I saw the documents to prove it. There's human hybrid, alien hybrid experiments that are taking place, and they have been since at least World War II. There's big disclosures coming in the next couple of months. We're going to have a massive disclosure event, disclosures coming by 2026, 2027, and more. This guy is just full of these stories, right? Here, the CIA has information on an awakening that's going to happen.
I would say I've heard 2027 in a kind of an official capacity I can't reveal. So I think I would say that people in the government are aware of something happening, and that there's
wow, imagine that something's going to happen in 2027. Very very specific here.
Limited time, a few more years to prepare the people, and that's what's ramping up this acceleration from the previous 7 decades of not even acknowledging it to now we are acknowledging it at a faster and faster pace.
Yeah, big disclosure event is coming. A big disclosure event. Something's going to happen in 2027, right? And then, of course, he's confirming Phobos is a real structure. He saw proof of that while he was in the CIA. And isn't it interesting that essentially his whole thing is, I know these things because I was in the CIA. But when pressed, well, I can't talk about that because of my NDAs or whatever. He pulls the Elizondo stunt, right? Which is completely and totally ridiculous. Like, here he is talking about the Galactic Federation.
With John Ramirez, a retired CIA officer who served as chief of the Electronic Intelligence Branch and specialized in ballistic missile defense, weapon systems radar, and technical collection operations. Today, he shares his perspectives on the Galactic Federation. John, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
Israel's former space security chief, Haim Eshed, has stated that extraterrestrials do exist.
And that guy got that from his granddaughter, who got that from Laura Eisenhower, of all people, right? He didn't say that. He said his daughter told him she heard this from Laura Eisenhower.
And there's a Galactic Federation, and that they're waiting for us to make contact and get.
I would add that Mr. Eshed is just more than a counterpart to NASA administrator. He's more like the counterpart to the director of the National Reconnaissance Office. And in that sense, he's tied to the Israeli intelligence service. He did claim.
Yeah, totally taken out of quote context, clickbait, National Enquirer level garbage story. And here we have Emery Smith. You remember him. He's the guy who once claimed with David Wilcock that he autopsied 3,000 aliens. Then he walked it back to, oh, no, I just did 3,000 tissue samples of aliens, right? Okay.
He did claim that. And he claimed that our president at the time, President Trump, knew all about it, but that we were not ready to make that type of contact with the Galactic Federation. Humanity wasn't ready, and that humanity must be prepared. But those comments.
All right, that's enough of this. I can't take any more of this nonsense from these clowns. So we've covered the Anjali saga. Remember, her entire story is completely and totally fake. Then we get to John Ramirez becoming involved with Anjali to prop up her story. And here he is on Gaia TV, provably propping up a 100% fake story. The Israeli space minister did not confirm aliens, nothing like that. They took what he said completely and totally out of context. What he said was, my granddaughter heard a lot of stuff about aliens from this lady, Laura Eisenhower, that's related to Ike, President Eisenhower. And yes, she is, but he didn't say
he did not confirm aliens in an official capacity for the Israeli government or anything like that. And Davina TK is here. Thanks for being a member. Says Emery Smith. What happened to him? He fell off the cliff. To the best of my knowledge, he is still the host of Cosmic Disclosure on Gaia TV. And now, instead of interviewing or being interviewed by clowns like David Wilcock or Corey Good, he's the one doing the interviewing of government shill clowns like Anjali, Richard Doty, and this John Ramirez CIA guy, right? Yeah. And there, Jack Sarfati is another high-ranking intelligence guy. Jack Sarfati is promoting John Ramirez, Richard Doty, blah, blah, and very fanatically. Yeah, I've heard that. And Jack Sarfati is worthy of a whole show by himself. And it's interesting that he fed people fake stories about his wife being an alien hybrid to see if people would just believe it and run with it. And they did. And that's a topic for a whole nother show. So John Ramirez has been saying some wackadoo stuff lately, like really wackadoo stuff. And I think, before we get to that, let's also show you this. John Ramirez, former CIA guy, was nice enough to give everybody a guide for how to navigate the intelligence community if you're interested in UFOs. And this thing reads like propaganda to me. I am going to put this in the description of the video as well. But basically, it gives an overview of the intelligence community, and then talks about the differences in the different intelligence communities and what they are. This is like the one thing this is good for is this is a guide to the alphabet soup. What does NGA mean? What is DIA? What is NRO? What is CIA? What is FBI? CIA, human intelligence, CIA, OS intelligence, television, print media, social media reports, NSA, that's signals intelligence, electromagnetic data of the phenomenon, the DIA, mass intelligence, radiological, biochemical, spectral, sonic data. Oh, it's wonderful. And it's 75 pages of propaganda, basically saying you too can trust the intelligence community to give you the truth about UFOs. We've got a classification guide. What is an agent? And I love this. People who present themselves in the ufology community and claim to have been agents working in any of the 5 major agencies are imposters. Okay. There's been an awful lot of people that have made those claims, though. But apparently, there are no agent employees of the CIA, NSA, NRO, DIA, or NGA. And I may have made that mistake myself. I won't in the future. I call them CIA operatives or contractors. Interesting that this guy would put out 75 pages. Oh, look here, did Roswell really happen? And then he's going to tell you how to investigate a UFO CIA style. Well, the CIA has been lying to the American public for 70 years about UFOs. I'm not sure that we want to follow the advice. And here's some more CIA guys that have infiltrated the UFO community. And then, of course, we get an awful lot of pages, 25 pages of his speculation, more than 25 pages. And look, he's got the Honeyboo, which is a completely and totally fake Nazi UFO that never existed. It came out of tabloid newspapers. Look at the quality of his so-called information, right? Okay, he talks about Project Paperclip, Roswell and the military-industrial complex, and then we get a guide to intelligence community patches and terminology, and it just reads like propaganda to me. Like, yeah, trust the CIA. We're your friends. We're gonna bring you disclosure, right? I love how he mentions the Black Vault, though. So interestingly, he gives it's navigating the United States intelligence community for ufologists. It's a 75-page free PDF. You too can accept what I believe to be propaganda from a CIA operative infiltrating the UFO community with lots of stories about aliens and UFOs being real. And I am just perplexed. Like, why are there so many intelligence operatives injecting alien stories into the UFO community? We've got so many of them now since 2016. And I've said it before, I will say it again. They used to be off in the shadows, right? Manipulating people, feeding people information that they wanted, distributed in the UFO community, oftentimes as subterfuge or misdirection. They keep tabs. The intelligence community has verifiably kept tabs on researchers in the UFO community. They have verifiably fed people in the UFO community completely and totally fake stories about aliens and UFOs and alien crashes and alien visitation and all kinds of stuff. And this is proven historical fact that they have done that in the past. The difference here really is that 2016 backward, they were doing it with operatives that they would send into the UFO community to infiltrate people like Richard Doty and others. Verifiably did it with Bill Moore, a UFO researcher. They told him they were going to give him the goods. He was going to get to, get all the secrets if he just did what they wanted. And you need to tell us what information this researcher has or that researcher has or what cases this person is working on or that person is working on. They literally, the intelligence community has literally forced through whatever manipulative means, and let's be clear, the intelligence community are manipulators. That's what they do. They manipulate people for their own purposes. They have verifiably manipulated UFO researchers into spying on other UFO researchers and report back to the intelligence circles, the intelligence community, the information that they're looking for out of various researchers, UFO conferences, like literally sending people into UFO conferences and things like that. But 2016 forward marked an incredible change. And regardless of everything else going on, I am still a student of the history of all of this UFO and alien stuff. And I think it's important that we recognize that from 2016 back, they did these sort of operations. Some will call it a PSYOP. They did these operations in the shadows. They stayed out of the spotlights. They weren't in the spotlight. They were off on the side, manipulating people in the UFO community who were in the spotlight for various purposes. We also have verifiable evidence and proof that the United States government actively encouraged stories of UFOs and aliens to cover things like the U-2 spy plane, the Blackbird, SR-71, the F-117, all of the stealth craft. They actively wanted people to think it was aliens or UFOs when they were catching glimpses of secret aircraft. But 2016 forward marked a change. And instead of being off in the shadows, these government operatives were right in the front, in the forefront, right in the spotlight themselves. We had Lou Elizondo and Jim Semivan and all of these other people, CIA people, intelligence people, come forward, Hal Puthoff, all come forward with TTSA, promise everybody they're going to build a spaceship, collect a few $1 million, manipulate. And listen, I don't care what you think about Lou Elizondo. He manipulated the original story about him, the New York Times story. A lot of reporters even later said that they felt like they were manipulated. People like Lou Jimenez, who ran a UFO show, he feels like he was manipulated by Lou Elizondo.
investors that I know who gave money to Tom DeLonge and TTSA and Hal Puthoff and, you know, Christopher Mellon and Lou Elizondo felt manipulated. They promised us one thing, took our money, and they didn't deliver anything they promised. Well, with the exception of some crappy books and, you know, the worst UFO television show ever, in my opinion. So 2016 forward, along comes all these government people. And after the initial TTSA, which, by the way, had over 100 years of CIA experience on their board of directors combined. Like if you add it up, okay, this guy CIA 20 years, this guy CIA 25 years, this guy CIA this many years, whatever, add it up, over 100 years of CIA experience on the TTSA board of directors and members. And of course, we also had Gary Nolan, CIA contractor, work for TTSA for a time. So after the onslaught of TTSA and all these CIA people suddenly standing up, intelligence people standing up, and by the way, some of them were not CIA, some of them were what I call the alphabet soup agencies, various agencies, the NRO, the NSA, the DIA, the FBI, the CIA. It's all alphabet soup, but it's all government. So 2016 forward, after TTSA comes, then we start getting all these other people taking the spotlight. We've got John D'Souza, FBI. We've got Ben Hansen. Well, he's been around for forever, and I think he's harmless, kind of dumb guy, but he's harmless. I used to like Fact or Faked, and then he just went wackadoo now, you know, and selling garbage stories. But okay, but he's still FBI. And we've got John Ramirez, CIA, Jim Semivan, CIA. We've got Woolsey making podcast appearances, CIA director. We've got Anjali, Defense Intelligence Agency. And of course, Gary Nolan, CIA contractor. We've got Travis Taylor, government employee, right? And now we've got John Ramirez backing up the story, the completely and totally provably false stories of Anjali. Why? I'm left with just an overwhelming why are all of these intelligence people now directly in the spotlight? They used to do these things and manipulate people from the shadows, but 2016 forward, they have just rushed in. And think about the UFO community. Think about the information which is being put out there. If we get rid of all these people that I've mentioned, TTSA and Tom DeLonge and Lou Elizondo and Gary Nolan and John Ramirez and Anjali and John D'Souza, Ben Hansen, I'm sure there's more, Jim Semivan, we've got Jack Sarfati, we've got Dr. Eric Davis, Dr. Hal Puthoff, the two biggest wackadoo scientists to confirm everything alien for everybody. If we take away all these intelligence people, all these alphabet soup people, if we take all of them out of the UFO community, there's not much left. There's not much left. And that should concern all of us. Why is the entire UFO community just jam-packed, stock full of CIA people, intelligence people, FBI people, Defense Intelligence Agency people, former Air Force Office of Special Investigations people, all intelligence people, by the way. Interesting is I think this is a huge story that nobody is covering, at least not in the mainstream media, of course, and not in the world of UFOs either. And isn't it amazing that so many of these people, so-called UFO researchers like Richard Dolan and George Knapp and everybody else, they just jumped right on the let's get CIA disclosure. No, that's not how this works. The CIA is not there to tell you the truth about a cover-up or a lie that's been going on for 70 years. It's not going to happen. And all of these people in the UFO community who should have been there to provide some sort of checks and balances when this all started happening in 2016, instead of standing up and saying, we better be careful with all of these intelligence people that are literally infiltrating the UFO community, they all jumped on board. George Knapp, early TTSA investor, interviewing all of them, right? Richard Dolan jumped right on board, and more. Everybody was just jumping on this CIA disclosure narrative that was being pushed by all of these different people that were infiltrating the UFO community. Which brings us to this, our final piece tonight, which is that now John Ramirez, former CIA operative, is sort of bolstering Anjali's story, former Defense Intelligence Agency information warfare specialist, whose whole alien story fell apart. And I can't even believe that this is where we're at and this is where we find ourselves. And I further can't believe that no one else is properly analyzing and commentating on what I've just talked about. And this is all facts, friends. This is all facts. Now I have to find, oh no, I lost it. Area 503, friend of the show, he tweeted something recently, which was about John Ramirez. And apparently on Cosmic Disclosure, John Ramirez claimed that CIA guy claimed that he is an alien hybrid and that he can tell other alien hybrids by their energies. I'm going to say that one more time. John Ramirez, former CIA, high-ranking CIA operative who's been running around infiltrating the UFO community, is now on Gaia TV telling people that he is an alien hybrid and that he can tell other alien hybrids by their energy. I don't know what else to say, except if that doesn't put a huge dent into this guy's credibility, I don't know what would. Are we really supposed to believe a former high-ranking CIA operative who worked for the Directorate of Science and Technology at the CIA, believe him when he just says I'm an alien hybrid? I think that this is extremely problematic for him and anybody who's been following him, getting those breadcrumbs, hoping that he was on the level, hoping that he was telling the truth. I don't think that he's telling the truth about any of these stories. He has provided nothing in the form of verifiable evidence. He has provided an incredible amount of claims, but without any evidence, there's no meat on the bone here. It's just another guy telling stories. So imagine my surprise. So just to review, John Ramirez, CIA high-ranking operative, retired now. You never retire from the CIA, but he says he's retired, claims that he is an alien hybrid and that he can tell other alien hybrids by their energies. And he's just said this on Gaia TV. If you add that to his other fantastical claims, well, it's very simple, John. Give me a blood sample. I know a geneticist. I can take your blood sample to a geneticist. We'll have a look at your DNA and see if we see any alien DNA intermingled with your human DNA. Or is this just another fantastical story from a guy who apparently likes to tell a lot of alien stories, but is light on evidence? I don't understand why anybody's still listening to this guy. And if we add that to the fact that he is now going on shows where they actively don't press him, I was horrified at this. We're gonna put up our fair use banner, and I'll show you. This will be the last segment tonight. We have, this is fair use, transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the videos that we are sharing. Certainly, if a high-ranking CIA officer is saying he's a human alien hybrid and that turns out to be true, that would certainly be newsworthy and worthy of commentary, discussion, and educating the public about it. This is also a transformative work, and you can help me make it a transformative work by putting your comments you want me to share on the screen along with this video in all capital letters. I will know that you're contributing and you want me to share it on screen, and I will do so. So let's get into this. This is from Calling All Beings, which I'm not very familiar with them because they're just, to me, they are the worst woo garbage peddler show. And I'm sad to see certain people suddenly joining that show. But it is what it is, and we don't give passes here, so we can't, I can't go, oh, well, I don't really want to say anything because of this or that or this person on there or that person on there. No. We're going to provide the same coverage no matter who's on the show doing this kind of a circle jerk. And let's be clear, the UFO circle jerk is what happens when podcasts, UFO shows, and by the way, especially any show that has the word disclosure in it is garbage. But this one is Calling All Beings. And they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people that are going to sit there and listen to and interview Anjali and John Ramirez propping up Anjali's stories that have been completely and totally busted as false and fake, and they don't do anything. They just let her talk about a tunnel that doesn't exist. They just let her tell her fake story that's already been busted. And then they let John Ramirez just lie on top of. John Ramirez is literally lying to cover lies he's already been caught in about Anjali. John Ramirez said that the Arrow office interviewed Anjali. Then it turns out somebody got on the record statement from them, and they said, no, we never interviewed her. Never. So now he's got to tell new lies to cover the old lies that he just got caught in, and they just sit there, 5 people, and let him lie on their show. And they just sit there and let Anjali lie about a tunnel that doesn't exist from her original story. Great.
Operators here on Cab. The man you're seeing with the glasses, who somebody just said, it's so good to see you. He's so adorable. Put him against Money now.
I'm going to have to fast forward here.
And you have a statement from our brother, Money Nathan. So go ahead and make yourself larger, Nathan. Respected member of the IC, an experiencer of the phenomenon, a citizen of the world, and a proliferator of love and light everywhere she goes. Party people, put them together for my home girl, Anjali Schultz.
Dude, this is like the dork table in high school. No offense. What did he say? The ambassador of love and light, right? Awfully excited about a woman whose entire original story got busted. And let me just be very clear. And I don't know this show host or whatever. He's welcome to come here and I can educate him about the fact that Anjali's entire original story got busted as completely and totally fake. And no offense to that show host, but how fucking dare you platform this bitch? How fucking dare you platform this lady? Her entire story got busted as fake. And you're pumping her up, the ambassador of love and light, right? And you're going to let her sit there for 2 hours and lie through her teeth again? We've already been through this. You're more than a year behind, Mr. DJ Calling All Beings, dummy. You're more than a year behind. Her entire original story got busted on our show because we actually asked hard questions of her. We actually did all her background check. We actually did the work, right? This guy's not interested in doing work. He's just interested in sitting there and letting somebody lie on his show, provably lie on his show, so he can get views. Congratulations, genius.
Can I get an amen?
Amen.
And I didn't even know that Leah Prime was on this show until somebody sent me this link. I don't know what she's doing there. I don't want to talk about it. If anybody wants to ask her what she's doing there, go message her. I'm not here to defend her or her choices in what show she's on.
For Anjali,
Amen.
Our other special guest is a veteran of the United States Navy, a retired CIA officer, a well-read and learned analyst, also a citizen of the world who has helped contextualize the operations of the U.S. government for civilians who we toil away on Twitter, and people just don't understand what they're listening to and how to interpret what the government is doing, is saying, and is not saying. This gentleman is also he's a blessing to the community, like Anjali. And also a citizen of the world. So put them together for my man, Mr. John Ramirez.
Cheers.
Yeah, man. Yes. Ah. So
I'm doing it too. You can't see, but I'm doing it.
So the way
This is
I know you're putting
cringeworthy,
it together,
friends. I'm
Debs, we love
sorry.
you. So what we wanted, the way we wanted to start this off
Somebody
tonight
said, that dude is awful.
There's interesting things that John and Anjali had to discuss, and I'm gonna get out the way.
Yeah, sorry about that.
And people are like, yeah,
I forget
damn,
when
I'm
I mute
glad, man.
sometimes.
Get yourself out in the way and let these two
No,
talk.
her name is
without
Angelina
further ado,
Schultz,
Mr.
I
Ramirez,
believe.
Please take it away, sir.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to be with Anjali because we've had private conversations before, and we've texted each other, emailed each other, but we never been on the record together on any kind of podcast. And I know in the beginning, a lot of people questioned Anjali's background. I did not, because I knew that she was part of the intelligence community, just the way she presented herself and some of the terminology she used.
Yeah, and here's where he's going to try to do a prover maneuver. Oh, her whole background of working for the government is totally true. Yeah, and so's her education. But her entire story about the aliens in the tunnel is 100% completely fake, John Ramirez. And the fact that a show host would let somebody just come on their show and just lie through their teeth is a real problem for me. It shows what kind of person he is. It shows what his motives are. Why would you let somebody just come on your show and lie, right? But here's the prover maneuver from John Ramirez. Oh, I never questioned her background. Did you verify it, Mr. Ramirez? I did. I questioned her background until I verified it. And no offense, Mr. Ramirez, but given the number of fraud, fake scammers in the UFO community, you should question everybody's background, including yours, Mr. Ramirez.
It was IC speak, and I knew she was genuine. And I know recently I stated that Anjali was interviewed by members of the UAP task force, and I believe Ted McMillan reached out to Jay Stratton.
Yeah, and you said that she was interviewed by people, and Lieutenant Tim McMillan reached out to the people that you say interviewed her, and they say that never happened. Now we're going to get excuses because he got caught in a big total lie.
And Jay Stratton made the statement, unequivocal statement, that no member of the UAP task force officially or unofficially interviewed Anjali. And when I read that, I go, okay, Jay, we need to straighten out the record, because I know what you really meant to say.
Yeah, he knows what a guy really meant to say. No, he said what he meant to say. No member of that organization, officially or unofficially, interviewed Anjali. You said they did. You lied.
And you didn't say it.
Now comes the excuses.
So I wanted to at least bridge that subject first and foremost. And so with Anjali, I was just wanted to know, in your own words, what was your experience like? Someone or...
Yeah, and now we're going to get a bunch of vague stories from Anjali about people that interviewed her that she can't verify actually ever interviewed her. And great job, DJ, calling all beings douche.
Other people interviewed you. They talked to you. Isn't that correct?
Absolutely. I was
Who? Name them.
as well at the Lincoln Memorial on in August of 2021 at the presser.
Nobody interviewed her at that press release, and I know that for a fact. Nobody interviewed you, Anjali, at that so-called press conference, which wasn't a press conference because no members of the press showed up. This is just more lies from a proven liar.
I was interviewed by a lady and a gentleman. I had to really jog my brain to recollect that because I
Listen, if you get interviewed by members of the government, when you remember it, she had to really dig her brain to remember it. That's a real problem. Why would she have to try so hard to remember it if it was true? Is this kind of like the tunnel that didn't exist? And by the way, her press conference was not that long ago. It was 1 year ago. Would you remember being interviewed 1 year ago by two members of the United States government? I would. I think most reasonable people would remember being interviewed by members of the United States government, but she had to really rack her brain to remember this. Why?
I spoke to so many people that day, and I wasn't keeping my own personal recording of what was happening around me. And so,
well, when government people meet you, they give you a card, at least in my experience, right? I've met FBI agents, I've met members of the intelligence community, I've met local district attorneys, everybody that I've ever met in that worked in government, they had business cards that they would give you, or you could ask for one. So who was it that interviewed you then? If it wasn't members of AARO, as John Ramirez got caught lying saying interviewed you, because we have on the record statement, thanks to Lieutenant Tim McMillan, that no, none of them interviewed you. But now suddenly there's two phantom members of the United States government interviewing her at a fake press conference that no press showed up to, right?
So I don't.
How would they know? How would they know to be there on the day of the press conference?
Have a complete picture of all of the people that I spoke to that day. But it was previously mentioned on the Gaia Network television.
Oh, that's her prover maneuver? Well, I mentioned it on Gaia TV that I got interviewed by people, so it must be true. Why can't Anjali give us the names of the people in the government that interviewed her about her so-called alien experiences? Why? Why can't she give us the names? It's because they're from the land of make-believe, just like her make-believe alien tunnel, probably.
Show Cosmic Disclosure by Richard Doty, who is a self-confessed
government disinformation agent. Richard Doty interviews her. This is her proof.
Prior disinformation intelligence officer. He said on that show that I was interviewed by two official people that day, and he was correct. And I just want to say that.
Great. Then Richard Doty or you can give us the names of the people who interviewed you. Otherwise, this is just another story, just like the alien tunnel that didn't even exist from your original story. And we've got John Ramirez getting caught lying, saying AARO interviewed her. They come out and say, no, we didn't. We did not interview her in an official or unofficial capacity. Nobody from AARO interviewed her. Suddenly, she had to think real hard about an event that happened a year ago, and two people, mysterious people whose names she won't name, interviewed her, a man and a woman. And her proof of this is a former government admitted disinformation agent said that people interviewed her. This is the flimsiest, garbage peddled nonsense I have heard in quite some time. And that's saying a lot for the UFO community.
Because on that show, I I was kind of taken aback. I didn't recollect it very well. I had a lot of other directions that my mind was going.
If you have to have a disinformation tell you who interviewed you, that's a problem.
So I followed up on that, and yes, that is correct. So as far as my other contact with people who were associated with the UAP task force and taking interviews and presenting those interviews to them, I had a gentleman who contacted me, and through him, he brought in 2 other friends. I had multiple encounters with the first gentleman.
Again, she hasn't named a name yet.
By encounters, I mean phone calls and Zoom conversations. And then he brought in a couple of friends, and they were interested in, they asked a lot of questions of the beings. And
great. And you can name them, right, Anjali? You didn't sign an NDA or anything. There should be no reason why she can't name these. Now we're up to 4 mysterious people from the government who interviewed her about her fake alien experiences that were completely proven to be completely and totally fictitious stories more than a year ago by our coverage, right? Completely blew her original story out of the water. Why would government people care about some wackadoo woman telling alien stories that are completely and totally provably fake? Why would they care to interview her about that?
I gave him the best interpretation and answers that I could that day. It was really kind of a wild experience. The day that I had all
encounters. Yeah, she had Zoom chats. Oh no, we're up to 5 now. We're up to 5
because over the course of the 3 of them.
Yeah, so we've got 5 different people from the government interviewed her about her alien experiences, but she can't name a one of them, right?
And several days.
It sounds like these are pretty informal phone and Zoom interviews. She should be able to name all those people, right? You've got records. You've got Zoom records. Can you show us the Zoom records of those Zoom calls? That would have their names, at least their Zoom IDs, and we could track them down and verify that you're telling the truth here, that government people are really interviewing you, right? 5 people interviewed her, but she can't remember any of their names.
I probably had easily 24 hours of contact with these 3 gentlemen.
24 hours of phone calls and Zoom calls that she, great. Show us your phone logs. I can track the numbers down. I have a reverse phone book here. For those unaware, a reverse phone book is a database. I have one. And you can give me any phone number and I can put it in, and especially if it's a government office, because that's all public records, we can get who called her. Will she give me the phone numbers from her phone logs? Will she give me the Zoom records from her Zoom calls? Will she release the names of these mysterious 5 people who interviewed her about the aliens? Or is this just more fairy tales for stupid people?
In one way or the other, regarding my experiences with the beings and lifelong experiences, not just what happened in the Mojave. Although they were very interested in that. And
names to memory.
One of the questions that I thought was an interesting question was, do you know if the tunnel is still there?
Here's where it gets good.
And I said, yes, the tunnel is still there.
She just said that she got interviewed by 5 different people in the government. And some of them asked her, do you know if that alien tunnel is still there? And she said, yes, it is. Except there's a huge problem with this. The tunnel isn't there because the tunnel was never there. And that tunnel never existed, didn't exist. And to my knowledge, doesn't exist to this day. There is no tunnel. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, I think it's 5. 5. Are they co-hosts? I don't know. We've got 5 people sitting here listening to her lie through her teeth about a tunnel that never existed, that we proved never existed. The guy didn't even start digging it yet when he met her. He joked about digging a tunnel into the mountain into the back of his house, you know, and making it like a man cave or a wine cellar or something. And you'd have to see the maps and the pictures of his property. I might do that too. You got a big backyard, and at the end of your backyard is this tunnel, not tunnel. There is no tunnel. Let's be clear. You got this mountain that rises up out of the back of your backyard, and you can get some, he's got construction equipment. He can get in there and dig a tunnel out and build something inside there. That would be fun. He joked about it with her. She turned it into an alien tunnel that was there that night, that was never there that night. Now she's telling us that she told the government officials who were interviewing her about her alien experiences, which, by the way, were all fake, that they asked if the tunnel was still there, and she said, yes, it is. And we've got 5 people sitting there listening to her lie, and not a one will speak up and say, excuse me, didn't that guy Wayne, your Wayne, say that tunnel wasn't there? That tunnel never existed? And didn't you admit you were on all these drugs when you met the aliens and you were on Rick Simpson oil? This is a clown show. Welcome to the clown show, friends. Welcome to the clown show, where you can tell a completely and totally fake story. You just go away for a little while. Then you come back with a CIA guy lying about people interviewing you. Then you make up new lies about 5 mysterious people that interviewed you, asking you about an alien tunnel that never existed. Is the tunnel still there? Yeah, that tunnel's still there. It was never there to begin with. Never. Not from the beginning of her story. How could the tunnel that never existed when her story started still be there now? It didn't exist when her story started. Oh man.
They're telling me that it's
Oh,
there.
the aliens told her the tunnel's there.
And 2 of the gentlemen asked if they could be members of the expedition team and be part of that collection.
Yeah, Anjali was going to have an expedition into a tunnel that never existed, right? That would be kind of an awkward. That would have been such an awkward expedition, like getting all these people. All right, let's get in the tunnel. Anjali, there's no tunnels. There's no tunnels here. You said there was a tunnel to an alien base here. Anjali, there's no tunnels here. What do we do? Well, I guess the expedition is over because the tunnel doesn't exist that goes into the alien base that also doesn't exist. And it's ridiculous that 5 people are sitting there listening to her and nobody's speaking up.
Election team, just be present. And I didn't ask a lot of other questions about it. What I said to them was that at the time, my only requirement was that no one came armed. That nobody.
Don't be bringing no guns into my secret imaginary alien base inside a secret tunnel that doesn't really exist. Don't bring no guns there.
They came with any kinds of weapons.
Maybe they could bring imaginary guns there, Anjali, into your imaginary tunnel.
Or any kinds of thoughts of the need or the desire for a weapon. That they were going to have to leave that aside. So we had contact for a number of months, several months.
She had contact with these guys for months, but she can't name them.
So it happened. And,
you say it happened. You can't prove it happened.
Of really caring what the public says, because every time someone says, that I wasn't interviewed or that I'm not who I said I was, or just whatever other kinds of things they're saying, it's rolling right off of my back at this point. Because
what about me, Anjali? What about me saying that you lied and no tunnel exists? And how are you still here? Why are you still here?
I am at the center of my experience, and I'm the only one who.
Oh, that's it. I'm at the center of my experience. Well, this is my truth, man. Might not be your truth, but this is definitely my truth, man. Right? Okay. This is your truth. Your truth is a lie. Is that what you're saying? Your truth is all built
on a mountain of lies, on a tunnel of lies, on a drug experience, right?
We can put all of those pieces and all of the contacts that I've had from across the IC, from across social media, and from across other types of messages, and the types of beings who may be communicating. They may be there. There's a chance that humans have developed this ability, and I'm just unaware of it. There is, I have absolute faith that there are higher beings, and by higher I mean that their consciousnesses appear to be much more advanced, older. They appear to have a higher perspective than we do.
Her
Kind of like
imaginary friends have a
they
high
can look down and
density.
see inside the entire house at once, where we have to go from room to room to room. They don't have to. They could whole house. They can see it at once. And that doesn't mean omnipresence, and that doesn't mean omniscience. It means that we have a complicated ecosystem.
I agree,
And
Jill.
I have,
Thanks for being a member.
Personally and professionally now, I have reached out through the IC community
I agree,
to
Ghost Rider.
contact a former colleague, peer,
I didn't get that.
mentor,
You think
and
so, really, Phil?
absolute hero of mine. Her name is Nicole. And I think that anyone who has worked with me previously who would be watching will know who I'm talking about. And I am in need of Nicole's assistance. If she could reach out to me, it's about time that we finish that lesson we started.
Cryptic messages.
Thanks very much, Anjali. And let me interject here some background information. So
Here comes
show
the
of hands
prover
of those
maneuver.
who are on camera. You heard about the UAP task force. And here's the task force set up by the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence and also the United States Navy through the Office of Naval Intelligence. It is the first announced task force since the Project Blue Book under the Air Force. So if you have this task force studying this very important phenomenon, how many people would you dedicate to this task force? Show of hands. How many? Just, or you can say out loud.
There would have to be, 50 or so people, I would think.
Yeah, I would say 50 or 100. And here comes the prover maneuver. John Ramirez, caught lying that Anjali was interviewed by Arrow, is now going to claim that she was interviewed by other organizations within the intelligence community. Great.
Yeah, I'd say dozens.
Dozens? Yeah. Leah, are you pretty much?
Between 50 and 100 minimum.
100. Jules, about that much?
So
Jules, if you type it in the chat, we'll read it off for you because we didn't hear you. Just type it. So.
Well, okay, I got the gist of it. Anywhere from 50 to 100. All right, I am now going to reveal for the first time the number of people on the task force. That's it. That's it. So one member of the task force, Jay Stratton, he was the commander of the task force, as they call it.
And this is John Ramirez's excuse for getting caught in a spectacular lie that Arrow interviewed Anjali. They dispute that. They say they did not interview Anjali in an either official or unofficial capacity.
And of course, it's a Navy thing, right? So you have to have commanders. So he's the commander of the task force. And we also know one other individual, right, who came forward, and that's Dr. Travis Taylor. There's two.
Yeah, the Skinwalker scam guy. Great.
And there were like a couple of other people on this task force. That's it. So what Jay Stratton meant to say is this. No member of the UAP task force, his direct reports, and DJ, you're Air Force guy, you know what a direct report is. It's someone you supervise personally, and you're responsible for writing their performance evaluation.
Oh my God, this DJ super genius was in the Air Force and responsible for airplanes. Jesus.
So no member of the task force, all three of my guys that I was responsible for as the career service officer, I was responsible for their.
Yeah, and here he's telling you what this guy meant, right? No, he told everybody what he meant.
promotions. And
this is a major excuse, right? And what does a CIA guy do when he gets caught lying? He lies some more. Great.
Their career development, so forth and so on. No member interviewed Anjali. That's 3 people. Now, who did interview Anjali? So in order for this small, tiny task force, the first kind of any kind of entity within the US government since Project Blue Book, to do anything, it had to do something which, DJ, you know very familiar, these words. It's called interagency outreach.
Mm-hmm.
The interagency is the other agencies. You know, for example,
this is just a terrible excuse for getting caught in a lie. Okay, so Arrow didn't interview them, and somebody got an on-the-record statement saying Arrow never interviewed Anjali. So now he's back with some excuses. Well, it was somebody else that they took the information from, right? Well, we can go back to Arrow and find out, John Ramirez. We can go back to Arrow, Anjali, and find out if they got anybody else interviewed you, forwarding the interview to them. I think that the statement that Lieutenant Tim McMillan got was pretty clear. No one from Arrow interviewed her in an official or unofficial capacity. But here comes John Ramirez with some excuses, claiming some other shadowy organization interviewed her and forwarded the information to Arrow. Bull. Prove it, CIA clown. Prove it.
You have the CIA, the DIA, the NSA, you know, the alphabet soup, the major
That's my
organization.
Alphabet soup. He's using my words.
Of the,
well, it's not really mine.
Intelligence community. They relied.
I think I actually got that from an intelligence guy. One time he said, you know, the whole alphabet soup. And I said, what do you mean? And he said, CIA, DIA, NSA, NRO, this, that, the other, FBI.
On outreach in order to get any work done. So it's the outreach to the task force that interviewed Anjali. And a member of that task force was cognizant of the interview taking place.
All right. So we'll go back to the UAP task force, Arrow, and ask them if they were aware or cognizant of interviews with Anjali taking place. And then what are you going to say? Are you going to have new excuses, John Ramirez? You're going to have new excuses, Anjali, for why none of this is reality? And this is some just believe our alien stories fan fiction nonsense. It's nonsensical garbage, right? You get caught spectacularly lying and making completely and totally 100% provably false claims. So you just make new claims and excuses for the statement that came out.
And in fact, the interagency continued to interact with the task force. And when the actual interview occurred, Jay Stratton was no longer commander of the task force, but he kept into the email loop. So he knew what was going on. And
so he should have emails from people that interviewed her, right? Well, we can check with Jay Stratton as well, Mr. Ramirez. You're digging yourself a bigger hole here. So are you, Anjali. And why do some of these people look like deer in the headlights?
And so
right?
They would not have reached out to Anjali unless something was validated. And that is the fact that she is an intelligence community officer. And how does one tell if another member is an intelligence community officer? Well, first of all, there's something called, in the old days, it was called JPAS, JPAS. It stood for Joint Personnel, I believe stands for Joint Personnel Adjudication System. And if you're in the DoD side, your name is going to be in there as having a top secret clearance, and it will have all the compartments that you have been read into. On my end, Scattered Castles on the civilian side, it's called the same thing. It's called Scattered Castles, and it has the same information. It has my name.
This is intelligence community gobbledygook designed to prove another lie.
And all of the compartments I was read into. They would not have reached out to Anjali unless they knew that she wasn't someone off the street who's an experiencer, because there are many, many, many experiencers, as Deb would tell you. There are many, many experiencers out there,
And all of us probably are experiencers as well.
And you notice he said they wouldn't have reached out to her and interviewed her. Well, you guys, John Ramirez and Anjali, have yet to prove that anybody interviewed her. Why don't you give us the names of the people that interviewed her? And we'll call them and verify that they interviewed her about her alien experiences. Otherwise, this is all from the land of make-believe.
But she was an experiencer who happened to be a member of the intelligence community. And that's what got their attention. And secondly, when she talks about beings, if they thought that she was somewhat disturbed because she talked about these beings, they would not have contacted her, because they know that these beings are real. They know that there is a presence.
And see, notice how he's using her verifiable intelligence background as a prover. Oh, well, they knew that she was DIA, so they reached out to her. Statements of facts being entered into evidence without any evidence that they are statements of facts. Who interviewed her? Who? Their names, their office, who their supervisors are, who told them to interview her. I don't believe anybody interviewed her from the United States government.
Of these other non-humans on the planet. And thank you, Dr. Gary Nolan.
And then of course he's going to thank CIA Gary Nolan, because this is a CIA operative right here. And certainly he's going to push the agenda of the other CIA operatives also infiltrating the UFO community. Here he's going to push Gary Nolan's garbage.
Nolan, because he said the same thing. This knowledge is known within the intelligence community. So it was the outreach people with the cognizance of the UAP task force who reached out to Anjali. And they may not identify themselves by true affiliation because they were undercover.
Okay, here, now we have this whole excuse. So they were undercover, shadowy government agents that nobody can name, that nobody can verify any of this. Here is the lie insurance. This is, in case I get caught lying again, I got to have it out. He's giving himself an out. These people were undercover while they were interviewing her. Well, they gave her a name, right?
And what does that mean? That means that your affiliation with the IC has to be protected. And what is the two agencies that can do that? Well, one is DIA, because they have a Defense Human Service. They too have human officers collecting human intelligence, so they have to be undercover. And what's the other agency that's been doing it since 1947? My guys, Home Office, CIA. So it was at that level of the intelligence community that reached out to Anjali because they knew she was genuine. They found her information in the appropriate personnel databases to verify that she had the clearances that she said she had.
Yeah, use her background to prove the whole alien story, right? But they're undercover. Nobody can prove or disprove it. Doesn't pass the test of falsifiability.
And then thirdly, and most importantly, they knew that her contact experiences were real because they knew about
that's quite a jump.
Experiences that others have had, even within the intelligence community. And I'll just name one person who's come out. My buddy at CIA, Jim Simivan, who stated that, oh yes, he's had these contact experiences.
That's right.
And I'm sure come later this year, you'll hear more about intelligence officers with contact experiences. So I just want to set the record straight. Yes, Jay is right that
he wants to set the record straight by obfuscating everything, by muddying the waters, by covering an old lie with a new lie that cannot be proven or disproven. Awesome.
No member of the UAP task force interviewed Anjali. The other three people on that task force, they didn't interview Anjali, but the outreach people did. The interagency outreach people did, with the full cognizance of the members of the task force. And so
I agree, Steve.
Let the record stand that this is what actually happened. And so if you disbelieve me or disbelieve Anjali, fine. I'm not here to convince you one way or the other. You can believe anything you want. You can believe what other people in the government who you think belong to the government tell you.
Yeah, I'm not here to convince you, as he's trying his very best to convince you. I'm not here to convince you of anything. Then why even do the appearance? Why make up this fantastical story about undercover interagency people, right?
It's fine because toward the end of this year, as Science Bob McGuire stated at the Spaced Out Radio Vegas party, and as Dr. Nolan stated, something is going to occur. Some event will occur. It's the disclosure we all have been waiting for, and it all will be laid out. So I just wanted to say that.
And that's later
Hey,
this
John,
year.
I'd like to interject right now that the significance of people like yourself, Anjali, Jim Semivan coming out and talking about this amongst the IC community is akin to Dave Fravor coming out and people.
Yeah, and here's the UFO believer crowd. You guys are heroes while you're running a psyop on us, lying to us. All you intelligence people coming out with your alien stories are heroes. Okay.
In the aviation community saying, man, if this, youngest Air Wing commander in the Navy, Top Gun graduate, Dave Fravor and Alex Dietrich and Chad Underwood and Ryan Graves, if they can come and talk about it, then that means I can.
Yeah, she's on disability, I believe.
The significance
Good
of
point.
you guys
That's a
coming
bad
out,
kitty.
I think, is that your colleagues are going to have that have been holding this inside.
I agree. Thank you for the comment.
Also, I want to say regarding something that Anjali said, I want to say that the fact that the phenomenon is able to have this sort of top-down view of the entire house.
Very reliable people.
I would really appreciate that because I've lost both spare set of car keys. And with that ability, you know what I mean? Like I could see the whole house at once. Oh, there they are. And I keep them in this little Ziploc bag in case you're out in the woods and it starts raining, your car keys are still going to work.
Yeah,
So,
he and the CIA guys
that
said that they did. So they did.
Anyway,
transcend.
Yes, ma'am. So did you do? So where Linda was trying to come in and ask a
Good
question
point.
to you guys. I don't know if she's going to make it in or not. But would you, Anjali, would you like to say something about what John said, or would
I'm selling my pillows?
Well,
Yes.
I would like to say, just to follow up on that one of the neatest parts of the interview experience with me,
The interview she can't
the
prove
three
ever
gentlemen,
happened.
was not only just how incredibly respectful and informed they were, and curious, very curious, but they were also affirming and validating quite often. They would say things such as, we have other sources who also tell us that. And then sometimes they'd raise their eyes and say, oh, yeah, we have other sources. that say
Good
that."
point, Kevin.
And
Can't trust a
and
professional
I
liar like a retired
understood,
CIA agent. Who
know,
can you
that-
believe?
that this was something that they were heavily invested in, and I appreciate their time, and I think that we had and have a good relationship, and yeah, I enjoy working with others. I have I enjoy working with.
Yeah, this is a problem. You've got 1, 2, 3, 4 people there that are all listening to this, and no one says anything. Like, isn't this a little too convenient? These people that interviewed her were undercover. Isn't it a little too convenient that you already lied about people interviewing her once? You were proven a liar, and now you've got a new story to cover for the old story that you already told. And what about the tunnel that doesn't exist? And nobody brought any of this up. It is incredible. Like the cognitive dissonance that's got to be going on.
With folks that typically others would shy away from, I guess. I'm not hesitant at all in this experience that I'm having. And I think I've made that fairly well known publicly. There have been some developments and some redirections. And I can acknowledge that. I can't wait.
Yeah, there have been some developments, like our show here busting your entire original story is fake. That's a development
that all these show co-hosts here should be mentioning to you. Like, excuse me, your entire original story was fake. Now, a retired CIA operative got caught lying about members of Arrow interviewing you, and now he comes on with you to tell new lies to cover for the old lies. Great. Yeah, that's some developments. Your whole story is fake.
For the other experiencers from the IC to come forward and help you understand
The giant purple woodchuck
what
with
I
his car
said
keys. Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah.
can be both
I don't know,
true
Sacha,
to
no
me,
idea.
and I could have been physically inside of another place, and at the same time, the other people that I was with do not experience that.
Well, you said they did. Now there's more excuses. I was physically inside a place and the other people I was with didn't experience that. Well, you said they did before. So were you lying then or are you lying now?
It's a part of the phenomena.
Oh, yeah.
I can't understand it. I can explain to you what the beings that I'm in contact say. I can
Look, my imaginary friends, they all say that alien mountain's real. So I'll tell you what my imaginary alien friends told me about the imaginary alien base and the imaginary alien tunnel. I'll tell you what my imaginary friends say. They say it's real. So it must be real. Come on. Are we 5 years old? This is garbage drivel.
I can try to interpret that to the best of my ability. And always with the knowledge of a couple of things. Number one, that I became an intelligence officer isn't that kind of odd, and that I was working at the Pentagon isn't that even odder, and and that I had this contact after doing intel work for the USMC. I keep looking at the desert as if you can see. I'm literally looking west. I don't know. I'm trying to show you the desert.
You're right, Philip.
I completely lost my train of thought now. If someone wants to back on it.
Okay. I mean, my question for you was going to be, and I'll ask John if we can turn it over to Nathan and get the cabbies with some initial questions for you guys. But during any of these meetings with the intelligence officials, did anybody ask you, for example, what kind of conditioner that you use?
What kind of conditioner I use?
Yes.
Oh, bald guy
no.
joke. Real funny.
Okay. That would have been my first question. Nathan,
same brand. Hey, DJ, it's the same brand you and I use.
Oh, yeah.
Could be Steve Long. Who knows?
All right. Yeah. Me and John are using Prel, I think. I can't remember. But yeah, I know. Right. But no, it is interesting, though, that people spoke with you.
Interesting.
And maybe it wasn't those 3 guys that are on that staff, but obviously somebody did speak with Anjali, and they would be very interested to hear what she has to say, given the nature of her experience and also the nature of her background, the seriousness of it.
Yeah, because the government always wastes time talking to alien wackadoos whose entire original story got busted as fake. DJ, super genius.
John, can I give it over to Nathan to get a question?
Sure. I just want to interject one thing.
Yeah, please do.
That people might think, oh, I thought it was illegal to CIA to contact U.S. citizens or anybody. No, not if you're a member of the intelligence community.
Right.
You're contacting a colleague, not a U.S. citizen off the street.
Yes, but they're forbidden from doing domestic operations.
Because I'm sure some people are wondering.
The CIA is forbidden from doing domestic operations, which might make one wonder, is it not a domestic operation to infiltrate the UFO community with various members of the CIA, all telling stories about aliens that are unproven, unverifiable, even being caught lying about things to members of the UFO community, trying to manipulate members of the UFO community? Would that be considered a domestic operation? I believe that it is, and it would be. So what's going on here?
About CIA's operations inside the country. It is authorized if the person approaches CIA first, or if that other person is a member of the intelligence community. So I just want to say that off the bat. And Nathan, take it away.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, Sean. I'm cognizant of time, and I know we've only got Leah for another few minutes.
There's that word, cognizant.
So I'm going to pass it to her before she has to take off.
Sure. So I have a little bit, I think, of maybe a perfunctory question, which is just as general citizens, what do you see our responsibilities as being in and around this subject, particularly as it pertains to like government involvement?
Well, I think the participation of citizens will be expanded, and in fact, it will be essential, because once the government discloses what it knows, citizens will need to
Our source was Corey Good. Yes.
Disclosure.
Yes, Sasha.
Because I think all the government's going to actually reveal at the beginning is that, yes,
a lot of people believe that
we're
Sasha.
seeing is flown
Yes.
by non-humans, and yes, there's a non-human presence on Earth. Basically, everything that Dr. Gary Nolan stated at the ISALT conference, and it's 18 minutes that pretty much said it all. And you'll be hearing a lot more of that later this year, and greater detail from many more people.
Yeah, isn't it interesting that he's foreshadowing that more CIA people are going to be coming forward with contact experiences. More CIA people are going to be crafting the narratives being discussed, argued about, and bandied about the UFO community. More intelligence operatives. We don't have enough here. We need more.
But from there, I mean, for me, it's like, okay, they're here and they're visiting us. To me, that's not as exciting as who they are, why they're here.
Right.
And how should we contact them? What is the interaction that we as humanity should have with these other beings? And so that's something that citizens can come forward with. Also, there are citizens who've had like not so happy encounters with these beings for whatever reason. And so that needs to be taken seriously, that there's nothing wrong with them. They don't need to be treated in a conventional sense, in a conventional mental health therapy.
Like pathologized.
Exactly. And so I'm hoping that the stigma.
Just for anybody involved, the CIA has been caught in domestic operations time and time again. They're not supposed to operate on United States soil or, have operations against United States citizens, but Project Mockingbird, MK Ultra, and others certainly proves that they have. And that would be unconstitutional, right? There's never any consequences for the CIA, however. Now we've got a major presidential candidate in the form of RFK Jr., essentially saying that the CIA killed his uncle and his father. Boy, quite a can of worms is going to be opening for the CIA with him running for president. It will be interesting to watch.
Stigma would be removed from that. And so we can have an honest discussion of that. Some people perceive these in a way that perceive these beings in a way that they don't quite understand, and that misunderstanding might cause some consternation. Added with that is the stigma associated with that. That just adds to the bad experience, more so than the experience itself. So I would suggest citizens will continue, especially with their governments, because I believe other countries will come forward after the US comes forward, that these other countries have information about this phenomenon that they've been keeping hidden. They've been kept hidden, and they're waiting for the U.S. to take the first step. So, pressure your legislators to come forward with more information.
Exactly.
And make it
exactly,
part of the
Amy Collins.
discourse. We're going into in the U.S. We're going into a presidential campaign this year, and so make it part of the campaign.
I agree.
So that's what citizens can do.
Thanks for being a member.
Raise awareness that this is real, and the government can remove the stigma from itself, from other government officers, from the military.
That's the host of this
also
clown show,
that stigma,
Randy.
because when you see who's going to come forward and what position they held in the government, it's a foregone conclusion that this is real, that this is a real thing that has happened.
Yeah, I'll get Anjali on that too.
Please. Go ahead. And would you restate that, or did you already write it down, Anjali? Her question.
Sure. I think the question was, what are the responsibilities, or what do we see as the responsibilities of citizens in after disclosure. Was that right, Leah?
Yep. Yeah. Either in ushering the process, and John was so kind to answer this almost from a participatory citizen perspective, but even just in the sense of being good neighbors, right, to other humans. You know,
Yeah.
how do we sort of experience this collectively in a way that's supportive of others?
Absolutely. Well, I think that John
I agree,
touched on
Phil.
a really important point, and that is that not everyone has a
I agree,
positive
Satya.
contact experience. That there are experiences out
They're
there
only
who
contacted
have had negative
wackadoos. Yes,
experiences,
Davina, thanks for being a
who
member.
have residual trauma from that. And you know, this is well documented, and we have to acknowledge that. And one thing that's going to be really
Cannabis lady
important
again.
from a government position is once we can finally admit as a nation that this contact exists and it has been ongoing and that we've known about it and that yes, we did hide it and this is why. And,
Getting high with Anjali is
see
never
how far
boring.
the
No.
conversation is
Gonna
taken.
meet some aliens.
I think that the I'm sorry, I forgot my train of thought, Leah. Do you remember? This happens to me. I'm sorry. I have
She's burnt out. She's too burnt out to
no
answer
stress.
a question. One question.
Basically, like what are our responsibilities to our fellow man or fellow humans in this situation?
There was some place I was trying to go with that, and I don't remember exactly.
I just want to say that these softball question. This is the first question. It's total softball. After she provably made up, her and this guy are just like making up excuses for past lies, right? And she's talking about a tunnel that doesn't exist. And you're going to ask her some softball garbage question about like, well, what? Maybe you should ask her about that tunnel that doesn't exist. Maybe you should ask both of them why two alphabet soup agencies, one who specialized in information warfare and one who worked for the Directorate of Science and Technology for the CIA, are both on shows promoting the alien agenda with no evidence, no proof, and promoting provably fake stories.
Where it was. But going back to our spiritual responsibilities.
Randy, she's taking all the good
I
stuff.
would say that it's one of the, I just remembered it, Leah. I'm so sorry. Okay. That because we are so behind the curve in it admitting that this is ongoing,
Jesus, Jay.
and having a dedicated effort and a dedicated force that is well funded and well supported to try to analyze what's actually going on and who is having contact with whom.
Jimmy
then we
Church
really
was
don't
all
have a
in on
very
this one.
clear
Yeah.
picture of what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a lot of people don't know this, but this is a funny story. Anjali did an interview with me right after she did an interview with Jimmy Church, and Jimmy Church did zero work. He didn't verify her education like we did here. He didn't verify her work history like we did here. Nothing. And so I was kind of pissy about that. Like, why do I have to do a week's worth of work? You just interviewed her and let her talk, and you didn't check anything. So I hashtagged FTB, his hashtag, and said, you know, if you want to see how a real researcher and interviewer approaches these kind of claims, come and see our show. And this was right after Jimmy Church interviewed her, and yeah, he was all in on her. He did no research whatsoever, just like usual. And he started yelling at people that were retweeting my tweet because I used the FTB hashtag. And after that, because he was such an a-hole about it, I said, I'm going to use that FTB hashtag every time I tweet my show. And I have for like a year. Thanks, Jimmy Church, for being... Jimmy Church had to be... He didn't want people to see my interview with her because he knew that I would show everybody what a clown show he is. And I did. right? And then we further investigated her story and completely blew her story out of the water as completely and totally fake. He did nothing. He softballed her, let her tell her alien tunnel stories. We proved the tunnel didn't exist. We got to the original witnesses of the so-called alien encounter, and they completely and totally contradicted her story as being fake, right? We did a great job with that. I'll be proud of that series of stories my entire existence. And Jimmy Church did the normal UFO circle jerk, don't ask any hard questions, do zero research, right?
And I can tell you, until I'm blue in the face, what different beings are said. But one of the things that I am working on myself
excuse me,
to analyze who is delivering which kinds of messages to us, where they may be coming from, for
his
what
numbers are in the
purpose, what is
crapper. And you know what? Church has like a 20 or 25 year head start on me. And anytime anybody brings up numbers to me with that guy, like, occasionally people say like, "Oh, you slag on Jimmy Church, but he beats your numbers." He only beats my numbers by doing the circle jerk. Look at a show of just Jimmy Church and look at a show of just me with no guest. Who beats who? It's beautiful. Yes. And Jimmy Church has a 25-year head start on me. But what he doesn't realize is people are tiring of that circle jerk style like he does or this show is doing right here.
Signs in society that may support interference or signs of interference, so I'm working diligently at developing this methodology, kind of based on some of what I understood from my time, working in the
Yes, Biden
IC,
is
some
an
of the
alien.
things that I've learned.
Definitely.
I'm trying to put that to play.
A lot of
right
people
away
think that,
here.
Patty.
I've been
Yes.
doing this for a couple of years. It's
The
very
Blue Chicken Fryer
difficult
Shack.
in intelligence to deal with a small amount.
Yeah,
of data
exactly.
points, okay?
Exactly.
You
Doesn't
need a
mean-
ton of them before you can.
There are total garbage clickbait channels that get 10 times the views that we do here. It doesn't mean they're more credible or do better work than us. It just means they're willing to, do anything. There's plenty of garbage peddlers out there, right? And by the way, did anybody see that? I am the biggest UFO hoaxer in the world of UFOs. Did anybody see that? I am the biggest hoaxer in the world of UFOs, right? Great.
reach any kind of conclusion.
Yeah, and it's such a dirty business, Steve Long. If you've got a hoax channel that's got almost 1 million subscribers, feeding you subscribers and views and guests and whatever else help, and we're beating your numbers by ourselves with no help, that does say something, right? Some people will sell their souls and they still can't make it, right?
So it's not like, even if I've had, let's say I've had, conscious contact once a year, I'm just throwing this out there, nobody get attached to this, okay? This is just a hypothetical. I've had, let's just say, for the first 45 years of my life, I had contact once a year and I experienced some kind of conscious communication, okay? That certainly doesn't mean that as the years have gone by, that this has been like a collective experience in my own mind, okay? Because they, it's very complicated.
She talks to aliens all the time, and her imaginary alien friends tell her that tunnel that never existed to begin with is still there. And she told government operatives that her alien imaginary friends told her that alien mountain and the alien base and the alien tunnel is still there, that never existed to begin with. Oh, it's beautiful.
It's very, very complicated. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that the IC, the government, has a responsibility to get
I agree. Pick a
experiences,
side, Space
especially
Academy,
the ones
and welcome.
from the IC.
Academy,
together
and welcome.
And get these communications
Let
on
the meat
record.
fake. Yes.
And then put that up against
the templates and matrices that we have out there.
Yeah, it's a lot of word
because they
salad
do
here.
exist. I already know that some of them exist that we could
Yes,
use
it usually is
to
right.
try to
Equal's
understand
one of the good
what is
guys.
actually happening here. And we aren't doing it. And that's going to be to our own regret, I do believe. We have waited a very long time. And I think
There's nothing like a Defense Intelligence Agency former information warfare specialist being worshipped and looked up to and asked, questions about how we should all be preparing for disclosure.
that's
who lied about her entire original story too, by the way.
Okay. Now, as far as spiritual responsibilities and people, one of the things that the beings that I have been in contact want us to understand is that
you're right, Operation Shutdown.
Through our meditation,
know who I am.
through meditation and presence of mind. And
she said through meditation. I thought she meant through my medication.
and presence of
it's terrible.
Attention. Okay. Really being mindfully attentive in a moment. And they're saying, and recognizing that diversity in the forms of life will help to prepare everyone.
I know.
For coming.
It's like listening to Charlie Brown.
And that some of
You're
this,
right, Davina.
that the
Thanks for being a
contact
member.
will be experienced through conscious communication. That doesn't mean to say that you won't visibly have visual perception. Okay. I'm not saying that, and that, everybody won't be able to see that. I'm saying that when we hear and communicate, it will most likely, with the vast majority of beings, be through conscious communication. And that doesn't mean that they don't have language. They have a language that we do not understand.
Oh, yeah. Her conscious communication. She has conscious communication with her imaginary friends that tell her that tunnels are there that don't exist. So why should we trust anything that she's getting from these aliens if they don't even know if a tunnel exists or not? Right? It just, the whole thing is ridiculous to me. The whole thing, the fact that she's still here plugging away, talking about a fake tunnel that never existed, that's just, I don't know. Do you think estimate of the situation is CIA? Yeah, I do.
And beyond that, just real quick, they're also saying, they want me to throw this in there very quickly to remind everyone that the importance of meditation and recognizing the collectiveness of the human spirit, the human mind,
New Age word salad nonsense.
Like the human energy that we have, that we can collectively tap into this whatever this is in the universe, whatever is connecting all of us.
The noosphere.
Sure, we can say spirit.
Yeah.
Sure, that we will recognize and be.
We're still on the first question they asked her.
When
first softball.
We are scattered and no longer have electricity at our hands.
Ooh, that is that's a very scary proposition of not having electricity. But yeah, I mean, what could be better than humans seeing in one another value instead of seeing, oh, this person's different, or their outlook, or their.
And there's nobody I trust less than a guy who runs his show on a green screen and he can't work the green screen, right? This guy's like disappearing, parts of his head are. Come on, dude. You buy some lights on Amazon for $40 and that would work right for you. I'm sorry, but Jesus Christ, if you're going to run your show on a green screen, right, at least run it right.
Their politics.
His arms are disappearing and shit. Why am I watching this?
Just, seeing value in one another, and
oh yeah, love and light.
I heard said there is no them, there's only us. So can't remember where that was. Anyway, I have a question from the First of all, welcome to Linda. Linda Thompson made it here with we had to send 16 or 17 links and one.
Oh, another real credible lady. Yeah, another very credible
I have
lady.
one question from the internet for John.
Before you go, DJ, I think sorry, Leah may have to take off.
Yes.
So I want
Oh, yeah, I need to take off. I just wanted to jump in and say thank you to Anjali and to John for your considered and very thoughtful answers. And as always, thank you so much to the cabbies and to the fans.
Thank you, Prime Time, for
course.
being here. We appreciate you.
All right.
Have a
Take
good
care,
night.
all.
And ironically, for John and Anjali, our newer cabby,
Arms
Matt, who
disappearing
has a
and-
Bigfoot show, is having a Bigfoot experiencer on tonight that just had to get that individual's like, I really have tonight to be
Yep.
able to speak with
I
you
agree,
about
Cynthia
this.
Mack, and thanks for being a
And I said,
member.
Matt, if you're getting this kind of an experience, we'll see you later. Have a good show. So that's what Matt's recording. But hopefully next time we see you guys, you'll get to experience Matt.
Yeah, that's why he's disappearing. It's the interior space of
So we have this
Anjali's cave.
question from Twitter. This is from Wow 3692525, and he said, "Hi, can you ask John how he knows about the arrival of our visitor friends in 2027?" So, sir, would you, John, please?
Yes, that's nothing official. Let me tell you about 2027. I was asked that in a secure facility, a SCIF, about what I knew about 2027, because the word in government is that something is going to happen, and that comes from not.
All right, I'm sorry. This guy's a CIA agent. He shouldn't be lying to people. So I will try to give you a little bit of education. If you're in a SCIF, you're in a secure facility discussing most likely classified or secret government things. You can't go into a SCIF, discuss things in a SCIF, and then just go on the internet and tell everybody about it. That is complete and total garbage. And Mr. CIA should know that. If you're in a SCIF, it's understood that you don't speak about what happened in that SCIF or what you read, what you saw, what you were asked about, what information was exchanged in that SCIF. You don't go outside that SCIF and then just start blabbing to everybody about it. And why does everybody got to play Secret Agent Man? Right? I wish I could play that song, because every time one of these clowns that likes to pretend that they're in secret meetings and SCIFs and all this stuff starts lying, I just want to play the song Secret Agent Man. You're not going in a SCIF and then going out of the SCIF and telling everybody what took place or what you heard or what you were asked about or what information was exchanged in a secure facility. Doesn't happen. This is garbage peddling.
Not unique government knowledge, but their monitoring of social media, their contacts with Chris Bledsoe, and everyone knows that Chris Bledsoe has had the alphabet soup of the IC and the federal government visiting him, and he's been very, very vocal about 2026, 2027. Something happened,
and he also literally might have driven a guy crazy who murdered his own father, right? And Bledsoe is another one of these guys that has lots of stories and no evidence or proof. And the CIA loves him for some reason.
Happening, and it's coming through as well through channelers and experiencers. And so there's some marker in the federal government, in the intelligence area, that there's something happening in 2027. John, you an experiencer, have you heard anything? Have you have any inkling about 2027? And I said, well, I actually deferred, and I told them, why don't you contact Anjali and contact Chris Bledsoe, because they talked about those years. Yeah. As far as I'm concerned, I'm hoping that 2027 will be the year where they feel comfortable to arrive in public. Whereas, the government already knows of their existence, the public does not. And I told these people in this secure facility, and it was in 2022, you have 5 years to get everyone prepared. If you're going to do disclosure, do it now. Because if they do decide to show up, you're going to have a lot of explaining to do. I also mentioned Lou Elizondo. So Lou has been saying that, in 2022, wait 5 years and it'll all be out.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
He said that?
Yes, and and so it's not just like, oh, I'll be out. What does that mean? It's not just, oh, we're gonna disclose that what you're seeing up in the sky is real. That's not disclosure.
Yeah, and we have been getting people giving dates for when disclosure is going to come. Remember, just a few months ago, Stephen Bassett of Paradigm Research said that we're going to get disclosure in a few months, not a few years. And here, this guy is saying we're going to get it in 2027. Hey, I will go out and we're going to get it in 2042. Okay. All right. 2042 disclosure is coming. And then these dates come and go. Do you know that people called the first day of TTSA when they did that fake press conference, the first day of disclosure? Yeah, UFO Jesus. So this is the first day of disclosure. Disclosure is here. Well, we missed it, right? Because we got no evidence or no proof. We got the same thing we always get. Lots of unprovable, unverifiable stories, some tantalizing maybe evidence, but no real evidence, no smoking gun, nothing. And this is very, very interesting, right? Skiff. Secret, complete, idiotic fantasy. Yes, secret, complete, idiotic fantasy. And thank you, Martin Wright. And thank you for being here. And thank you for being a member. Much, much appreciated. These people have been giving hard dates for disclosure all the time. Stephen Greer said disclosure was going to come in 2001 when he held his press conference. And by the way, we're working diligently on Stephen Greer and his so-called new whistleblowers. Wait till you get a load of the latest bull garbage that's going to be coming out of Stephen Greer. It's the best fake shit ever. And we're going to bring it to you. And some of the clowns that have been helping promote his garbage documentaries and making money with and from him are all going to look like idiots. I love it. All right. Yeah.
Real disclosure is who's flying these craft up in the air, and where they come from, and do we know about them? And according to Dr. Gary Nolan, who seems extremely well connected,
according to my other CIA friend,
that what he stated is probably pretty close to what the government actually knows. But we'll need more than one voice.
Yeah, and he's using the wackadoo prover maneuver here several times. Well, this other wackadoo Bledsoe, he said disclosure's coming. And the guy who ran the fake Pentagon UFO program that never existed, he said disclosure's coming. And Gary Nolan said a lot of stuff nobody could prove. So the government must know about those aliens because my CIA friend told me so. And my wackadoo friend confirmed it all for me. And Anjali is another one of my wackadoo friends is confirming I'm right. Disclosure's coming in 2027, friends. Sure it is.
Dr. Gary Nolan to state that in succession of people who have the program clearances to actually back up.
It does remind me
Dr.
of
Gary Nolan, who is not an official in the IC. He is a consultant to the IC.
Yeah, he works for them.
Once we have officials in the IC and in the Pentagon saying that,
yes, Davina, thanks for being a member.
Give more credence to their presence, and perhaps then we can have a discussion about 2027.
I have I'm passing it to Deb right now because I have a question about that, but I'll wait till it comes around. So Deb, please go ahead, ma'am.
Oh, okay. I think we skipped Nathan, so we have to go back to Nathan.
Can we skip Nathan?
Please go ahead. Deb, please go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So I just wanted to, I've had a lot of different questions come to my mind, but the one that really is catching me right now is all these institutes that seem to be doing like a tug of war with this topic. We have the White House pulled some things away. Aero is doing some things. The Navy was doing some things. The U.S. Air Force is pretending they're not doing anything. The Space Force is definitely doing something. NASA's about to talk to us on the 31st. So with all of that happening, who should we be turning to? And what is the role of places like the Monroe Institute who are also trying to
we all feel like that.
Is that for Anjali or John?
Both. Whoever wants to take it first. I know that either of you can answer this one.
I will defer to John first.
Okay, I'll take that. So everyone should know that, when the remote viewing program was removed from the federal government, one of the hardest things to do in federal government is to kill programs. Basically, what you do is you move the program into another office by creating another office,
By my
hiding
crap.
it there. And so you never get rid of a federal program once it's started. And for remote viewing, it was removed from the federal government proper and outsourced to outside organizations such as the Monroe
Right,
Institute, such as I would also add the Farsight Institute in Atlanta as two organizations that are doing remote viewing.
A government
Dr.
disinformation
Paul
agent would
Smith
never lie to me.
has his
Yes.
own organization, and now there's an International Remote Viewing Association. And so a lot of remote viewing still happens,
He's a
but it's outside
wackadoo.
of government
One-stop
purview.
shop
So
for
that
paranormal
addresses
everything.
Monroe Institute. They're very important because they focus on consciousness, and consciousness is a major part of the experience, as well as a
Aliens
major
told
part
me
of the
too.
physics of how they fly. And so to answer your first part of the question, yeah, it seems like we have a lot of cooks making one big mess of a stew, but they all have parts to contribute because no one single organization has it all. And if anyone has it all, I would say the Central Intelligence Agency
I agree on
probably
that, Senator.
is that
I'm
organization.
aware of that.
Because they were there from the very beginning, from the time of Roswell, and perhaps also the Navy.
Isn't this great too? Sure, you too can get your alien and UFO truth from a CIA operative who has been caught lying several times now. He's been caught pumping all kinds of stories. He's now on Gaia TV telling everybody he's an alien hybrid. This guy. Yeah. This is great. This is great. And why didn't any of the people on this panel know that he was just on Gaia? By the way, he was on Gaia saying he was an alien hybrid before this interview. So don't you think maybe that's something that you should bring up? Like, hey, are you really an alien hybrid? You're half alien? Really? And interesting and amazing, right? It's just interesting that this, and why is so many people in the UFO community like the Pied Piper? These CIA people come out with the pipe, and they're disclosure's coming, and they're blowing the pipe, and follow me, and all these UFO people are just following all these CIA people into a disinformation campaign. Like, they can't wait to sign up to be lied to. I don't understand this. I just don't understand all these UFO people lining up to government soup agencies who have been lying to us for 70 years, but now they're telling us the truth, right?
Navy, because there was an Office of Naval Intelligence since 1882. So they definitely they've been there since the beginning.
Yeah, that ended in World War II, Mr. Ramirez.
So these two organizations I would pay attention to. Now, as far as like getting it all together, that's what this disclosure is all about. That
the Navy still has an intelligence. It just changed names.
Dr. Gary Nolan has been hinting at.
How many times has he mentioned Gary Nolan? 4 or 5 times so far, right? And let's just analyze that for a minute. If you and another CIA guy were infiltrating the UFO community with fake nonsense stories to distract people from the real truth, wouldn't you use each other as proof? Well, Dr. Gary Nolan said this, right? I don't know that Nolan has mentioned Ramirez, but maybe. But it's interesting that he mentions another CIA guy like 5 times so far, and then he mentions some other CIA people as well that are pushing similar fake stories.
That there will be this admission by the government of what he said about the craft being non-human and the non-human presence. They're finally going to get it together under one conductor, conducting the orchestra of many, many instruments playing their part. And I believe that conductor is actually
I agree
the intelligence committees of the U.S. Congress. And so who do we have to thank for being the conductors? Well, my hat's off to Senator Kristen Gillibrand. She's been very instrumental in putting it all together. And she has a role to play as well as the conductor. She can't play the instruments, but she knows the sheet of music she's working from.
We do know verifiably that the United States government has actively run disinformation campaigns concerning UFOs and aliens to cover for their black projects. That's a historical fact. Anybody can verify that. They did it with the U-2 spy plane, SR-71 Blackbird, and stealth aircraft as well. So I believe that all of this static and all of this noise about aliens, this is my personal belief and speculation, having researched and studied all of this stuff for many years now, they are distracting us from the black budget projects. And I'm working on a piece on black budget projects that's going to blow all of you away. It's going to be a great piece. I got a lot more work to do on it, but I believe, and this is, again, my personal belief and speculation, and I can show my evidence when I do the piece on the black budget projects. I believe that they're distracting us from the black budget projects, and that many of the things that people are seeing in the skies, including things that are described as defying the laws of physics and other, catchphrases that people use, right, are black budget projects. And they do not want our adversaries, especially, or the American public, to know that those technologies exist. Now, one can further speculate where they got some of these super advanced technologies, and I'll be doing a little bit of that in my piece on black budget projects. But that's my personal belief, that these people are sent in to distract everybody, make everybody chase shadows looking for aliens, and people stop looking at EG&G and Lockheed Martin and all these other companies that are producing. I mean, we had the SR-71 Blackbird in the late 60s, early 70s, right? Mid 60s even, I think. Maybe early 60s. I'd have to look it up. When was the Blackbird service dates? 1964 to 1998. We had the Blackbird, which, ridiculous. What is it capable of? Mach 3, Mach 4? And we had that in 1964. What do we have now? What are the capabilities of the secret aircraft we have now? We had the SR-71 Blackbird in 1964. How many years ago is that, right? $60 years ago, we had the SR-71 Blackbird technology. What do you think we have now? You think we have craft capable of doing Mach 4 and doing right angle turns, 90-degree turns? I believe we do. They can't be human piloted if they're going that fast doing 90-degree turns, but I believe we do.
And she's trying to get all these musicians to play the same sheet of music, their part, whatever instruments they're bringing
Alien
into the symphony.
invasions, yeah.
So that's what's going to happen at the toward the end of the year.
Anjali, if you have something on that, please go ahead, ma'am.
I don't have anything of real value to add. I'm not surprised, that we have
Okay, David.
a tug of war when you have a
The Tic Tac is what we have now.
deeply
Quite possibly.
compartmented program, such as something like this would be. You would expect for it to be. This is my lately, babushka
Probably
dolls.
is.
Yeah, I'm so into babushka dolls suddenly. It just keeps coming. It works. I'm telling you, it's such a great metaphor for so many things. But that's really a good way of looking at how deeply compartmented this is. And sometimes we can easily lose sight of those programs over the years in the IC, outside of those that are, who are read into them. Simply because we stopped talking about them and there's a turnover in workforce and blah, blah, blah.
I'm sorry, microphone muted. So that's it for me. We're gonna check out of this clown show, and what I can tell you is
that verifiably intelligence operatives have been infiltrating and ingratiating themselves into the UFO community since at least 2016. I, for one, would like to know why. What is their purpose? Now, these could very well be, I could be wrong about it being an official operation where they're all working in tandem or working together to push certain narratives or to accomplish certain things like, oh, I don't know, more budget for the Defense Department. It could very well be that these former or current intelligence operatives just know that being a former or current intelligence operative with a work history in the intelligence community gives them some air of legitimacy, where they too can come into the UFO community and make gobs of money pushing that they're credible because they were in the CIA. Or like Lou Elizondo, I'm credible because I worked for the Pentagon. And I ran the Pentagon UFO program, even though it didn't exist. Kind of ruins his credibility, right? If you get caught verifiably lying. But time and time again, we have seen former military, or especially former intelligence since 2016, coming forward, or current intelligence coming forward, integrating themselves into the UFO community, and suddenly they're making all this money. They're getting TV show deals, book deals. They're making the rounds, working all of these UFO shows. They're working UFO conferences, getting huge speaking fees. They're getting television show deals, documentary deals. Anjali got a deal with Gaia TV to be a talking head talking about her alien tunnel that does not exist. We proved that here. So I don't understand what's happening here. I don't understand why people are lining up to get their disclosure from people who have been trained to lie for most of their careers. I don't understand this. And to be very honest with you, there is almost no one I see in the UFO community, or let's call it the alternative research community, pushing back. One of the problems is that these people, UFO guys, don't understand how intelligence community works. And I'm not saying that I do much better, but I'm trying to understand this. And I repeat my previous statement, and that is, if a whole bunch of CIA people suddenly infiltrated the Star Trek community, that would be on CNN. That would be on Fox News. That would be on MSNBC and NBC and CBS, and it would be in the New York Times, right? Why are all these intelligence officers suddenly in the Star Trek community? But somehow in the UFO community, it's not only accepted, but we see that most of the narratives that are being pushed into the UFO community, including these crash retrievals, whistleblowers are coming forward, disclosures coming any day now, false flag alien invasions. A lot of this is being pushed actively and purposefully, if you look at it, and manipulatively by members of the CIA or other intelligence community assets. And I just don't understand why all these UFO shows can't wait to interview and get their CIA truth, right? If you're going to the CIA to get the truth, you're doing it wrong. Do you know what they do? They lie and manipulate people. That's their purpose. And more than any other organization, the CIA uses things like misdirection, false flags, complete and total disinformation and misinformation campaigns, provably, and have provably done so against the American people multiple times. But we're sitting here in UFO land, and all these UFO shows can't wait to interview the latest intelligence operative. I, for one, am glad that we did interview Anjali, and we blew her entire fake story to shit. But here she is again, because this is UFO whack-a-mole. You can never get rid of them, right? Once they get a taste of that little bit of UFO fame, right? They're UFO famous. Or a little bit of UFO money, they won't go away. It's just whack-a-mole. We whacked her down last year, proved her entire original story is fake. She gets a big money deal on Gaia TV. And she's sitting there like an idiot talking about a tunnel that does not exist. And people are just letting her talk about a tunnel that does not now, nor has ever existed. Full stop. And then we've got all these UFO circle jerk shows, like the one we just sampled, sitting there and letting this woman provably lie about a tunnel that never existed, about interviews with shadowy government officials, which she refuses to name, right? And she's got a higher up CIA guy with her who's also an alien experiencer. He was abducted by aliens, I think, and he's an alien hybrid, telling everybody she's telling the truth and government people really did interview her. But I got caught lying about the last government people I said interviewed her. So now I got a new story to cover for the old lie. None of this makes any sense to me. None of this makes any sense. And if you agree with me, then you're in the right place, because this is Anjali, John Ramirez, and the CIA circus. Did you get your ticket from these circle jerkers, or are you going to get your ticket from me? Everybody's got to make their own choice. If you want to get your information from people who are trusting the CIA to give them the truth, I think you have a lot to learn about the CIA, and we'll just leave it at that. I am troubled by what I have seen. And to be very honest with you, I am honestly horrified that all these UFO shows are just like, yep, let's go get our interview with the CIA disclosure talking head so we get our views. And it's all a game, right? Don't ask him any hard questions. Don't bust his balls for getting caught lying. Don't bust the Defense Intelligence Agency's information warfare specialist who is here. She's a goddamn... Listen, this is verifiably true. Anjali, when she worked for the Defense Intelligence Agency, do you know what she did? She was an information warfare specialist. And now she's in the UFO community telling us the truth about those aliens. Something stinks here. Something is not right. And until all of these idiots lining up for their CIA UFO disclosure stop what they're doing and think about the history of the CIA. Think about the history of the DIA, the Defense Intelligence Agency. Why is a woman who specializes in information warfare here? Is this an information warfare campaign against the UFO community? So we believe certain narratives? I don't have all of the answers. To be quite honest with you, most of what I have are questions that most of these people won't answer. I heard somebody mention, why don't we have Anjali here again? She blocked me after we busted her fake story out the wazoo. Why don't you have John Ramirez? Well, I'll try to contact him. He's welcome to come here. And he and I could probably have a really nice conversation about the history of the CIA and their lying to the American public provably over and over and over again for their entire history. Why would we believe CIA disclosure reps, right? It doesn't make sense, because it is absolutely ludicrous that anybody would go to the CIA or any intelligence people, to be honest with you, asking for the truth about a government cover-up or the truth about the UFO phenomenon or the truth about Bigfoot, for that matter. They're not there to tell you the truth. They're there to lie and manipulate you, right? When's the last time that you truly think the government told us the truth? You remember that health crisis we had, right? Look what a good job the government people did telling us the truth about all that shit, right? But we're supposed to believe them about something as fantastical and earth-shattering and human paradigm shifting as alien visitation on Earth. I'm sorry, I'm not buying any CIA disclosure PSYOP, and neither should you. And every one of these people in the UFO community that's signing up for the UFO disclosure from the CIA sold you out. I refuse to sell you out. I refuse to play along with the CIA PSYOP in order to get views or, increase my show's income, because that's what you got to do. Just play along. Look at all the people that played along with Lou Elizondo, who lied about running a Pentagon program that never existed. Look at all the people that play along with Nick Pope, who lied about running a British UFO program. No, he didn't. He sat at a goddamn desk. Look at all the people and how much money they made that just played along with Anjali's story. We didn't play along. We fully investigated that one. We went to the mat to find the truth for you, and we did. But the sad part is that the truth doesn't matter, because you too can do the Cosmic Con shuffle, go away for a little while, and then you could still get a big money deal with Gaia TV telling the same story that just got busted out the wazoo as completely and totally fake last year. And you too can be part of UFO Twitter Week as a speaker. Did you know that? Somebody just told me on Twitter she's going to be part of UFO Twitter Week, right? Is she going to tell more fairy tales about her fake alien tunnel that does not exist now, nor has it ever existed? And by the way, if you want the truth about this woman, the video is in the description of our video tonight. That just says sources. It has the original interview that we conducted with her so-called witnesses. Remember, when she first told the story, she said that the witnesses that night would confirm all parts of her story. They never did. They never confirmed any parts of her story, except that they met her somewhere. And, it is what it is, I guess. But it's very discouraging to me that we put so much time and energy into finding the truth out about that woman and her complete and total, what we now know to be a complete and total fake story. We really worked hard on bringing the truth about her story. We worked real hard, and it's discouraging to just see her back, right? Just see her back telling the same story that we know is completely and totally fake. And even more discouraging is watching 5 people just sit there and let her lie again, right? That tunnel does not now, nor has it ever existed. That should be relevant to her story. And when she starts talking about a tunnel that doesn't exist, you stop her. Excuse me. Steve Cambion on Truth Seekers investigated your claims and found them to be completely and totally false, completely and totally fake. How are you meeting aliens? Go into a tunnel, into an alien base when the tunnel doesn't exist, when the guy never even started digging a tunnel, right? And the 2 principal witnesses that were there with her that night confirmed she was doing drugs, and none of that happened. But this is the CIA UFO circus, and truth and reality don't really matter very much, right? And you know what else? It's very discouraging that I have to compete with people who are just able to get away with lying constantly, and no one seems to notice, and no one seems to mind. And these people can have careers in many cases making a lot more money than I am for telling you the truth, because they can just lie to you. They can just completely and totally lie to you, and it's perfectly okay. And here is a perfect example of that. We recently had a piece called Me Demolishing the Latest Third Phase of Moon Hoax. By the way, I stand by everything in that piece. And so what happens to you when you tell the truth here in the UFO community is often then the personal attacks start. So Third Phase of Moon have an attack clown who they send out to muddy the waters, who they send out to lie about me. Their attack clown has lied about my wife, my children, my dead father, made fun of my disability, made some other completely and totally false claims about me, right?
And we did demolish that last third phase of moon garbage piece. It's either a hoax or they are the dumbest, laziest UFO guys on planet Earth. Those are their two choices. They couldn't spend 35 seconds to identify a high altitude balloon before running to sell it, right? And even when we got them by the balls, dead to right, they send the attack clown to muddy the water. Anybody ever ordered anything on Wish, right? You know about Wish? Wish is like the ghetto version of products. So like if you want like a good, you know, anything, a really good pair of headphones, you get them on Amazon. You don't go to Wish. Because if you go to Wish, you're going to get the cheap, garbage, copied, you know, gross, cheap, break in 10 seconds version of what you really wanted, right? And that's what Third Phase of Moon does. They sent out their attack clown. I love this. So original, right? The guy steals my thumbnail, right? And does a complete lazy job. Look at the edit on that head. Boy, oh, we're going to contrast that one more time. Look at the edit on it. Look at that, how bad it is, right? Here's mine. This is the Amazon or the good version. This is the Wish or the garbage version, right? The Lies of Stephen Cambion. And by the way, in this, he called me the biggest hoaxer in ufology. That's what he said. He said I was the biggest hoaxer in ufology. And what was my point about this guy? Third Phase of Moon's attack dog? He lies to his audience constantly, right? He lies to his audience constantly. And what does he do? He puts this thumbnail up, stealing our thumbnail, right? Very original. If this guy had an original thought, it would die of loneliness. And look at his great editing skills. When I said that he might be the dumbest, laziest UFO guy on planet Earth, he just confirmed it for me by stealing our thumbnail, doing a quick, lazy edit. Look at that. It looks like just a square. I'm just going to stick my head on that, right? Take his thumbnail, right? My God. And then he titles his show, Stephen Cambion is the biggest hoaxer in ufology. I have never been caught in a hoax. I have never even been accused of hoaxing anything. How could I be the biggest hoaxer in ufology when that is clearly held by Third Phase of Fake? Clearly, Third Phase of Moon are the biggest hoaxers in ufology. By the way, there's a poll about that. Who's the biggest hoaxer in ufology? Me, Secure Team 10, or Third Phase of Moon? The fact that this guy could even do that, right? And the only way he can get views is by putting me in his stupid thumbnails, right? That's the only time he gets views, right? So he's got to keep trying to pick fights with me, lie about my wife, lie about my children, talk about my wife's tits, right? Talk about my dead father, make fun of my disability. Great. And I love this one too. I'm the white trash of ufology, and I'm scamming people for views and subs. I'm also the bully ruining ufology. And remember, what was my point about this guy? He lies to his audience constantly. Hey, Rich, I don't live in a trailer like white trash does. You do, right? I don't live in a trailer. And who have I scammed for views and subs, right? Who have I scammed? Can you tell? How? How have I scammed anybody? How am I the bully? I'm not talking about your wife, your family, your dead father. I'm not making fun of your any disabilities, anybody that's disabled. I'm certainly not fat shaming people. I'm not bullying anybody. But this is the ridiculousness that we live in. And here, I love it that this guy does the same thing over and over again. We catch him lying, and then he lies more to cover the last lies, right? We catch him lying, and then he just comes up with new lies to cover for the old lies. And I'm trying to find it here. This man lied to everybody in one of these garbage pieces of his, muddying the waters, trying to make me the bad guy by saying that 4 prominent members of the UFO community, oh, here, I have it. 4 prominent members of the UFO community
Richard Dolan, David Wilcock, Linda Moulton Howe, and Jimmy Church have all sent me cease and desist orders because of my defamation of character, because I lie when I debunk people. Those people never sent me anything. Not a one of them. They didn't send me any legal threat letters. I don't know where he gets this stuff from. I think he just makes it up. So here he goes again. He 100% lied to his audience again. Now, in order to cover for that lie, he told new lies. And here's the new lie. He told his audience, well, that's the way I remembered it. He said that on his show. Find a clip, bitch. Don't tell your goddamn audience that I said that something happened or I said something unless you play the clip, you burnout bitch. How many times are you going to lie about my wife, my children, my dead father? How many times are you going to attack my paralyzed eye, big man? Then you lie to your audience some more. Stephen Cambion is the biggest hoaxer in ufology. The fact that somebody that works for Third Phase of Moon is telling people that I'm a hoaxer? Everybody is laughing at you, Rich. Everybody with a goddamn brain is laughing at your ridiculous continual lies. And you prove me right again. What's my point? You lie to your audience constantly. You lied to your audience about Richard Dolan, Jimmy Church, Linda Moulton Howe, and David Wilcock sending me legal threat letters. They never did that. Then you lie to your audience again. And you say, oh, that's the way I remember it. He must have said that on one of his shows. Show the clip. Show the clip, Richie. There's no clip of me saying those 4 people ever sent me cease and desist letters. It never happened. And you're so burnt out. Maybe you ought to put the pipe down, bro. Put down the pipe, get a real job or something so you clear your mind and start focusing on important things instead of lying about people's wives, children, family, and dead relatives on the internet to make money. We do not lie to our audience here. You do. And I love it. He says I lie when I debunk people. Go through the documentaries, Rich. Show everybody where I lied in those documentaries. Do it. Do it. You can't and you won't because there are no lies, right? And he's going to bring up this lights over LA hoax again, where Third Phase of Moon were the only people to see a huge lit up UFO over the streets of the whole city of Los Angeles for 10 minutes, but nobody filmed it. Nobody saw it. Nobody took a picture of it. There's no reports. There's no news reports. I don't care if we got one data point. And stop lying and saying, I don't want to see the evidence. Send it to me. Broadcast it. And don't make excuses. Oh, there's privacy issues. Yeah, all of a sudden when they get caught hoaxing a goddamn fake UFO through a sheet of glass, and that's not the first time they've done that. We've got them doing that scam twice. All of a sudden there's privacy issues and they have to show me something privately. Then have them show it to me. It doesn't matter if we were wrong on one data point. If you analyze a still frame from their original video, it clearly, you can show reflections, which means they filmed it through a sheet of glass. Further proof that that is a hoax is that it took place over the entire city of Los Angeles, a huge lit up UFO in the sky with multiple lights on it. Nobody saw it. Nobody reported it. No news reports, no television reports, nothing except Third Phase of Moon posting the video claiming that they saw a UFO in the sky. They didn't see anything. There was no UFO in the sky. That's a hoax. Who cares if we were wrong about this location or that location? Where did they film it? Who cares? It's a hoax. Prove it's not a hoax or shut the hell up, hoaxer boy. Goddamn spirit orb idiot living in his mom's trailer. His mother owns the trailer that he lives in a trailer park. And this idiot is running around calling people white trash. And this idiot is running around telling people he's a hoaxer. We bust hoaxers here. That's what we do. You sold out. We didn't. That's what's bothering him. And all of this other stuff is all just a distraction. If I lie when I debunk them, go through Both those documentaries. There's 2 documentaries on Third Phase of Moon proving that they hoaxed over 50 things. And why are we even in an argument, right? They hoaxed over 50 things, at least 50 times they hoaxed things. Who cares if we were wrong on one debunk? That just means that they hoaxed things 49 times, provably, and not 50. Keeps repeating the same garbage over and over. Well, they were wrong. They might have been wrong on one data point out of 1,000 in 4 hours. Listen, if we only got one thing wrong in 4 hours of documentary, that's better than the mainstream media. That's better than most mainstream media outlets can do. Not get one fact wrong in 4 hours. And you're going to pick on us because we might have got a location wrong? It's still a hoax. Prove it's not a hoax or shut up. And I love it. I love it. This guy started all of this, and then he lies to everybody. I have the timeline, Rich. You started all of this with me, not me. I got in an argument with Third Phase of Moon. The next day, he started put me on blast, telling everybody that I'm the bad guy here. It's all to muddy the waters. Who cares if Third Phase of Moon hoaxed things provably 49 times or 50 times, right? And what about those text messages between you and hoaxers providing Third Phase of Moon with 100% admitted, here's a fake UFO. This is cool. Here's how I made the fake UFO with brake taillights, and I hung the taillights from my ceiling, and I filmed it through my glass door, and that's how I made this fake UFO. And then Third Phase of Moon posts it. Rich knows about it, says nothing. Now he's going to have excuses. And let's not forget more lies, right, Rich? Rich said that he talked to a whole lot of people that have known me for 20 or more years, and they're all coming out of the woodwork, and they're all giving him dirt to use against me. Really? This guy's desperate for dirt. If he had real dirt against me, would he be making fun of my wife, lying to people that I met my wife in a strip club? Would he be attacking my children, right? He called my 6-year-old child a failure and a loser. That's what kind of toxic clown this guy is. And he thinks he's going to win by continuing to lie and lie some more and lie some more. But let's get back to my friends that have known me for 20 years that are coming out of the woodwork contacting you with dirt. First of all, there is no dirt. Pretty boring married guy, and I have been for more than 20 years, right? Outside of this, there's no dirt. I don't have a criminal record. There's no dirt to be had. He's lying to his audience again. And if you're not lying about all these people contacting you, have them on your show, Rich. Can't wait to hear these people that have known me for 20 years that are coming out of the woodwork to give you dirt on me, that you're too much of a gentleman to use, right? We're all supposed to believe that the same clown who attacked my wife, my children, my dead father, my disability, he's fat-shaming people and all this other stuff, is too much of a gentleman to use the dirt that people are giving him against me. Sure, you liar. Name the names. Name them. Because over the weekend, I checked in. I made a list of everyone that I know in my life that has known me for 20 or more years. People should be aware that my parents are both dead. May they rest in peace. I have a brother. I have a few cousins. I have a couple of aunts and uncles. And I have a very few very old friends. I called all of them. None of them even knew who this guy was. So he provably lied to his audience again. Or he can post their name and proof that they knew me. No, he's making up stuff. He's proving my point. He lies to his audience constantly. See, this is the problem. When you lie to get out of a lie, like John Ramirez just did, same method that Rich is using. Oh, I'll tell everybody there's all this dirt on him, and he's a miserable person, and all these people are telling me all this dirt that have known him for 20 or more years. I called them all, Rich. I called them all. I have the list. I'll release it. Anybody can talk to people that have known me for 20 or more years, every one of them. And they will all verify that they don't even know who the hell you are. None of them contacted you. You lied to your audience again. How many times are we going to catch you lying to your audience before you put this all away and put it behind you? Just admit you were wrong and move on. Stop attacking me for telling the truth with more lies and more lies and more lies and more lies. I've had enough. You're in my rearview mirror. You're just another idiot that we busted here, just like Anjali and all the other hoaxes and fraudsters and fakers that we have busted here. We have a proven track record of getting the story right. You're going to try to turn the world against me? What have you contributed? You're right there with your hands out, with both hands, begging for money every day. Every day, this guy's on the internet begging for money for UFO garbage. And what does he give everybody? Clickbait titles, stolen thumbnails. He's lying about people's wives. He's calling people's 6-year-old children losers and failures. He said that Third Phase Moon never hoaxed anything. Then he said they haven't hoaxed anything in 5 years, then 3 years. We got them last week. Well, the one last week is either they hoaxed that or they're the dumbest, laziest UFO guys. And they didn't have 35 seconds to check on something before they ran to sell it on the internet, which means nobody, either way, nobody should listen to you or them because you're not UFO experts, Mr. Third Phase of Moon. We have a whole team of UFO experts. It's a clown show. Nobody should be watching your UFO clown show. And right there with your hands out, right? And you're going to put in thumbnails that I'm scamming people for views and money. How many times have you told your audience that you have to get a job and you're going to have to stop doing the show, right? And then you don't. But those donations sure increase when you have those pity parties, don't they? Right? But you're going to tell people provably false information about me. And let's just get back to this one for a moment, because listen, if he was on the level and he got something like that big, that wrong, that 4 prominent people in the UFO community sent me legal cease and desist orders, right? Because of defamation of character. No, they didn't. No, they didn't. That's another lie, Rich. And what does he say in defense of that lie? He tells more lies. He says, well, that's how I remember it. He must have said that. No, I didn't. Show the clip, or you lied to your audience again on top of this original lie. Then you lie to your audience some more, telling that all these people that have known me for 20 years are coming to you with dirt, but you won't name them, and you won't drop the dirt, and you won't bring the people on your show. Bring them on your show. I'd love to hear this 20-year-old dirt you have on me. And even if it's true that there's some 20-year-old dirt on me, why is that relevant? Why don't you talk about the fact that Third Phase of Moon just put out a completely and totally fake UFO for cash, for money, that they couldn't spend 35 seconds researching? And then he says some garbage about, why didn't I do it that night? I did, you dummy. And I have messages between me and many people, and I'll post them if I have to, but I'm not on your schedule. I don't have to do it when you want me to, dummy. When I did it is irrelevant. Anybody could go to flightradar24.com and see that you could have identified that thing they put out as a UFO in 35 seconds. So listen, every time he does this, I just laugh. Every time he does another show, and by the way, I think he did 5 in 1 week, right? 5 in 1 week with either me in the thumbnail or bitching about me through the whole show. 5 in 1 week, really? Boy, am I living rent-free in your head, dummy. Awesome. And we're bringing the AI attack clown back. For those, see it in the last video. Just go to our video section. Stephen Cambion demolishes the latest Third Phase of Moon hoax. You can see our new AI attack clown. And by the way, we've improved the voice and got it to be a little more animated. And going forward, I'm not wasting time on a proven liar. How many times is he going to lie to his audience about me, right? Move on, bro. You're busted, right? Those private messages between you and the people hoaxing the videos prove that you knew this whole time, that you were lying to your audience saying third phase of moon never hoaxed anything, never hoaxed anything in 5 years, 3 years. You were in on the private messages about the hoax fake videos they use, bro. And you're going to try to weasel out of it? I love it. I love it. More. Come on, dummy. Come on, dummy. Rub those last 2 brain cells you got together. Rub those last 2 brain cells that are working in your burnout brain. Come up with more lies. Every time he opens his mouth with my name in it, he digs this hole deeper for himself. And you cannot dig out of previous lies with new lies. And it is what it is. And that's where we're at. And that's where we find ourselves. And by the way, I just want to mention that all people have a choice, right? We all face a crossroads. Are we going to play along with this fantasy-driven garbage UFO fairy tale hour, right? Are we going to sit here on a show and pretend that third phase of moon are credible, or that Rich from GoofOn is credible? Are we going to pretend that third phase of moon doesn't fake things constantly? Or are we going to speak up and say, these guys are garbage peddlers? And I had that crossroads, and I made the right decision, and I will stand by it forever. And Rich made the wrong one. He took the YouTube ad pennies. He took the deal, right? And they're going to help him and do all these things for him. What have they done for you? They've made you a basket case proven liar mess that has to constantly lie to cover the old lies, right? And they've destroyed your credibility, which I predicted would happen if you worked with or for them. So congratulations. All men face a crossroads. We can take the left-hand path and do the wrong thing, or we can take the right-hand path and do the right thing. I do my best to do the right thing. And this clown saying that he's doing things the right way while he's attacking people's wives, children's, family, dead relatives, disabilities, is laughable. It's absolutely laughable that this clown is still doing this. And I'm going to tell you one final time, if you keep this up, there are going to be consequences for you. Now, that's all I'm saying. There's going to be consequences for you and third phase of moon. And you can continue down the dark and dangerous path you're going on. Continue to lie about me, my family, my children, and you're going to have some consequences. I'm not going to discuss it any further, but best of luck to you. And remember that since you're doing this as a subcontractor or employee or associate, or just even in defense of third phase of moon, the liability is with them. They have allowed this clown to attack my wife, my children, my family. People made pedo comments towards me, right? They will be more liable than him. He doesn't care, right? They get some loser with no money who has no assets that they know nobody's going to be able to do anything to. The guy's got nothing, right? Well, since you're doing that in their defense, and I would highly caution third phase of moon, what do you think it's going to look like? What do you think it does look like that you let this guy do this and you refuse to fire him, to make a statement saying we don't condone this kind of behavior towards people's wives, children, disabilities, or any of that stuff? They're just letting him do it. And I'm sure there's more people than me that think they're not just letting him do it, they're encouraging him to go out there and try to trash me, try to muddy the waters, try to shut me up. And by the way, there is some lovely things that could happen, like just some lovely things. And if you thought I could bust you now, if you thought I could bust this Richie idiot and third phase of moon now, let him keep going and see what I'm able to do next. Because they are slowly giving me more and more power. It's amazing. All right, we want to thank Wes Snipes for a kind and generous £2. Says, love your rant, Stephen, and happy birthday, dude. Yeah, I want to thank everybody for the birthday wishes. But tomorrow night, this is against my better judgment, and I hate the fact that we may have to do another one. For those, thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Much, much appreciated. 1 second. I want to check in with the public view count, the private view count. You know, I have taken down or privated some videos and things. So we're at 975,000 views. We were going to do a panel show when we get to 1 million. I'm not sure. We may do it tomorrow. We may celebrate early. We're going to hit that in the next week. That being 1 million views on YouTube. And I did it without selling out. I did it without the help of a channel with almost 1 million subscribers, shoveling subscribers and help my way, right? Yeah, it's my birthday tomorrow, but thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We'll still do a show tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern time. I will be back here. I'm not sure. We're either going to do another show that I had planned, but I kind of forgot with the show situation that it's my birthday tomorrow. And I know some people might want me to just do a birthday show, but I don't I don't like that. I'm going out to eat with my wife and children when my wife comes home from work, and we'll have a nice relaxing evening and some cake. And I'm sure there's cheesecake somewhere involved in this. That's my favorite. And my wonderful wife certainly, I'm sure, has some things planned, cake and ice cream with my 2 boys and my wonderful wife. I'm going to do that. I'm going to relax a little bit, and then I'm going to come here because it's just another day to me. But it is nice to recognize that you survived another year on this dirt ball. So, yes, tomorrow is my birthday. Thank you, Wes Snipes. And we want to thank our kind and generous benefactors, including all of you wonderful Patreon supporters and YouTube channel members. And, of course, we want to thank Anthony Peterson for a kind and generous $3 super chat, and we want to thank not super chat, PayPal pledge, and we want to thank Sweet Caroline for a kind and generous $40 PayPal pledge. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. MVP of PayPal pledges, and also we want to thank Maria for a kind and generous $50 PayPal pledge. And Maria says, keep doing what you're doing. Love the show. Well, thank you, Maria, for your kindness, generosity, and support. For those unaware, we are a viewer-supported show, and there's a few ways that you could support us. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. I got attacked for having a bumper to tell you how to support our show. What's the difference between that and just verbally saying it? What, because I was smarter than that guy and I'm tired of saying the same pitch? I'm not going to do a pitch every day. We have an announcer. We just put it in a bumper. What's the difference between telling people verbally and putting it in a bumper? There is no difference. But anyway, we want to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors. And for those unaware, we are a viewer-supported show. And we don't do the UFO circle jerk. We don't sell out to hoaxer channels like some people to try to make their show successful, right? We try to do this the right way. And we're able to do that through the kindness, generosity, and support of all of you. You can send a super chat. You can become a Patreon supporter or a channel member, PayPal pledges. We read everything that people send us, and we thank each and every one of you. Here's Ian to tell you how you could support the show.
Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Wonderful people like you who enjoy this show send pledges in the form of super chats, super stickers, super thanks, PayPal, or Cash App. Instructions for how to help are in the description. You can also join our Patreon, and for as little as $1 a month you can get extra content. Patreon supporters get a backstage pass, Early access to all our production videos before they are distributed publicly. Stephen Campion's music, private writings, a monthly show journal, and more. You can also become a YouTube channel member for $5 a month. A YouTube membership includes all of the Patreon benefits, plus a special members badge, priority reply to video comments, and the live chat, plus a monthly members only video. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors, for supporting Truth Seekers. Thank you for your generosity and support. Thanks for being here. This is Truth Seekers with your host, Stephen Campion. Please rate, like, and comment on our videos or podcasts. If you are listening to an audio podcast, please rate us 5 stars to help us rise in the search rankings. If you are watching on YouTube, please like, comment, and subscribe to our channel. If you're listening to an audio podcast, we love and appreciate you listeners, but you are missing the live tapings. All our shows are recorded live with video feed. We'd love you to come be a part of our live broadcasts and tapings for the podcast. Head on over to YouTube, click the search tool, the little magnifying glass, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar, and hit enter. You'll see a strange and mysterious guy with sunglasses. That means you found the channel. Go there, smash the subscribe button, and hit the notification bell to receive up-to-date info on our YouTube channel. We welcome you to be a part of our live taping and our chat group during the live broadcasts. Seek the truth. Speak the truth. This is Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers. Truth Seekers is a viewer-supported show. Now there's a great way to support these broadcasts and show your support. Please be sure and check out our merchandise store. Links to our 2 merchandise online stores are in the links to this video or podcast. The Amazon storefront ships super quickly in the United States, Great Britain, and in many more places. Amazon may not ship to your country or location. If that's the case, hit our second merchandise link in the description and visit our Redbubble storefront. Merchandise from our Redbubble storefront ships worldwide, but may take longer than Amazon. We've got a great deal of super high quality merchandise for you to choose from, including t-shirts, phone cases, sweatshirts, and even pillows. The feedback from our products have been overwhelmingly great. Quality products and fast shipping. People all over the world are buying some merchandise and showing their support of the show. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. Praise the cash. We thank you all, kind and generous benefactors who are buying some merchandise and helping us to continue this journey.
Praise the Cash is an ironic call-out to the grifters, liars and scammers that fraudulently scourge the paranormal community that true experiences have to navigate blind. Stephen doesn't really praise cash. He invests more than he makes from this show. But of course, you knew that already.
Yes, that's AI Steve, which we're still working on. You know, I don't want to do these... I don't, some things I think it's fine to pre-record announcements for. So it is what it is. People are going to, I'm even getting attacked for having merchandise, something that almost every show does, right? Oh, sorry, you're too lazy to do what I did, right? And build 2 storefronts, right? You I'm too lazy, and you're going to attack me for it. It's wonderful. So listen, I didn't realize that we went this long. See, I get sometimes I just get swept into this, and I take you all with me. And we thank all of you for being here. We thank old friends and especially you new friends. What a growth period that we are suddenly experiencing. And we want to thank all of you new people for clicking that subscribe button. And if you haven't already, please do. It really does help. We thank all of you for being supporters, you veterans and people who have been here since the very beginning. There are still people here that started with me something like 8 years ago when I started an audio podcast that almost nobody listened to. And some of those people are still here. And I'm thankful for each and every one of you who have been here for the long haul. And I'm equally thankful for you new people. Please do. This is my call to action, though. I will pitch this. Go and watch one more. We have a tremendous catalog of previous live shows. We have a video section here. We've got all of these albums. We're up to, is it 3 now? Yes, I believe it's 3 albums in the, yes, 3 albums. 3 free albums are in the video section here. And this is from my new album series, The Purge. I've been recording songs for years now and not really doing much with them, so I decided to release them here as the Purge Project. We're just purging the master. You know, I have this big box full of audio masters, and we've got 3 albums so far: The Phoenix Files, Annihilator, and The Ugly Truth. And this Saturday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're going to debut another one, right? And if you are part of our Patreon or our YouTube channel membership, you get all these goodies way early. A lot of this stuff people on Patreon and YouTube channel members have gotten already. You get early access. We appreciate all of you for supporting the show. It means a lot to me that we can continue this journey and remain independent and not sell out to hoax or scam channels or to CIA disinformation agents to get views, right? We're doing it as honestly as we can here. And through the help and support of all of you, we can continue to do that. So that's all we got for you, friends. We thank you, Patreon supporters, you super chatters, you PayPal pledgers. We thank you, super sticker purchasers, you super thanks people, and YouTube channel members, Patreon supporters, Twitch subscribers. I'm getting a check every month from Jeff Bezos now, thanks to all of you people in the Twitch chat and subscribing. If you're unaware, you can become a Twitch subscriber if you're an Amazon Prime member for free, and you can just give us that couple of bucks every month, and it won't cost you anything. I appreciate everyone and all of your support. What a fantastic show and journey this has been. The CIA infiltration into the world of UFOs is going to continue. We've heard John Ramirez, a lot more experiencers from the intelligence community are coming out. Yeah, I guess they're getting the op, dialed in, and they're going to release more CIA experiencers like him talking about aliens. And we'll be here to cover it. I hope you'll be here with us to see it. So that's all we got for you. We'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I'm not even sure what we're doing tomorrow. I have to make that decision tonight. But follow me on Twitter at Stephen Cambion. It's a great way to keep up. I always post things early there. Join our Discord server. If you like these live chats, you can do that 24/7 with like-minded truth seekers just like you right on our Discord server. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.